Good morning and welcome to Firebird Motorsports Park. We're out here for round number 4 of the Championship Off-Road Racing Series. I am Jim Beaver along with Mark Wright. We'll be calling the action today. And Mark, we are here day number 2. We had round number 3 yesterday, and the easiest way to sum up yesterday, I believe, is the word chaotic.
Man, that is a great word to discuss yesterday. It was crazy. On every event that we had yesterday, there was some sort of drama going on. Cars breaking, cars going. Everybody knew that yesterday was that points chase that we were talking about that just got started here mid-season.
Yeah, we definitely got the points chase well underway. Lots of storylines going in today to round number 4. But right now we're going to bring in the third partner in our broadcast team, Tiffany Stone.
Thank you so much, guys. It feels great to be back here for round 4. And like you guys were mentioning earlier, the word of the day was chaotic, but we also had a lot of points battle. We were able to see some new rivalries take place. We were able to see some gaps come together for the point standing. And the big one right here, our leader going into round 3, Chase Carr for the Pro Side-by-Side. He was not here. He was racing a different race. That means when Bo Judge was able to take second in that class, he was able to put a bigger gap in the point standings going in for round 4. Now, today is going to be another great day. The temperatures are a little bit cooler down here. That means the cars and trucks are going to be running at a very, very good temperature. But first, we do need to get things started, and I would like to welcome to the stage Chaplain Steve Hansen from Racers for Christ with today's invocation.
Thanks, Tiffany. Definitely cooler this morning, but the action on the track won't be. But before we get into that, let's pray. Father, we are just excited that we can come out here and enjoy the passions you put in our lives. We just thank you for your forgiveness of us, the going into Christmas season, the birth of your Son, and how he died on the cross for us. And we just grab a hold of that in this time. And, Father, as these guys go out and gals take on this race course, we just pray for their safety, both on the track and off the track as they head home with memories to share and stories to tell. But in all things, Father, we give you glory and praise. In Jesus' name I say, amen.
All right, awesome to have Chappie Steve here, Chaplain Steve Hansen. Racers for Christ does a lot, not just for off-road, but all motorsports across the country. And speaking of the country, I want to get everybody on their feet because we are going to play the greatest song in the entire world, our national anthem. All right, it is time to go racing. Starting off this morning, we've got a gamut of youth racing going to be hitting the track. We're going to kick things off with our 170 production class. And this is one of our biggest classes in the youth divisions, Mark. Yesterday we saw some 15 drivers on track at a time, and I got to tell you, this is actually one of the closest races of the day.
When there are that many people on the track, it doesn't matter what class we have. There is going to be a race ensuing after that. You look out in the class, and we can find immediately who those racers, which ones are hungry, which ones are ready, which ones need those points for the rest of the season. And they're gonna rise to the top here without any hesitation as soon as the flag drops.
Yeah, we're getting the Starstream on board there of Kilgore, who his dad also racing. Going to have the whole family out here today. But, great to see him out there. Great to see the Starstream on one of these. Yesterday we saw the Starstream in some of the fastest classes, and today we're going to get to see it in some of the slower classes. So kind of fun to be able to see the different disciplines we've got out here.
Absolutely. Starstream is going to change the face of off-road racing. I dream of a day that every single car will have Starstream in it so we can actually go down and see what's going on inside of every single car. And I know that is in our future, right around the corner.
Oh, definitely. I believe so. As we're getting some beautiful views of this track here at Firebird Motorsports Park. I know early this morning we're sitting at about 45 degrees. I know temperature's supposed to heat up to 80 degrees today. Yesterday, Mark, let's talk about the track conditions because we were here 2 months ago for rounds 1 and 2. Very, very moisture-filled track, lots of wet. We had some lakes forming. We had one of those monsoon seasons, and it dumped all kinds of water. I mean, it was I can't remember the number, but it was something like like 100,000 gallons of water they pumped out of here, something crazy. But we've got just the opposite this weekend. I mean, this is the traditional Firebird Motorsports Park, short course track, and yesterday things got really racy.
Yeah, December is really weird here in Arizona. It's a different weather, it's a different temperature, it's a different humidity content in the air. But man, the track was lasting pretty much the first half of the entire race yesterday. Kelvin and the boys didn't put any water down, didn't even have to service the track. It is a different race in December here in Arizona for sure. The track conditions, you could still see the water left over from when it was very wet. Just those past few events, rounds 1 and 2. But it makes for an incredible track for here in December racing in Arizona.
Well, I know late in the day yesterday, I dare say it, but we started to get just a touch of blue groove, which I wasn't expecting.
Yeah, it came out of nowhere. I mean, it just literally was not there. The fast guys got out blue groove with 2 laps, into it. The blue groove went all over the course, so blue groove definitely played havoc with some of the drivers and their setup. And today, the later classes are going to have to set the cars up for the blue groove.
Well, and I think yesterday talking with a lot of the drivers after the races, in the pits and things like that, they were saying one of the fun things about yesterday was there multiple race lines, lots of passing opportunities, and instead of becoming a single file, there's only one fast line. There was 2 or 3 fast lines, which made it a very racy track.
Yeah, it was ultimately racy like that, but not a lot of action like we were used to out here at short course. It just wasn't the race that we know. I think everybody is really, really protecting their points and making sure they come out with a strategy and make sure that they hit their marks and do everything as planned.
Well, yeah, obviously we were round 3 yesterday, round 4 today, and the chase for the championship has begun. I think, pro side-by-side, it's been quite the toss-up. We've had different drivers emerge, it seems like every single round is maybe the person to beat. I know pro production, we saw Mia Chapman take a victory there, and you look across the field, though, at the youth classes, we've got to talk about Stetson Wyman, who's having a great season. We're going to see him later on in action today.
Yeah, it's great to see Stetson Wyman. Again, we talk about the pedigrees with all these kids that come from race families. Stetson Wyman, Wade Wyman, a big off-road name, and Stetson keeping that family lineage alive, doing a great job out here in rounds 1 and 2, and backing it up with yesterday's performance. I'm sure he's going to do it again today.
Yeah, we've seen, like I said, Paul O'Brien in the SR1s having a great season. We saw the reemergence of Ryan Denny. She came out of semi-retirement to take home a victory.
Man, they were all proud yesterday. Mark, Ryan's back. We're so glad to hear you talk about it. You just brought up Paul O'Brien. Paul O'Brien, that's why I took a pause right there. Paul O'Brien in the SR1 class, as I said yesterday, and I'm going to say it again today, if he gets out front, nobody's got anything for him. You cannot chase Paul O'Brien down.
No, Paul has definitely been very, very fast, so far this season. And I think, like you said, he's going to be the one to beat. He's the guy with a target on his back. But speaking about having things on your back, we do have quite a bit of championship off-road racing merchandise. We've got our partners at Traders who have come in and designed an entire apparel line. So, we were able to catch up with them earlier on this weekend.
Now, if you guys are on site, make sure to stop by the merchandise booth so you guys can be able to pick up something great for a loved one. They need a last-minute Christmas gift? Don't worry, we've got you covered. Over here, we've got hats, we've got sweatshirts, we've got sunnies. You got a coffee lover? Don't worry, we've got mugs right here. And if you want, while you're here, see these blank hats, you can be able to customize them. Like the girls right behind me, they made their very own customized hats. They picked one out, picked out the different patches. All you got to do is find one that you like. Are you a fan of green? Pick up this one right there. And then pick out your favorite patch. Bring it over to Leah here. She's going to get you set up, and you're going to have the best Christmas gift for a loved one. Make sure you guys come on by and stop over.
And Trader's doing a great job with our merchandise this season. I know, little known fact, I think those two young ladies that were in that feature piece there, all the way from Dartmouth. So I think they may be the spectators that made the longest journey to get here, Mark.
Wow. You know, they were out here yesterday. They were here earliest than any other spectator. They're right out front here. It was great to see them make the commercial. I don't know if they went back and watched it, but I hope they did. And I hope they had their little, claim to fame right there, and they love that spot. I was going to point out, Traders, we've been doing this for so long. You and I have been announcing in all kinds of races and events and things. There is something about Traders. I can't put my finger, I can't explain it other than I've never seen anything like that. They will make you a custom hat. They will put the core logo on the left, the right, the back. They don't even care. I just love everything down there with Traders. I just love the feel, and I love the people down there at Traders.
Getting your Christmas shopping done early, aren't you, Mark?
I'm not kidding, man. They are incredible, and I am so proud to have them here with us at Accor.
Well, and another one of our partners in the series is Liqui Moly, and they've got some fun stuff going on with Traders. So Traders, if you buy any Liqui Moly product this weekend, Traders is going to give you a free beanie. On the Liqui Moly side, if you are a race team and you've got a 170, 200, or 250, you spend $60 in motor oil, you're going to take home some free chain lube. If you've got a UTV Sportsman Pro or Pro class, full-size side-by-side, Liqui Moly, if you buy some motor oil, $60 worth, they're going to throw in some free speed additive. So Liqui Moly's stepping up, got some freebies they're giving away. So whether you're a race team or you just need some oil or lubricants for your side-by-side or your personal vehicle, you can take home some freebies this weekend.
So something just came to mind while you were going down that list. We talk about Liqui Moly, and you think, okay, well, they're just another oil company. Well, you know what? Go over there and check out all the products they had. You talked about a speed additive right there. They've got an octane increaser. They've got that chain lube. They got so many different products that you can use for just your daily riding or anything like that. Make sure you get in to Liqui Moly. And Jim Beaver, we got Liqui Moly. We're very fortunate to have them on.
Yeah, we definitely have fortunate to have them on board, and I know talking with them yesterday, they've got over 4,000 products globally that Liqui Moly produces, so pretty insane. You know what? We were able to catch up with Liqui Moly earlier this weekend.
How are we doing, guys? We are back out at rounds 3 and 4, Chandler, Arizona at the Core Series. Now, talk to you guys a little bit about some of the products that we have. We obviously have our whole team on site to educate you about the Liqui Moly line. And also something that's very cool is Traders is on site as well and has this product available for you guys as racers. So if you want, stop over, see our guys to educate you on the products. We've got everything from side-by-side to some of the automotive stuff. And also, again, get over to Traders because there's a couple race programs that we have with them, so you can pick it up right here on the spot.
Couple of our other partners, we've got Looney Cooling, who also does heating as well as air conditioning, Mark. And I think with the weather we've got going on here today, you almost need both. I mean, we've had the heaters running this morning, and we're probably going to need air conditioners this afternoon because it's supposed to be upwards of 80 degrees. But really excited to have Looney Cooling on board, as well as Cactus Pools. I know Cactus Pools, obviously 80 degrees today. Mark, you going to jump in the pool?
Yeah, I mean, I would. I don't care. Have you met me? But you're dang straight. I would jump in the pool. But, we are actually very lucky to have Cactus Splash on board as well. And, you got to remember, you got to take care of the pool even during the winter months. You got to make sure that everything's perfectly balanced with it. It's not just a summer deal. If it goes green at the winter like a lot of people do, you got to make sure you get Cactus Splash. take care of your pool.
All right, so we've got 170 production. They're going to be on tap first today, our first feature. And here is our R&R Steel point standings. Mark, take us through the points.
Well, Creighton O'Connor doing a great job here, leading with 98 points, just 13 points behind him is Wyatt Bulgarian. And, 13 points may sound like quite a gap, but, that can bridge the gap really quickly. And if you look all the way down to Banks Baden, all the way, the point spread only about 16 points. That's literally one race to get this field switched up to a new leader. Knox Penrod out here. Ryan Jones, a newcomer to this class. Great to have Ryan Jones out here. You can see sitting right there, tied for second place in points, doing a great job here in the 170 production class.
I mean, look at that. First through ninth place, only 16 points separating first through ninth place. We've got a tie for second points, got a tie for fourth in the points, got a tie for sixth in the points, and a tie for eighth in the points. I mean, first through ninth is 16-point separation. 170 production, it is very well up for grabs this season.
Yeah, that's literally one event away from getting you at the top of the points chase, and that's a great thing to look there as you see the graphic. All the way down to Grayson Gentry doing just a fabulous job. And it can literally happen here today. It could be anybody's race.
Yeah, I want to give a shout-out, too. I was watching yesterday. Believe it was Rayleigh Lucas came on strong the second half of the race. So I was watching her, kind of sitting back. Second half of the race kind of came on strong. So one to watch today. But Bryce Tomasi going to be sitting on our pole.
Yeah, this is a class that, we watch it, and sometimes it's uneventful. If somebody gets out front, it's gone. And then me and you are just sitting there talking about the racers and what they do. But if somebody makes a mistake, this is they don't have the caution, the mandatory caution like the faster classes do. So if a driver gets a great start, hits all their marks, they're going to run away with the victory today.
Now we've got the Starstream on board once again of Daxton Kilgore. Yep, that is us as people take a peek on the screen. That is Mark and I sitting up there in the tent. As we've got our Liqui Moly 170 production starting grid. Take us through these rows, Mark.
Here we go. Bryce Tomasi here, starting off in P1 with Maverick Atterbury right next to them in row 1. Row 2, Knox Penrod. Creighton O'Connor in the 911 car in row 2. Row 3, Ryan Jones, the newcomer, coming out here with Jameson Olsen right next to him in row 3. Rylan Schroeder will take row 4 with Steele Hopkins in the number 44 car in row 4.
All right, that brings us to row 5. We've got Wyatt Bulgarian and Rayleigh Lucas sitting there in row number 5. Row number 6 is Brennan Tonelli and Graceland Schuster. In row 7, it's Daxton Kilgore and Xander Kessler and Grayson Gentry. Rounding out row number 8.
Yeah, start is going to be critical right here. You can't fall asleep on the start. Make sure you get everything out of these cars. And we were talking yesterday, this is not a power class. In other words, these cars are not going to accelerate out of the corner with incredible gravity, pinning you to the seat. So the key here is keeping up the momentum, keeping the engine spooled. And these cars, their final drive is a chain. Keeping that chain alive is absolutely critical in this class.
Yeah, as we saw yesterday in some of the youth races, chain actually came into play. I mean, we had some leaders, having chain problems and, losing the lead and having to ultimately not finish the race. So definitely, I don't know if there's a such thing as chain management in 170, especially when you've got these young kids. No. They're not managing much except for the throttle pedal.
Man, I would hope and think that, I've never got to race these or think about this, but man, if you are racing this class, I believe your inset of chain management right there is perfectly on spot. I would imagine that chain has to be perfect here, or the whole race is done just by the loss of a chain.
All right, we're getting a look here at our 170 production class slated for 8 laps. There will be no mandatory competition caution, so 8 laps are going to run this thing wire to wire unless we have an incident out on course. So track position key, especially off the start, because you don't get a second chance at this.
No, if you fall asleep on the starting line, you're just going to watch everybody drive around you.
All right, so we see Pace Vehicle bringing them around.
Love the shots right there. You can see how large the field is, and these kids are ready to do battle, anticipating, sitting here doing, you can see them, everybody saw them back and forth on the steering wheel. You're not really warming tires up. You're literally just antsy, and you're ready to go.
All right, so we got about 1 quarter remaining, and we are going to go green flag racing here, kicking off round number 4 of the Championship Off-Road Racing Series.
I'm getting a sign from Jason that we're going to probably go one more time around here real quick. Give us a little more time to talk about these competitors, and that's that anticipation we're talking about right there. Now we're just going to build it up here, get that energy, let the kids go around one more time. Great shot right there. I can't say enough about Starstream. I really cannot wait. I mean when I say I live for the day that's going to be inside of every single car we have out here.
Yeah. So one more time around, going to give them one more parade lap, another look at it. These young drivers going to be checking out their lines, checking out the track. Obviously going to have some moisture in the track for these 170 production drivers. Line choice is going to be key today.
Yeah, line choice is very important because there's a short way around this track and there's a long way around this track. And if you know anything about motocross or short course racing, unlike flat tracking, you can have the long way can be faster in a flat track. That's not true out here in short course racing. We always talk about it. Inside is always the fastest. That doesn't mean necessarily if you enter the corner, you're going to come out the fastest. That means you might have the right momentum to carry you through to get down the front and back straight away.
All right, we're getting a look there at the 170 production class yet again. So let's put you on the spot here. Give us a few you're looking for in this round. Your dark horse, who you looking for this round? Who do you think's going to run strong?
So this is a hard class to do that with because, experience and everything comes into play with the other classes. But this class, these are the kids. These are the new people getting into it. They're getting their teeth cut. They're doing everything. One name I would love to see out here, Ryan Jones. He's new. He comes from a long pedigree of racers. I mean, the weight on his shoulders right there and Tim Jones and Marty Jones up here in Cord. They work here for course, so I know everybody's going to watch Ryan Jones. But there's a name, everybody here, the Atterbury, Maverick Atterbury from 2X. 2X came out here, and they are not playing this weekend.
Yeah, definitely a couple names to watch. I don't know. I'm going to go all the way back to the 15th position, row number 8, Grayson Gentry, all the way at the back. I think that's going to be an interesting one to watch, Grayson Gentry all the way at the back.
Definitely has the speed, and again, comes from a long pedigree of racers. And, yeah, Grayson Gentry has what it takes. So if Grayson gets a great start, unfortunately, Grayson is in 15th. As we know, if the start is not critical here, they have to wire through the rest of the pack, and it's going to be tough for Grayson Gentry.
All right, so we're going to work our way through this, and there's going to be 1 corner to go, and we are going to officially kick off round number 4 of the Championship Off-Road Racing Series, 170 production, 8 laps slated to go here at Firebird Motorsports Park. Young kids ate their bowl of Lucky Charms this morning, probably crushed a Red Bull, and they're ready to rock and roll, Mark.
I love Lucky Charms, man. It's crazy that I'm 57 years old, and I still love me a bowl of Lucky Charms.
There's nothing wrong with that. There's definitely nothing wrong with that. I'm guilty of the same thing.
I love it. Here we go. We're going to take the green flag this time around. Jim Beaver, I cannot wait. Electricity is literally in the air right now here at Firebird Motorsports Park.
Looks like Tomasi getting the whole shot there. Getting a little challenge from Maverick Atterbury, but Atterbury having to check up.
Yeah, the Atterbury crew, incredibly hard to dethrone out here. So Atterbury's got we were talking about that weight, and Atterbury definitely feeling that tension out there right now.
Yeah, Bryce Tomasi getting a little bit of a gap there in the 20. Big gap already as they go down the ski jump. Going to be scary for the rest of the field. You don't want Tomasi to get a gap like that. It's going to be tough to reel him in. Is Knox all the way to the bottom? Oh, look at that. Whoa. Knox and Atterbury getting into it. Knox trying the slide job on Atterbury, and both of them ended up almost going over.
Yeah, I don't see any fault there. I don't think, again, that was intentional. I don't know if somebody checked up there or they just came in too hot, but doesn't look like a lot of damage to either car, so they're going to be able to resume racing without too much problem.
Yeah, it looked like some cosmetic damage, but almost went over on that one, but not quite.
Yeah, that right there, we're going to see the replay right here. I don't think there was anything too crazy other than misjudging going in. I don't think that Atterbury knew that the 414 car had that line. So both cars come out unscathed. Didn't lose too many places out there, and they're back to racing.
Yep. All right, so right there, looking at the gap Tomasi has over the rest of the field. Just a massive lead at this point.
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm talking about. You get out front here in this class, it's going to be hard for the rest of the field to catch up.
1 lap in, and he's got a 6-second gap over the rest of the field.
6 seconds might as well be a lifetime right there. The rest of the field, they're just sitting back watching him take the checkered flag.
Well, Matt Atterbury, a little punt there. That was on, I don't know who that was.
Well, you know, Jason Ramsey, he always says, man, it's getting spicy. Very first race right out of the gate. Stuff's getting spicy.
Well, it is definitely getting spicy. These kids have got the elbows out this morning.
Atterbury just saying, hey, this is my line. Get out.
That was Klein that he got into. We got Knox down the 414. He was running up there in the top 4 or 5. Got some contact early on, so he dropped back a bit, trying to battle his way back through traffic.
Yeah, that's frustrating in this class. As we said, momentum is key. Position is key. Not a lot of passing room, so something like that happens. Get you out of your groove, get you out of your zone right there, and that can play havoc here for the rest of the race.
Got them working their way through. Here's Klein. Now we're on board with Daxton Kilgore with Starstream on board.
Some things to watch there. If you look on the steering wheel, there is a little piece of what appears to be red tape. Some steering wheels are actually made with that. And all that is telling the driver where straight forward is at. Put that wheel back. Sometimes when you get out there and you get disoriented, you don't know where the steering wheel's at. And sometimes it comes just as you know your car, but it's great to have that little, center right there on the steering wheel sometimes helps you out with knowing where the steering wheel's at, even if it's subconscious.
There's the 208. That is Grayson Gentry, who started all the way at the back, working his way through the traffic. The one I called as one to watch, and he is screaming out there.
Man, I think you called it just right there. You can see him get around O'Connor. Grayson Gentry, that was a safe bet. Good job, Jim.
Well, Gentry, I can't quite remember the problem he had yesterday, but I know he was running strong very, very early and ended up having a problem taking him out of the race. Might have been a chain. I can't remember.
I think, there's a lot of... Yesterday is hard to remember each individual event. There was so much carnage and so much classes. Still a great day of racing yesterday, and I know back in the pits, the points chases are on the line. They were talking about it all night long.
So Gentry moving up into second spot was actually 3 or 4 tenths of a second faster than our leader Tomasi last time by. The unfortunate part for him is no competition caution, so he's going to have to reel in Tomasi, which is going to be a tall tale. It's almost like we need a caution.
Yeah, he's got to drive the wheels off that car right now if it has any chance of getting across the finish line first. And that's quite a gap right there you were talking about. But you did bring it up, started dead last in the field, and you took them all the way to the top.
That is the 2X car of Atterbury there, the 161. Had a little contact early on. See the damage on the front.
These cars pretty tough, though. They have a live axle in the back. You can see it right there perfectly. That means it is one straight axle. They don't have 2 individual CVs they have to worry about, or even the CVs on the front. These are not 4-wheel drive cars. These are 2-wheel drive cars. The engine not much different from your average lawnmower engine, believe it or not. These things base very loosely on the same engine that you would power any other power equipment at your house.
Yeah, especially the 170 production cars. These cars we're going to see in the 250 modifieds and some of the other divisions here with the youth racing coming up, that they're quite a bit faster. This is the very entry-level class, but right now Tomasi looking everything but entry-level in that number 20 car. Absolutely flying out here as he goes down the ski jump.
Yeah, these kids look poised today. They knew they had a job to do. They had to maintain those points. And you look right there, every single race team out there is guarding those points like it's gold.
Big jumps there for the number 20 of Tomasi, currently leading. Last time by, Gentry a full second faster than Tomasi. So Gentry slowly reeling in our leader, but I don't know if he's going to have enough time.
Yeah, a full second to you, maybe nothing out there if you're watching, but a second out here in race time, that might as well be half the track.
Yeah, Gentry trying to get back into things, starting all the way in the back. But right now, that man, Bryce Tomasi, currently leading with a big gap over second place Gentry.
Yeah, that plays a little mental havoc for the rest of the racers out there watching that. That's dominance that we're talking about. And believe it or not, while you're sitting out there, you're racing it, and you're in that car, that mental game comes into play.
Yeah, we got 2 laps to go now. It is Tomasi and Gentry. O'Connor's in a distant third, but Gentry trying to reel in Tomasi. 2 to go. I don't know if he's going to be able to do it. It might take 3 or 4 laps, I believe, or a caution. So right now, Tomasi in the catbird seat to possibly bring this thing home.
Yeah, Tomasi's just got to drive it on home, make sure it makes no mistakes. One slip up right here can hand the lead right over to Gentry.
So Atterbury with a contact earlier dropped back. Now going to be battling with their 2X teammate O'Connor, trying to get around for that third and final podium spot. So right here, this is the battle on track for the final podium spot. It is O'Connor, it is Atterbury with about a lap and a half remaining.
Yeah, Atterbury earlier on in the race had a great run, but unfortunately that little contact, as we saw, that is a big deal. It took Atterbury right out of contention for that podium.
So O'Connor currently leading Atterbury. O'Connor in the third place spot. Atterbury in fourth. Atterbury trying to narrow that gap with about a little over a lap remaining, trying to get on that final podium spot.
Yeah, that's heartbreaking for Atterbury. You know, best seat in the house right there, watching the top 3 just leave.
Looks like slowly reeling it in. I mean, Atterbury with 1 lap to go, almost drawn even with O'Connor.
Yeah, I can see exactly a different line that these cars are going to take. Line choice is critical to keep the momentum up in these cars. I probably can go on record and state brakes. I don't even know if they care if they have brakes on these cars. You can scrub so much speed going into the corners, just holding it down to the wood.
Yep, look at that. Atterbury taking a little bit line outside, dropping to the bottom, narrowing the gap just a hair. As they come down the ski jump, Atterbury all the way to the outside, going to try and get a run on O'Connor. Nothing there quite yet. Narrowed the gap by another half car length through that corner.
And there you can see right there the 2X livery on both of those cars. Great to have 2X out here at Core Racing.
So Atterbury 0.3 of a second faster than O'Connor last time by.
Yeah, just literally 1/10 of a second separating Gentry and Tomasi.
Going back up there, that is the 278. That was Tonelli we got a glimpse of. And look at Atterbury slicing and dicing with a white flag out, trying to get around O'Connor.
Well, here it is. They got to get the job done right now. Only 1 more lap remains, and the rest of the field's going to take the white flag as well. Tomasi, though, I think Tomasi's just going to drive that car right on in here with the victory.
Here's our leader, Tomasi, in the number 20. Got about a half a lap remaining. Trying to get around some lap traffic, though. Lap traffic holding things up. That is Tonelli.
Yeah, that could play havoc, too, if the... Oh, we got a car over. 2 cars.
That is a 921 of Xander Kessler. And I can't see, we just see the underside of the other car.
Yeah, they're in a pretty precarious position right there in turn 5. They're up and over the rest of the field, having to make their way and thread that needle.
Yeah, leader's going to be taking the checker here. That is Tomasi with the checker. Leading that wire-to-wire. Great run by Bryce Tomasi. Kept it clean.
Great performance from Grayson Gentry. Man, you definitely called it. Matt, remind me of this moment right here. If you and I are ever in Vegas, you say, hey, Mark, make that bet, and you tell me what it is, I'm taking it. That was a good call right there. Grayson Gentry weeding away all the way through the pack for a second-place finish. They got to feel good.
Got to feel really good. Going from 15th to 2nd. That is tall tale here in the 170 production class. So get another glimpse of Kilgore.
Yeah, I absolutely love Starstream, and I am absolutely in love with the fact that they put it in the kids' car right now. You know, these kids, you know, they're always shadowing what we have, our big events and things happening out here at Core, or even what we used to do. but it's great right now to see that live track feed without big cameras, big things, big production. Great to see Starstream in that car.
All right, so we're going to have our podium finishers here in our very first race of the day, the 170 production class, and return here to Firebird Motorsports Park and round number 4 of the Championship Off-Road Racing Series.
The Championship Off-Road Racing Series is brought to you by R&R Steel, Tucson's premier steel fabricators and erector. Racer Plus, where the racing never stops. And by Starstream Pro. Stream live video, telemetry, and data from anywhere on the planet.
Yeah, I got that right turn. We're good.
Let's meet up at the compound group up.
At 10-4. Yeah, for sure, dog. Good little driver, straight on through. Let's go, boys. On. Soul is on.
How many Kings have we got racing today? All of them. I got nothing to lose.
As you can see, we've had another beautiful day on the Isle of Man.
We'll do some racing this weekend. It's going to be a blast.
Welcome back to Firebird Motorsports Park and round number 4 of the Championship Off-Road Racing Series. Jim Beaver, Mark Wright in the booth. Just getting things started here. Wrapped up our first race of the day, the 170 production class. And saw one young Bryce Tomasi lead this thing absolutely wire to wire. We had Grayson Gentry coming all the way from the back, charging hard to second place. And this one was very eventful. Lots of bumping, banging. We even had a flip over, Mark. I mean, what a way to start things off with the 170 production class.
Yeah, it was almost like you had a time machine and could come back and predict the future, man. Grayson Gentry coming all the way from the back of the pack, all the way up to second place. Great performance from Grayson Gentry.
As we get a look at our Rugged Radio's 170 production results, it was Bryce Tomasi on top of the box in the number 20. Grayson Gentry in the 208 coming back from last all the way to second place. Rounding out our podium, it was Creighton O'Connor. Maverick Atterbury putting on a great bit of driving there with Creighton O'Connor, but was just narrowly missing the podium.
Yeah, Atterbury was able to keep the 2X alive out there and make sure that they come to let everybody know for the rest of the day 2X is serious about racing.
See all the fans and the family gathering around the 3 podium finishers. Got to feel good for these young kids on a Sunday morning.
Yeah, no matter what, man. This weekend, we talk about racing and what's going on right now, but when you come out here to these tracks, it's literally the weekend of off-road racing, and it's great to see the family and everybody involved out there. They get behind their entry, and they love it, and you can see right there the crowd out there reacting to the 2X of the 911 car.
Well, off-road racing is definitely a lifestyle. I mean, a lot of these families camping out there in the pits and, kids growing up with each other here at the racetrack, and always a good time. It's like old home week when you get a short course race.
Yeah, what's that old expression? A bad day at off-road racing is way better than a great day at work.
Absolutely. As we see some of the drivers getting a little help out of the cars there. Going to get these drivers up, get some podiums here shortly.
Connor Maxwell right there on our feed right there. Connor Maxwell, make sure you keep that car together. I want to see you out there in the racing. Again, rounds 1 and 2, we didn't hear or see a lot from Connor Maxwell. He unfortunately got collected in all that carnage yesterday and was not able to perform out there in the pro side-by-side class. But I'm going to tell you, we were talking about a time machine just a second ago. I'm going out on the time machine and saying Connor Maxwell is going to be hard to beat here at the side-by-side.
Well, speaking of 170 production, we have Tiffany Stone standing by with our podium finishers.
All right, guys, thank you so much. Yes, let's talk to our third place finisher right over here, Creighton O'Connor. Now, Creighton, just want to let you know that heading into round 4, you were points lead. You had a little bit of a gap, and now adding a third place finish just added some more points. We're going into round 5 in February, so this is going to give you a little bit good of a lead. How are you feeling right now?
Good.
Wonderful. Tell me about that race for you and how it went.
I just wanted to get a trophy because it's a long time since I ever got one.
You know, that is the sweetest thing I've ever heard. I love that. Who would you like to thank today?
My mom, 2X Motorsports, the Atterberries, the Lucases, and whoever else works on my car.
Wonderful. Nice job on that, taking the 3rd place spot. Heading over here to the 2nd place spot, Grayson Gentry. Grayson started all the way dead last, but you worked your way up to 2nd. Tell me what happened in round 3, because it seemed like some things were going on with your car, but today everything was flawless for you.
Are you talking about yesterday or today?
Yesterday.
Electrical issues and I broke the engine.
Engine. All right. Well, who would you like to thank? Because I feel like if you would have had another lap or 2, you really would have been able to close that gap. So who would you like to thank today?
My dad, my mom, Little Gang Warrior, Jimmy, Tyler, and my uncle, and my grandma.
Wonderful. Nice job. Going all the way from 15th to 2nd. And taking that top spot in a sweep for round 3 and 4, we have Bryce Tomasi. Talk to me about your day. It's really good to see you out here, especially since you said yesterday was your first podium. Today is another podium for you for round 4.
I feel really good.
How was it out there? Because I know that you had Grayson a little bit. He was closing the gap as soon as we got down to the last few laps. What were you thinking when you were out there?
I was thinking that I just need to drive it harder and keep going and wait till that checkered flag flies.
Wonderful. Who would you like to thank today?
I'd like to thank my mom, my dad, Jimmy, Tyler, Warrior Machinery, Louis Gong, and my entire family in heaven for keeping all of our drivers safe.
Nice job. Well, one more round of applause for your top 3 finishers in 170 production. Back up to you guys.
What a great group of kids there. Great race. Obviously Bryce Tomasi leading the thing wire to wire. Grayson Gentry, a great run from the back. Just all in all, just an awesome podium there with O'Connor in the mix as well. I don't know, youth racing alive and well in the Championship Off-Road Racing Series, Mark.
Flat out, one of the best lines I've ever heard right there. I just wanted to get on top of the box because I wanted a trophy. I haven't had one in a while. I don't think I've ever heard that. What a great line on the podium.
Well, that's it. If you don't give everybody a trophy means something. We'll just go and say it.
That is great, man. I love that line. I definitely miss being on the podium. Tiffany Stone doing a great job down there on the podium.
Yeah, absolutely. Tiffany Stone holding it together for us, Mark. But, up next, obviously, 170 production in the books. We're going to speed things up a bit. We're going to give them a little bit more horsepower, and we're going to move up to the 250 modified division, and here is our R&R Steel point standings.
Brody Klein doing a great job yesterday. Coming out here, we'll be in P1. And then with the points lead at 128, Elliott Brook right behind that with just 5 points off the pace for the championship points. And Murphy McKay always tough in this class. And indeed, the 250s, these cars may look the same as the cars we just saw in 170, but no, a little more horsepower. And you know what? Strategy is still kind of the same. You got to carry the momentum in these cars. And you'll see right there, Elliott Brook will take the inside at P1. Murphy McKay right next to them in P2. And I do believe we have an inversion. Brody Klein and Ryan Jones will take row 2.
I think Brody Klein had a malfunction yesterday.
I believe
that's why it's in the back. I believe.
Yes, indeed. I believe, if I remember correctly, so don't quote me on this one, but I do believe he was the one that lost the chain.
So, regardless, it's going to be a fun race. These things really scream.
Yeah, these cars, you'll see, we were talking about it yesterday. There's not much you can do as far as performance additives. If you look at the cars, they are identical in wheelbase, identical in suspension setup. And that's only because that's the way they were built in production. But things you can change, shock settings, you got to get these shocks just right. And another thing, the kids just have to let their style of driving represent them here in this race.
Yeah, these cars, they're going to be backing it into the corners. line choice, momentum. There's a lot of different things that go into racing these 250 modifieds. We got our pace vehicle bringing them around. This one's going to be slated for 8 laps. And no mandatory competition caution. So hopefully we run this thing wire to wire like we did the previous race, but no mandatory competition caution. 8 laps, and it's going to be Elliott Brook on the pole.
Yeah, indeed. I really want to see Ryan Jones out there get a podium. Ryan Jones been out here again. We were talking about the family, Marty Jones and Tim Jones, up here in the booth with us.
Yep, they're sitting right next door. And, great to see Jones. I mean, Timothy Jones getting his very first career podium yesterday, led a little bit in another class. So definitely a solid day of racing for the Jones family.
It's going to be great, man. And it's incredible to sit here and see that lineage still alive. Ryan, just incredible. Big on character and stature right there, Ryan Jones.
So we're going to be looking for the green flag here in 250 modified. It's going to be Elliott Brook taking us to the line. Hole shot for our pole sitter, Elliott Brook. Diving down low.
Brody Klein trying to get a little dicey down the front straightaway. In that car's back and forth here, trying to choose that line. Letting the rest of the field know Brody Klein came to race.
Yeah, Brody Klein obviously losing that chain yesterday, trying to hunt down Elliott Brook. Doesn't want him to step out and get a gap on the field early on.
Elliott Brook fast all weekend long. So Elliott Brook doing a great weekend of racing.
You got a shot. That's a 16 2X car of Elliott Brook leading. Got Brody Klein in the second spot in the number 18.
Can't say enough about 2X. I hung out with them a little last night. Got to get a little inside information from 2X. It's just great to hear that 2X is so involved in off-road short course racing out here in Arizona for Core.
So it is Brook and Klein 1 and 2.
Man, track prep, and again, I've stated it all weekend long, December in Arizona, there possibly is not ever a better climate, a better season than right now in Arizona. Look at that track. There is not a drop of dust coming off this track.
So running order, it is Brook, it is Klein, it is Murphy McKay, and it is Ryan Jones. That is your running order, 1 through 4. So you get a glimpse there of the number 18. That is Brody Klein in second place, trying to hunt down Elliott Brook.
Yeah, and unfortunately, these kids, they are not going to be able to take the luxury of a competition yellow. They have to lead a wire to wire. Hope that the leader makes a mistake or misses a corner. If not, this is where the race is going to end right here.
Yeah, Brook with a second faster lap than Klein that time by. So Brook commanding lead with a second lap faster. So starting to stretch things out just a bit.
Yeah, I have a feeling that Brook is definitely going to be a long-time off-road racer. We've seen, you mentioned Mia Chapman. I remember when she was this age out here, not quite this young, but I remember when she was young racing these cars coming up, and now look at her, man. Full Red Bull sponsorship. She's out here today and taking the victory yesterday, so hopefully she can repeat it again today. But right now, watching these kids in this class, this is tomorrow's off-road racing future.
It's McKay in the 471, currently in the third spot. Trying to reel in Klein a little bit.
Yeah, McKay, always tough, man. And I have a feeling we were just talking about that, the future of off-road racing. McKay's going to be a tough competitor when he gets older. I guarantee that.
Murphy McKay picking his lines. In a big run off that ski jump.
Some things I notice about the car, if you are looking at the screen right now and you look at the car right there, these cars have I-beam front suspension, and by that, it means there is only one arm controlling the knuckle or the spindle. The spindle sits on it. They are center-mounted beams, and I guess we call them a beam because there's not an LSA, long arm, short arm, bottom control arm, top control arm, allowing the wheel to move in a different geometry. These wheels actually move in a radius, so you'll see them actually point together as they go through their travel. And then in the back, what makes these cars awesome in the back, live axle, just like that in a quad. You can see it right there, a straight axle all the way across. That whole center section where the engine and everything is what sits on the suspension between the body and the engine.
All right, so we're 4 laps in, about halfway home here. It is Brooke, Klein, McKay, and Jones, your running order. There's a glimpse of the number 30 of Ryan Jones.
Ryan Jones and his brother, I know they're going to be long-time short course racers from here on out.
Ryan Jones making that drive down into turn number 1.
Ryan Jones getting a lot of TV time. Good job, Ryan. That's the way to do it. Do whatever you can. Get that TV time in, son. Great job. That's definitely a hey, Mom, did you see me on TV moment right there.
Yeah, Ryan Jones doing a good job out here. Hitting his marks. Running a clean race. Go back up front. That is Elliott Brooke with a lead. Getting hunted down by Brody Klein, but Elliott Brooke a full second faster that time by.
Yeah, great weekend of racing out here for Elliott Brooke. And I know Elliott's going to be happy with another first-place finish here. He can hold it together.
Yeah, Klein's going to have to hope for a mistake at this point by Brooke. I don't know if that mistake's going to come. With about 3 laps remaining, Elliott Brooke been almost perfect out here today.
Looks great, the livery of that car. We talked about it yesterday, blue-white with that green. I don't think I would have ever thought in my head that would be a great combination, but, man, it looks great on screen. That is great livery out there for the Elliott Brooke car.
18 there of Klein.
Klein again, who can say nothing? I love that livery, red, white, and blue.
Looks like making up a little ground as they go into the corners. It just seems like Brooks got a little bit more momentum when they leave the corners.
Makes me wonder if Brooks just taking it easy and driving it home. You know, that's his strategy as well. Protect that lead, protect that, and just kind of make sure you don't damage the car or anything. Just taking it easy and driving it on home.
Oh, look at that. I mean, Klein running almost an identical lap time to Brooke that time. So running the same pace, just too far back to actually make a dent on things.
Yeah, 5/100ths of a second right there. The difference splitting first to second.
Brooke coming down that big ski jump.
Ooh, pretty rough there. The helmet moving quite erratically right there coming off the ski jump.
Going to have 2 to go this next time by. Klein continue to work the angles, trying to do anything he can to narrow the gap to Brooke in the first spot.
Great view of that car and the way it works as it came over the jump here coming into turn 4.
So if you're Klein here, Mark, what do you do? You're a couple seconds back. Got about 2 laps to go. Anything you can do? I mean, you get creative with your line choices, trying to find an extra second here or there?
I mean, the reality is if you're sitting back here in second place in this class, you really got to do everything that you can. Line choice is critical, but you got to make sure that you focus. You know, we think about off-road racing and even the way we drive our cars normally. You know, most people look at the ground right in front of the car. But the reality is you should look way ahead and program what is coming forward. You know this as an off-road racer as well. The farther you can look up and see what's going on, the better you're going to be with what's going on right in front of you. And I think that's exactly what Brody Klein's doing. Keeping the eyes focused on the prize out there, and the prize being Elliott Brooke right now way out front.
Elliott Brooke getting around Ryan Jones there. Some lap traffic. So now he's got an extra vehicle between himself and Klein in the second spot.
Ryan Jones getting that very much needed seat time right here that will prep that racer for the rest of his career.
Well, sometimes you're in a position like Ryan Jones, actually a benefit, because now he gets to see the line choice that Brooke and Klein are taking, a couple of the leaders.
Got to be open to make sure that you are witnessing that, though. See the lines they're taking. Listen to that engine and hear how long they hold that engine on into the corners. And, you know, that back in motocross, that's a lesson you learn right there. The difference between an intermediate and a pro is a pro will brake later and accelerate sooner.
All right, so there's our leader. That is Elliott Brooke in the number 16 car, going down the big ski jump, about a half a lap remaining, trying to bring it home.
Yeah, it looks great out here. I can't say enough about that livery. I think you said it yesterday. It just pops.
It definitely pops. Definitely pops. All right, going over that step up. Works his way through this technical interior section of the track. About 2 corners remaining for Elliott Brook. Going to come home victorious and keep it together.
Great aerial footage out there. That is incredible to see that track and the way it's prepped. You can actually see the difference in the surface from the track to the edge of the track. Just great job. I know Kelvin was up late again making sure this track was perfect for today.
And there it is. Elliott Brook going to bring it home in the 250 modified class. It's going to be Brody Klein bringing it home in the second spot. And if things finish the way they are currently, it's going to be McKay that brings home that third and final podium spot.
Yes, indeed. And again, great experience points out there for every driver out there getting that seat time, much needed seat time. And I think the key here, too, of that seat time we're talking about is just getting to know this track. This track has been almost the same way since its inception out here at Firebird Motorsports Park. And, you know, I was talking about it yesterday. You got to get, and I think I told some of the kids this at after hours, is that you should be able to go around the track with your eyes closed.
All right, so 250 Modifieds have wrapped up, and we're going to take a short commercial break. We come back here to Firebird Motorsports Park. We're going to have our podium finishers here at the Championship Off-Road Racing Series.
The Championship Off-Road Racing Series is brought to you by Liqui Moly, more performance, more driving pleasure. Double E Racing, engineered for performance. And by Weller Racing, when performance matters and winning isn't optional.
Yeah, I got that right turn. We're good. Let's meet up at the compound group F. That's turn 4.
Oh, that jump was huge. Yeah, for sure, dog.
Good, little driver. Straight on through.
Good spot back there.
When it comes to suspension tuning, there's only one name we trust: Double E Racing.
Double E Racing. We help build champions.
And welcome back to a beautiful morning here at Firebird Motorsports Park and round number 4 of the Championship Off-Road Racing Series. Just wrapping up with the 250 Modified Division on a brisk December morning, which it's a brisk December morning. It's going to be a warm December afternoon, Mark.
Weather absolutely perfect out here in December, as we pointed out here racing in Arizona. It definitely is coming to key here, keeping the track together, not a drop of dust here during this whole race.
No, not at all. But we got our podium finishers here in the 250 Modified Division. We're going to catch up with them momentarily as we get a look here at our Rugged Radios 250 Modified results. Take us through this.
Elliott Brook coming out victorious. Brody Klein right there, just 2 seconds off the pace. Murphy McKay with 9 seconds behind. And Ryan Jones getting that much-needed seat time here in this race in the 250 Modified class. Great job, everybody out there.
Yeah, Elliott Brook got out front early, and Brody Klein slowly starting to reel him in, coming from that second row, and just not enough time.
Yeah, I'm glad that Brody Klein had a good day here today, Sunday. You know, that's the way to do it. Get it done yesterday, come back out, come out swinging, get everything taken care of, and make it count for today.
All right, speaking of our podium finishers, we're going to throw it down to Tiffany Stone.
All right, guys, thank you so much. We're going to talk to the 471, Murphy McKay. Now, Murphy, nice job adding some more points. This is the race for the championship. We just finished round 4. How are you feeling right now?
Good.
Wonderful. Tell me about your race.
It's been my fastest lap, and I'm really happy that I'm getting faster and faster.
You are definitely getting faster and faster. It's really seeming like you know exactly what's happening out there. Who would you like to thank today?
My mom, my dad, my uncle, my aunt, my yaya, my grandma, my grandpa, 2X Motorsports, MFR, Cloud Break, and Tucson Equipment Haulers.
Nice job, Murphy McKay. Heading over to our second place spot, Brody Klein. Brody, you're doing a wonderful job taking some notes right here. It seems like you are getting faster and faster as the laps progress. Did you feel that same way?
Yeah.
How was the race for you today?
I was just trying to do my best. I was pinning the pedal to the metal, trying to catch up to Elliott, but didn't get there. Next time I'll get it.
You definitely will. So looking at my notes, too, for round 3 and 4, a nice podium, double podium here for 3 and 4 at Firebird. Who would you like to thank?
My mom, my dad, my sister, Foresters, 2X, Mega Desert, Megatron, and everybody else, and my components.
Wonderful. Nice job. Good sportsmanship there. And taking the top spot, we have the 16 of Elliott Brook. Elliott, back-to-back over here for round 3 and 4. Your smile says everything. Tell me how your race was and who you'd like to thank.
The race was good. Brody was definitely pushing me to be the best driver, and I think I'm pushing him too.
Nice job. And once again, who would you like to thank?
My mom, my dad, my grandma, 2X Motorsports, 518 Designs, the American Legion Post 35, and everyone that supports me.
Nice job. You guys, this is so great. I love seeing how much sportsmanship these little ones have right here. Once again, big congratulations. Top 3 finishers, 250 modified. Back up to you guys.
Yeah, that was a great race there. I mean, obviously, Elliott Brook just hitting the marks and running away with things. And great run by Brody Klein to reel him in there, but just not enough time to make it happen.
If I wasn't sitting here watching this monitor right now and being out here live, I would think that the interviews I just heard on the podium were from a Pro 4 victory right there. If you're out there, guys, you want to learn how to do a podium, those kids right there you've been caught at a clinic. Those kids just put a clinic on the podium.
Yeah, absolutely. Good times, man. We're grooming some of the future stars of the sport here in the Championship Off-Road Racing Series.
Indeed. That was I know I keep saying it, but what a perfect podium.
Yeah, absolutely. So we had 250 modifieds there on track. We are got our youth-filled morning here. We're going to move on next to a 170 limited. And, you know, obviously when we start talking about this, we got our R&R Steel's point standings. I mean, we got a lot of storylines in this one, Mark.
Yeah, Stetson Wyman out front here with 125 points here leading this field. Zeppelin Ledbetter just 12 points behind, and there's Grayson Gentry again. You're going to see a lot of these names clear, you know, throughout the weekend. They're going to race more than one class out here, and Grayson Gentry pulling double duty as well. Finds himself smacked in third place here with 29 points behind our leader, Stetson Wyman. Kason Stowell, great performance yesterday, going to increase those points chase here on Sunday. Braden Lucas within striking distance, only 35 points off Stetson Wyman. So it could be anybody's race. Murphy McKay, just like yesterday, we had to wait for Murphy McKay. Murphy just raced. Murphy's got to make their way back over there, make the changes, and get that car back out here in the 170 Limited.
Yeah, there is a lot to unwrap there. I mean, this points championship is yet to be determined. I mean, we're not even close. I think the one guy to watch, the one with a target on his back, though, it's got to be Stetson Wyman. I mean, Stetson's been very, very strong through 3 rounds of racing.
You know, it's bizarre. We talk about it all the time. This is a class of you got to keep the momentum up. You know, there's not much setup that you can change in the car other than shock and suspension performance and the way these cars handle. There's not a lot you can do to these cars. But Stetson Wyman, for whatever reason, finds all the speed he can out of these cars.
Well, and I think the big thing about him, watching him race, you know, these last 3 rounds, just doesn't make mistakes.
Yeah.
I mean, he hits his marks, and he just stays very consistent, runs clean lines, and I think that's it. I don't know that the car is much faster than anybody else's. I think he's just very precise with everything he does on the track.
Makes me wonder what is Stetson Wyman going to be like if he continues the off-road race. Like, we've heard some of the names out here that have come out. We talked about Connor McMullen yesterday. I didn't get a chance to see him. I'm very certain he was dominant yesterday in Class 1 and the 6100 class out there at the race that's going on this weekend. But it makes me wonder, man, Stetson Wyman, what's in store for his future?
It's the cowboy hat. It's the cowboy hat. Well, if your name's Stetson, you got to wear a cowboy hat.
That's what everybody says, and I love that. His name's Stetson, put that cowboy hat on. I know it makes Kelvin happy. If you look out there on our track, he drives these tractors with his cowboy hat on, firmly on.
Yeah, your name's Stetson. You are a cowboy by default. You've got no options. Yeah, we got to look there. This is a packed field. We've got 16 of these 170 limits going to be hitting the track. 16 of them, and it's a little chaotic, but running pretty clean yesterday.
I need to talk to HMD out of Tempe, the guys that handle all our logos and everything out here. I need them to make me a little spice bottle with core on it, like core pepper or something, so we can say it's about to get spicy.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be entertaining as we've got them all lined up there. Little pre-race jitters, I'm sure, on the grid as we get them gridded up, getting ready to enter the arena here at Firebird Motorsports Park.
Yeah, you really got to get your mental game on sitting right there. I was telling some of the kids last night when I was hanging out with them, man, you got to visualize. I was telling Ryan Jones, visualize going into the corner, visualize accelerating, visualize braking. And I do believe that is what makes a difference here in this class. You visualize it, it has to come to fruition, and we're about to see this unfold here with this packed class.
Yeah, this is an absolute packed class. Getting them on the track here momentarily.
Just waiting again for Murphy McKay. That happens every now and again sometimes in scheduling. These kids want to race as many classes as they can out here in the weekend racing, get their money's worth. And Murphy McKay, you can see him in the background. We're just waiting for them to get in that starting grid.
Yep, it looks like he's getting slotted in there, and we're going to be rolling off here.
All right. Cars are stacked. They're releasing them out here. Will Leslie out there getting those cars stacked up, and the rest of the crew here for core. And Murphy McKay made his way to the grid. Here it is. Getting ready here, the 170 starting roster. With Stetson Wyman, we're talking about at 56. Liquid Molly is bringing this grid to you. Look at that, and it is stacked with Case and Stowell as well. Bryce Tomasi, hearing that name earlier, and Braden Lucas rounding off row 2. Zeppelin Ledbetter with a great weekend so far will be row 3. Right next to Zeppelin will be Brooks Hopkins. Banks Bowden, row 4 with Murphy McKay rounding off row 4.
Moving on to row number 5, it's Grayson Gentry and Mason Delgarian in row number 5. Row number 6, it's Brayton Penrod and Steele Earp. Row number 7, Mason Atterbury and Carter Cadwell. And row number 8 is Madden McCormick and Riley Atterbury.
Love seeing that McCormick name out here. McCormick's tough. Always hard to be out here racing. I've said it before. I've said it a million times. Brian McCormick, the father over there, methodical racer. Gets data, puts everything, and man, when that car comes out here, it is specifically done to exact specifications from Madden, for Madden McCormick.
And that was our Liquid Molly starting grid. Don't forget, all weekend long, make a purchase of Liquid Molly from Traders. You are going to take home a free beanie. And if you purchase $60 in motor oil, you're going to get some free chain lube if you've got a 170, 200, or 250. And if you do the same with a UTV Sportsman Pro Am or Pro Class vehicle, you're going to take home some free speed additive. So Liquid Molly step up in a big way here in the Championship Off-Road Racing Series. Love to have them on board. I know they've stepped in, sponsored a few drivers, and make some of the best lubricants on the planet.
Yeah, I can't say enough about Liquid Molly. They have really stepped it up in the racing fields. Imported from Germany, they are an incredible lubricant. And if you're out there and you're thinking to yourself, it's just an oil, no. Go over there and see how many products Liquid Molly has out here to offer.
All right, so we've got 16 cars on track. This is the 170 limited division, slated at 8 laps. This one will have no mandatory competition caution. So we are going to run this thing wire to wire, hopefully. But with 16 cars, sometimes chaos ensues, and we got to throw that caution.
Yeah, I don't know even what to say about yesterday's round 3. Simply chaotic. And, I thought I was the only one with that sentiment. Nope. Everybody I talked to said, man, I cannot believe how much carnage came out of yesterday's round 3.
Yeah, there was a lot. Top to bottom, pro divisions, youth divisions, sportsman divisions. I mean, there was a lot of bumping and begging. Everybody wanted to end the year out on top, I think, and, a little carnage ensued. But we're keeping it clean so far today for round number 4 of the Championship Off-Road Racing Series here from Firebird Motorsports Park. I am Jim Beaver. Mark right next to me, Tiffany Stone in the pits and on the podium, and we're going to be holding it down for the rest of the day as we are looking for that pace truck or pace vehicle to pull off. It does. We're getting ready to go racing for 8 laps in 170 limited.
So can Stetson Wyman hold off this field and take him into turn 1? We're about to find out when that green flag starts waving.
Looks like Stetson Wyman got a little nose on the field going into turn number 1. It is going to be Wyman with a hole shot.
Yeah, great start from all these. Oh, we got a little bit of a bump there. I was going to just get ready to say clean so far.
We got 2 cars up over. That is the 86, and that is the 101. Mason Bulgarian.
Great job. Both drivers seem to be okay. I don't think that was too crazy of a wreck right there. But there they are. Nonetheless, they are over on their side.
Yeah, we're going to try and get them over before we have to throw the caution. We'll see. We've still got about a half a lap before they get there. Crew's working overtime trying to get them as we go back to our leaders.
Yeah, if you get the whole shot like that, you're unaware of anything that happens there in turn 1 unless your spotter tells you, hey, we got cars over. When you race to the finish line, make sure, a little bit of bike there in the 194 car. But at this point, they're racing back to the finish line, and that's how they do it here when they go full score caution, race to the line, race to the finish to make sure you get your position.
Yeah, we're going to go caution here. Not able to get the cars off track in time. So you're going to get 1 lap in the books. We're going to get everything stacked up and regrouped. We got a race to the line there. Going to see how things line up. We're going to get a replay of this. See everybody coming in to turn number 1.
Everybody clean so far, but you're going to watch it at the tail end of this. Car's getting out of shape right there. That was the Ledbetter car, and Ledbetter tried to get his line back, but it was too much, got right in the way, and you can see the rest. It just broke it down like there, a chain reaction, and unfortunately 2 cars over on their side.
Yeah, that was that's a tough one.
Yeah, sometimes turn 1, that's the race right there we were talking about. You heard me say it, you got to get a good start. And by good start, I mean it is not a good start until you are racing down the back straightaway. And you can see it right there, an exact example of that.
That is a 98 of Murphy McKay. It was Bulgarian and McKay. When it was upside down, the 98 looked like an 86.
It really did.
It looked like an 86.
I saw both me and you scanning our sheets for the 96, and it was Murphy McKay the whole time.
Yeah, so Murphy McKay, Mason Bulgarian, hopefully they can resume. It did look like Rooster Ledbetter kind of got spun around in that, but it looks like he came out unscathed.
This is just from my perspective, so don't hold this against me out there if you're watching this on the replay or anything. It actually, to me, looked like the Ledbetter car was what started the whole thing, and I'm not saying necessarily caused it. I don't think there was any malice from Ledbetter getting back into that line. Unfortunately, there just happened to be a car with too much momentum in there and took the 2 out.
And that's that is Grayson Gentry there in the 208.
That spells disaster right there. Grayson Gentry strong earlier as we saw Grayson work his way through the whole pack like that. And I think he would have had an opportunity to do this now, but it's unfortunate to see him with mechanical problems.
I got the pace vehicle, bringing him around. We're going to try and go back green flag racing here momentarily. This is the 170 limited division. We got a lap in the books. Means there's going to be 7 to go when we resume green flag racing.
Yeah, it's like a double whammy for these kids. They were sitting there on the grid line anticipating the start. Got 1 lap in, and now here they are again, sitting in their car, biting their nails, ready for this race to resume.
Are we going to remain caution? Nope, caution flags are going away, which is a good thing, which means the green flag most likely coming out. See if the pace vehicle pulls off here. We got the green flag ready to go. Pace vehicle is pulling off. No, pace vehicle is not pulling off. Red flag coming out. We're going to regroup everybody.
All right, this is an interesting call right here from Corp. That's safety first. We got to make sure, and we got to make sure racing resumes exactly as it finished.
So, yeah, there was that race back to the yellow flag, and things get changed up. So as we are sitting here, we're going to regroup all of these drivers. And those of you tuning in online, we are going to take a short commercial break. We'll be back when racing resumes here with a 170 limited class, round number 4 of the Championship Off-Road Racing Series.
The Championship Off-Road Racing Series is brought to you by Rugged Radios. From the green flag to the checkered, they keep racers connected, crews informed, and fans closer to the action. HMD Designs, delivering excellence with every project. And by Racer Plus, where the racing never stops.
Yeah, I got that right turn. We're good. Meet up at the compound group up. At 10-4.
Yeah, for sure, dog.
Good, little driver, straight on through.
My name is George Hamill with Starstream Pro. Technology has really given us the opportunity to showcase off-road racing. Now we can go live from any car, anytime on the planet.
The sport needs something like Starstream, and it's here.
To be able to be one of the first people to have it in their trucks is going to be pretty cool, and hopefully this is a great thing for the sport.
This small computer and a GoPro, a couple cables and a Starlink, you can watch all the in-car cameras live.
With Starstream combining to a Starlink network, it's so easy to plug this in. On our short course truck, we actually have it all self-contained. 2 battery packs, 1 powers the Starlink, 1 powers the Starstream. Super easy to take off and put on our desert car later when we leave the track.
It's never been done before at this level. The fact that we're going to be able to be on live TV and they can check in to multiple different drivers within seconds of each other, I think this is going to be a great thing for the sport.
Welcome back here to Firebird Motorsports Park in Chandler, Arizona. Round number 4 of the Championship Off-Road Racing Series. We got a replay of what transpired.
Yeah, 100%. Ledbetter went right over, took the line away from those 2 cars, put Murphy McKay right there in a position to where he had nowhere to go and got collected there. You see the 101 car. The actual rollover of the 101 car was actually an effect from having to dodge the other car, driving up the wall and putting that car over on the side.
Looks like, I know Dolgarian's car should be okay. Looks like the others may be able to resume. I don't know. It's a lot of sorting through things when that happens early on, and then you've got almost a full lap with everybody racing back to the caution. So
it's crazy how a mechanical can come to fruition like that from these cars, you know. Race cars, normally pretty simple. They don't have a lot of the bells and whistles, frills, or anything. Wiring to a minimum, absolutely everything that could cause a problem to an absolute minimum. But every now and again, simple roll like that could be catastrophic for your race weekend. As we see the 222 car now working it out, trying to get that car started.
Yeah, that is Carter Cadwell in the 222. Looks like going to be pulling that one off. Very eventful lap number 1.
Crazy for that. And, you know, in this class, we were talking about it earlier, especially you just want a clean race. And again, I don't think there was any malice of Ledbetter going over into that line, but man, we can see right there just one event can cause everything behind you like that, and we just saw it unfold right in front of us in turn 1.
Yeah, when you've got 16 cars and everybody's vying for that one spot, things happen. It's a racing instant.
That's racing.
So we get a glimpse there of the field. Looks like we're getting ready to possibly start rolling again.
Yeah, sitting there in that view right there from that camera angle, look at how perfect the weather is. Arizona, the only place like this. I am proud to be an Arizonian. I absolutely love Arizona weather in December.
Oh, it absolutely is. What's it, that old song, Weather Outside is Frightful, around Christmas time? Yeah, it is definitely not in Arizona.
Oh, jeez. The Christmas songs, they started too early this year. What do you think?
Oh, I love Christmas music.
Do you really?
Yeah. Christmas music with me, day after Thanksgiving it starts, and it doesn't get turned off until the day after Christmas.
Learning Jim Beaver. I love it. I love learning that about you.
I will say, Tiffany Stone walks up to me. I was sitting in my truck about 7 a.m., our call time, and she walks up. She goes, "Are you listening to Tupac this morning?" And I go,
"Oh, nice."
Yeah, I was like, "Tupac and DMX." She goes, "Really?" And I go, "I'm getting amped up to do some TV today."
X gonna give it to you.
Yeah, it was a DMX and Tupac morning in my truck.
Man, I got some stories about DMX I can tell you about. I sold DMX 8 quads I used to work for Ride Now, and they were called Country Motorsports. I sold DMX 8 quads. He rode them out of there. He didn't put them on a trailer. Him and his buddies.
Did he ride a wheelie out of there is the question.
I can't recall that, but they rode those quads out of the dealership.
I will say Raptors had a thing for Banshees for a while.
They did. We didn't have Banshees back in the day. Lots of Raptors. We sold them every Raptor we had and every Polaris we had because, unfortunately, when a rap star comes in, pays cash for 8 quads, you give them everything we got.
All right, so we are back underway here. 170 limited. We're going to be running 7 laps. We got 1 in the books. We're going to be running 7 laps. Few cars down. Started with 16. I would guesstimate to say we're down to about 14.
Yeah, unfortunate. Mechanical raises its ugly head right here and takes out some of the field out here. But, still lots of competition out here to come here in this racing here that's going to unfold in the 170 limited.
Yeah, we will not have a mandatory competition caution. Leader there, Stetson Wyman. Second place, that is the 194 of Case and Stowell.
I was talking earlier about setup of the car. There's not much you can do with these cars. They got to have the same wheelbase, same length, same width, same everything. And the things you can change, you can run the shock of choice, and you can definitely set it up. Ride height, all kinds of things play into play. Here with the come into play is what I was trying to say there. And you can see a great job of that setup we're talking about. And each car different, but look at the Ledbetter car. Just a little lower, just a little different from the rest of the field.
That really allows him in the corners to really back it in, throw it sideways. You really drive it in hard to the corners to get that lower center of gravity. As our pace vehicle is going to pull off, it's going to be Stetson Wyman bringing us to the green flag. 7 laps to go, 170 limited. And it is out. Look at that. Looks like Stowell getting a little bit of an edge there.
Yeah, let's hope we can get through turn 1 clean right here. Once again, hold your line. There they go. They're doing a great job.
Now Stowell, look at that, the drag race.
Indeed, that's what you want. As I said, get through cleanly in turn 1 and drag race down the back straightaway. This is what sets up the rest of the race.
Stowell just not having the right line to close the deal on Stetson Wyman. Thing we learned there, though, is Stowell's got a car just as fast as Wyman. Look at that, Stowell all the way to the bottom.
Trying to make the track work to their advantage right there, going to the inside. And we got a little bit of rubbing right there.
Got a couple of cars. That is the 99 there of Hopkins.
Yeah, sometimes this happens. This is still open wheel racing. You get a wheel in there between the NERP bar, and you can see both competitors. They're stuck together.
Yeah, we're going to try and get them off course. No rollovers. We'll probably be able to get them pulled out before we go back to come back around, so we won't have to throw the caution. Right now we got Wyman and Stowell 1 and 2. Already gapping the field, stepping out on him. Interesting to see. Stowell's got a little something from Wyman today.
Yeah, that is great to see. Go home, do your homework here in round 3, come out in round 4, and put it all down, and you got to make it work here for Sunday. Stetson Wyman, though, if you're lining up against him, you know you're in for a race.
Yeah, these 2 cars early on, class of the field here, already gapping the rest, but interesting to see. I mean, Stowell all over the rear of Wyman. Wyman hadn't had pressure like this year.
No, Wyman generally gets out front and just enjoys, running his own race.
I'm kind of liking this. I'm liking this. The 194 is Stowell all the way to the bottom. Going to try and put a move on Stetson Wyman. Nothing there. Wyman have to play a little bit of defense for the first time this season.
Yeah, Kaysen Stowell really stepping up here in round 4. Stetson Wyman definitely going to have to make that car as fat as he can go into the corners. Otherwise, Kaysen Stowell will take advantage and go right to the inside.
That's Bodden there, and it looks like we got Rooster Ledbetter.
Love that nickname. I'm the lead singer of an Alice in Chains tribute band, and we sing the song Rooster all the time, so it's all I can do every time you see Rooster to not sing it.
I got the Hype Farm car behind him. Rooster and Hype Farm. You got to love the branding in the 170 class.
That sounds like the sign lineage outside who would just read the signs one after another.
And look at this. We got our battle for the lead. Wyman and Stowell. Stowell still back there all over the back of Wyman. Look at slice and dice and outside, inside.
Yeah, this time Stetson Wyman really going to have to show that he is the dominating factor in this class because he's got his hands full right now with a race with Kaysen Stowell. What a
Stowell all the way to the bottom. Wyman up on top. Wyman slamming the door on Stowell. Stowell had a run going up the ski jump. Wyman cut over, and Stowell had to back out of the gas. So I think Stowell's got a chance to make a pass here.
Yeah, this is where if you're trying to get into off-road racing and watch what happens, this is where you really see that this is a driver's class. They're side by side. I was just getting ready to say that. So line choice is
outside
imperative.
Inside. Look at that Stowell veteran move outside inside even again. You gotta love the 194. All kinds of pressure over Stetson Wyman right now.
And this is a great view from our drone pilot. We are right in the middle of the action.
Now we're gonna have a drag race down the front stretch. I want to get a time split and see who was faster that lap.
Well, there it is, 28 to a 34. That's literally a split second.
Yeah, within 1/10 of a second of each other. That last time by, I mean, Stetson Wyman and Kaysen Stowell lockstep through 4 laps here.
Yeah, I think Stetson Wyman was getting a little complacent out front. Just kind of relax and get it in. Nope, Stetson's got a race.
Yeah, Kaysen Stowell, you're going to have to earn it today, buddy. Kaysen Stowell giving Stetson Wyman all he can handle.
That's awesome. I think that's the way you really want to win a race. You don't want to just get out front and take it on home. I mean, a win's a win, but it's always a better race when you get to shake the hand of the second place and say, hey, dude, great race.
And I got to give these kids a lot of credit. This is a very clean race. I mean, we're seeing some great racecraft. I mean, Stetson Wyman playing defense perfectly. Kaysen Stowell trying outside, inside moves, inside, outside, working all the angles. I mean, you got to love the racecraft here, but, they haven't even touched once yet, and this is a great race.
Yeah, that's all you can ask for out of all competitors. Just make sure you make that pass, make it clean. Sometimes there'll be a little contact, but we know what that contact is.
Stowell, single car incident, hit a rut, went up on the bike, tried to save it into the wall on its side. Oh, just as we say that, Stowell giving Wyman all he could handle, and up and on the side. Caught a glimpse of that. It was just a single car incident.
Man, that's really some bad news right there for the 194 car of Kaysen Stowell.
Yeah, that's rough. As we've got a replay, Kaysen Stowell trying to run down Stetson Wyman, comes in, backs it in, hits a rut, exits stage right, tries to avoid the wall, just grazes the wall up on its side. Car will be fine. Ego's bruised.
Yeah, I think the most hurt thing there for sure was the ego.
And I love that race. About half of this race, I mean, Stetson Wyman and Kaysen Stowell, that was a phenomenal bit of racecraft.
Absolutely. They were matching their lap times, and that's an unfortunate way to get out of the race. That was a very minor error there, and unfortunately took you out of competition right away.
Yeah, track crews gotta love it. Able to get things cleared out before we had to throw a caution flag, so we're staying green, which is not a benefit to the rest of the field because Stetson Wyman is completely checked out now.
Yeah, now we go back to what I was talking about. You don't want to win a race just by checking out. You want to win a race clean, as we were just seeing. Kason Stowell was able to get a wheel in on Stetson, but now Stetson can just kick back. And that they get second place to the Ledbetter car, and you can see it right there on our screen.
There's Ledbetter again. The 747.
Loving that orange livery. I talked about it earlier yesterday. It would appear that orange is making a little bit of a comeback here to off-road racing, and I'd love to see it.
You saying orange is the new black, Mark?
Hey, I see what you did there.
Yeah, Ledbetter, had that incident early on, battled back, now sitting in a podium spot.
Yeah, Stetson Wyman now just showing why he's the dominant factor out here in this Class 170 Limited. Can't wait to see that cowboy hat on the podium talking to Tiffany.
Well, the other driver we haven't talked about much, too, is the 302 of Lucas, Braden Lucas in the third spot. And haven't talked much about him, just been running a very clean race and currently in a podium position.
Well, you can see Lucas right there. Bodden also back there. Atterbury even out there. All these racers are doing a little bit of the damage you can see there on the 124 car of Bodden. That hood coming up doesn't look like it's too big of a factor in slowing the Bodden car down, but you can see the damage nonetheless.
Yeah, Bodden going to work his way through, trying to hunt down Lucas for that final podium spot. Getting a little pressure there from Penrod.
Penrod family having a great weekend of racing thus far. Penrod been running consistently in the top 8 or top 10. And it's great to see Penrod out here at Bodden. Great job. Very aggressive drivers out there from the Bodden crew. And Lucas out there in the 302 now rounding off your top 3.
All right, so white flag is out for our leader. Got one lap to go.
Great shot there. You can actually see the car, the suspension working. But what I was looking at there from that shot is look at Stetson Wyman in that car, fused with that car. That machine and man becoming one right there. You can see Stetson Wyman, why that car is out front.
Yeah, Wyman running a good race. There, going over the step up. Got a couple corners remaining. Try not to make a mistake. Beautiful white and blue car, a little bit of chrome in that livery.
That's a great accent that you pointed that out. That is pretty flashy right there. That blue and white with that chrome accent coming down the front straightaway.
Yeah, going to be about one corner remaining, and it's going to be bringing it home. It is going to be Stetson Wyman bringing it home, keeping the perfect weekend together. Zeppelin Ledbetter going to be in second, looking for our third and final podium finisher. Looks like it's going to be Lucas in the 302, bringing it home in third.
Yeah, Braden enjoyed everything that happened out there. Unfortunate to see Kason Stowell retire early on that race because Kason Stowell was definitely the thorn with Stetson Wyman.
Yeah, Stowell and Wyman having a great race for about a half of this one, and Kason Stowell definitely keeping Stetson Wyman honest.
Stetson Wyman, though, it's simply the rock star of this class.
All right, we've got our 3 podium finishers locked in, and we're going to take a short commercial break. We return here to Firebird Motorsports Park. We're going to have those podium finishers here, round number 4 of the Championship Off-Road Racing Series.
The Championship Off-Road Racing Series is brought to you by R&R Steel, Tucson's premier steel fabricators and erectors. Racer Plus, where the racing never stops. And by Starstream Pro. Stream live video, telemetry, and data from anywhere on the planet.
Yeah, I got that right turn. We're good.
Meet up at the compound group F.
That's 10-4.
Yeah, for sure, dog.
Good, little driver, straight on through.
When it comes to suspension tuning, there's only one name we trust: Double E Racing.
Double E Racing. We help build champions.
And welcome back here to the beautiful Firebird Motorsports Park and a beautiful December morning. I don't know, all things are beautiful, Mark. We're here at the Championship Off-Road Racing Series, and great bit of driving, dare I say beautiful driving by Stetson Wyman in that one.
I mean, it's Christmas season out here in Arizona. The weather's perfect. You see a great shot there, the Gila River Casino out there. And great to have it out here at Firebird Motorsports Park. But yes, indeed, Stetson Wyman, a beautiful performance right there. Led it from wire to wire and was able to get back on top of the box.
Brings us to our Rugged Radio's 170 limited results. As Mark said, Stetson Wyman, top of the box. Zeppelin Ledbetter finishing up in second. Braden Lucas third. Banks Bodden, followed by Brayton Penrod. We had Mason Atterbury, Bryce Tomasi, Grayson Gentry, Murphy McKay, and Kaysen Stowell. Your top 10, Kaysen Stowell. Great run, lots of pressure early on in that one, and had a little bit of an incident there in turn number one and just wasn't able to bring it home. But, man, I mean, Stetson Wyman had his work cut out for him with Kaysen Stowell there for half this race.
Kaysen Stowell was looking strong out there and looked like the only person that had a little something for Stetson Wyman out there in this absolutely stacked class with over 16 cars out there. Kaysen Stowell looked like Kaysen would have been the thorn in the lion's side of Stetson Wyman. You can see him right there taking the victory, and there's that coveted cowboy hat.
There's the cowboy hat, that is for sure. They need to have some Stetson Wyman cowboy hats.
Wow.
I would buy a Stetson Wyman cowboy hat.
I mean, I would too, but I look so funky. When you have funky in a hat like that, when you have a head like me, it's very hard to get that cowboy hat down over the ears. I got the ears that stick out, so that's the problem.
Oh, yeah, we've got our podium finishes there. Fans starting to crowd in, family, everybody amped. These young drivers. I mean, what a race! I mean, what a weekend for Stetson Wyman, though. I mean, he's obviously had his work cut out for him in that one, but weekend sweep.
Yeah, that's all you can ask for from a weekend of racing. We were talking about it being a family affair. Everybody comes out into the camp, they race. But, man, it is always great when you have a plan, you put it down, you get it done, and look at this, top of the box for Stetson Wyman.
Top of the box indeed. And again, those drivers are going to walk their way over, and we're going to get them. I almost love the youth interviews on the podium better than the adult
Absolutely,
pros.
Absolutely, 100%. The kids don't have filters; they just speak it exactly what happened out there. It's like a nuclear reaction that happens over there on the podium, and I love hearing it as well.
Yeah. Well, speaking of nuclear reactions on the podium, let's see if we get one of those nuclear reactions as we throw it down to Tiffany Stone.
Thank you, guys. You are absolutely correct. I enjoy interviewing the youngins over here. Let's start with the number 302, Braden Lucas. Now, Braden, I just want to say a big congratulations. This is your first podium in the Core Series for the season. Tell me about your day.
It was good.
It was good. Who would you like to thank?
My mom, my dad, Robert E. Porter Construction, 2X Motorsports, my mom, my dad, Renegade Fuels, my grandma and grandpa, J. Lucas Motorsports.
And that's it. I love it. Nice job. Congratulations. You started out with a 10th, a 6th, a 4th, and finally getting on the podium for round 4. Nice job. Let's head over here to Zeppelin Ledbetter Rooster. Another podium here for round 4, back-to-back for 3 and 4 for you. How are you feeling right now?
Good.
Who would you like to thank today for such an amazing race?
My family, Andy, Martha Zamora, Atlas Shippleport, and A. the Plumber, and everyone else who let me get on the racetrack.
Wonderful. Nice job, buddy. Just let you know you added some more points as we're going into round 5. So this is a race for the championship. Good job. And taking that top spot, number 56, Stetson Wyman. Stetson, you had an epic first half. I know you were battling back and forth, but you were able to hold it off. Great job on another win. Going into round 5, you're just dominating this class. Who would you like to thank today?
My mom and dad, my pit crew, and my papa and Gigi, and Heart Boys, and Sprocket Specialist, and an XMF.
Wonderful. Well, I don't know if you know this, but there used to be a gentleman in Crandon. He went by Cowboy, and I think the boys up in the booth are going to start calling you Cowboy now because of your hat. We love this. Nice job for everybody over here. Big round of applause. Your top 3 finishers, 170 limited. Back up to you guys.
Well, I will say if a 170 limited was a horse, Stetson Wyman's figured out how to cowboy that horse.
Absolutely, man. He's wrangled that horse and brought it home on top of that box. That's quite the accomplishment.
Yeah, absolutely. I love watching how that one's playing out this season. It's going to be a fun class to watch all season long. Obviously, heading over to Southern California for rounds number 5 and 6 to Glen Helen Raceway in February, Mark. So, chase for the championship is well underway, and really looking forward to this California swing you got coming up next.
Yeah, man, I can't wait for California. That's going to be quite the event here for the Core family. It's going to be incredible, and I anticipate huge crowds, huge participants out there at that race. Firebird, I've been working for Firebird for quite a while, but, man, Glen Helen will forever be my home track.
Yeah, Glen Helen's always going to be fun to watch. That coming up in February. And then we'll move to Victorville and wrap things up back here at our home at Firebird Motorsports Park. So lots of racing yet to come in 2025 and 2026. Speaking of lots of racing to come, we got a lot of racing left today. We're going to move into our 800 Open Division next. Bigger cars, bigger engines, and a lot of excitement.
Yeah, so as the day goes on, you're going to notice if you're out there watching live from the track feed that things are just going to get faster and a little more spicy, as we love to say out here at Core. And this is no shortage right here. It is now the 800 Open, and Addie Atterbury sits well on top there with 83 points. Chloe Hearn in 16 points behind. Record Earp also with 16 tied. And look at that, a tie all the way back from Addie Atterbury. Addie Atterbury is going to have to finish strong here to protect that points lead.
So I caught something on social media, and I don't know that it's 100% correct, but I'm going to shoot from the hip anyways. I believe the reason why Chloe Hearn had a fill-in driver yesterday is she was running in a different series and clinched a championship.
Oh, wow.
So I
was unaware of that.
Yeah, I think she was running in a different series and ran a different car yesterday in another series and won a championship.
I mean, you have to make that choice. If it comes down to a championship, go do you, boo. Make sure you get that championship.
Yeah, so we had Blaine Proctor filling in for her yesterday, I believe. And so I don't know who's in the car today, but that's just a little bit of something I was trying to gather from social media.
Yeah, crazy. I watched them walk through the pits yesterday. I didn't stop them and ask the reason why Chloe wasn't in there, or I'd have a story for you. But good investigative work right there. The social sites nowadays have a way of finding our algorithm and finding the way here so that way you can make that announcement.
Yeah. So, I mean, I think, you start looking at things, obviously, Addie Atterbury, Chloe Hearn, Zeppelin Ledbetter, Wrecker Earp. Addie Atterbury, she was strong yesterday.
Addie Atterbury is simply on fire, and hopefully she'll have a repeat performance out here representing the 2X crew out of Mesa. And, I've talked about the 2X crew all weekend long, but how can you not, man? 2X helping a lot of these participants out here for the weekend of racing. But the one I really want to see, and I can't say it enough, and I've probably said it too much already, but I really hope that Connor Maxwell gets out here for the first race of the season and get around it. Indeed, showing me right there, Chloe Hearn standing on top of the box. Looks like she wrapped up that championship.
Yeah, so congratulations goes out to Chloe. Stoked to have her here in the Championship Off-Road Racing Series as well. But, championship winner there.
What a great shot, Jim. I don't know if you just saw that. The drone slowly going over one of our cameramen here, giving you a little bit of that action. I am simply loving the drone work here this weekend.
Yeah, well, yesterday we had the drones flying in between the cars.
Max is a very talented pilot, and I love seeing him out here.
You don't want a Jim to do that. The drone bill would be atrocious.
I was talking with Max after hours last night, and he was telling me that he's done concerts like where he just flies over, 60,000 people. And I couldn't help but ask the question, have you ever lost a drone into 60,000 people? Do you run out there and make that happen?
Yeah. Well, we've got a lot going on behind the scenes here in the Championship Off-Road Racing Series. A lot of it is about safety, making things better for teams, drivers, the series. One of our partners here in the 2025 and 2026 season is Rugged Radios, and I was able to catch up with them earlier on this weekend and talk about some of the technology they've got with the Nitro B, making things safer for everybody involved. I'm Jim Beaver. We're here at Firebird Motorsports Park for rounds 3 and 4 of the Championship Off-Road Racing Series. We're here at Rugged Radios, one of our big partners in the series. Today we're going to talk a little bit about the Nitro B. One of the cool things that Rugged Radios has brought to the Championship Off-Road Racing Series to help improve communications between the series, the spotters, as well as the drivers. What this piece does is it gives priority communications or priority to the series, so when they relay information to the spotters, it takes precedent over their dialogue with the racers. This is improving communication and safety all around the Championship Off-Road Racing Series, and it's being instituted. All the drivers are going to be running it this weekend. All right, got a glimpse there of our Jones Ford Pace truck getting ready to pull these 800 opens. Almost used a manufacturer term, but they all are Polaris Razors. So.
I mean, yeah, I wasn't going to stop you or correct you on that one because, indeed, sometimes when a manufacturer makes a great product and you got to get their own class, sometimes it's just that manufacturer in this class.
Yeah, 800, one of those interesting things because Polaris, kind of like the RS1, no longer manufacturing it, so it's going to be interesting to kind of see how things work their way out in short course, but still got a great field of them. This has been a great stepping stone class. Obviously, we've seen Addie Atterbury here, and we're going to see her in some other divisions, so it's going to be nice to see how this class can slingshot careers because there's been plenty of drivers that are running in our pro divisions that I don't want to say got their start in this class, but definitely transferred through this class on their way to full-size pro racing.
I mean, that's something very important to address right there is exactly that, back, I would say in the 2008 era, 2009, when these things were kind of making their showing here with like one of the first Razors, breaking away from the UTV. UTV being an actual, farm vehicle, a vehicle that they would use out there on the farm to either pick up a tree or whatever, everything you could use for these. But then once the Rhino came out and people really started modifying them and making them race cars, making them sporting, the whole market shifted right there. And I remember saying as an off-road racing announcer, well, that's just a fad. It'll come and go. But now look at this. Here we are years later, 2025. Fast forward, they're actually still racing these cars that are out of production. And I used to say that side-by-sides were a fad. They're not a fad. They actually define off-road racing nowadays.
Yeah, side-by-sides have taken over both in short course, desert racing. We're even seeing at events like King of the Hammers where, we had a side-by-side take the overall victory. So side-by-sides alive and well in the off-road motorsports space. And really, I don't know that anybody could envision off-road racing moving forward without side-by-sides involved in some capacity, as our 800 Opens are now working their way here to the track at Firebird Motorsports Park, which brings us to our Liqui Moly starting grid. Take us through this, Mark.
It's the 800 Open Liqui Moly lineup here. We got Addie Atterbury, number 66, in P1 on row 1 right next. We don't know who's in the car right now, but the Chloe Hearn car, the 9691, will start right next to Addie. Zeppelin Ledbetter, we've been seeing that name all day in that orange livery HPR car. 747 will start row 2, and Wrecker Earp will wind up this field of 800 Open.
All right, so the Jones Ford Pace Truck, big thank you to Jones Ford for all their involvement in the Championship Off-Road Racing Series, is bringing them around. Going to have about 3/4 of a lap to go before we get back to that green flag. Going to look for that Pace Truck to pull them off. And this one, we're going to be going 10 laps, and we will have a mandatory competition caution. So,
my apologies.
Changes things up a bit from the youth racing we saw earlier. There was shorter race distance and no mandatory competition caution. So a little bit of strategy comes into play.
And again, that's exactly where I was going to cut in and say, man, that mandatory caution, the first one we're going to see here. And strategy does definitely play a big factor here in what do you do here in racing. You play calm and collected in the first lap, you come out swinging on the second lap, you swing out of the box, come race both halves, or you take it easy and be there at the end. That's where strategy really comes into play.
All right, our Pace Truck avoiding the step up.
Got all that truck, and you don't want to at least go over a roller like that. You know, we were talking just a second ago, and you brought up to remind me, we were talking how deep these side-by-sides go. When is it going to end? Robbie Gordon with that new LS-powered tri-drive, if you would say. And what a great design. And when does it end? When does it become not a golf cart-ish car anymore and become an absolute buggy? And I think Robbie Gordon with that new car has something like that.
Yeah, we are getting word. We had somebody step into the booth here. Chloe Hearn is back behind the wheel.
All right.
So she is back, yes. She had a fill-in driver yesterday, but Chloe's back behind the wheel today.
Man, great job, Chloe Hearn. She's really been stepping it up in off-road racing. Her dad, longtime racer from SynFab. And it's great to have Chloe back out here showing her car and what she can do with it.
All right, we're back under green, or I guess going to green, but it's Addie Atterbury with the whole shot. Chloe Hearn in the second spot. Zeppelin, Ledbetter, and Wrecker Earp going to round out our top four.
Yeah, Chloe Hearn, if she wasn't here yesterday, all she can do is watch the footage from yesterday and say, hey, man, my car was pretty fast. So now she gets the chance to repeat the performance from yesterday.
Yeah. Atterbury was bad fast yesterday. Going to be tough to catch up to her, but Chloe Hearn, championship in the back pocket from yesterday in a different series. So she's got to be floating pretty high right now.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, looking great out here. Points are everything. The mid of the season like this, you really got to protect those points if you want to see yourself win the championship at the end of the year.
Yeah, Chloe easing her way back into things. Got Zeppelin Ledbetter trying to chase down, as well as Wrecker Earp. So kind of falling into a single file here on the first lap with Addie Atterbury just gapping the field. Looks about 10 car lengths already.
Man, the 2X crew this weekend simply on fire once again. 2X really stepping everything up, does everything they can. If you see that 2X like you see right there on Addie's car, you can bet you're in for a race.
Yep, Addie having a great run out here. Big winner yesterday. Down the ski jump.
Yeah, these are the 800s. You can drive these cars a little harder, come into a corner a little more aggressive, and come out and accelerate a little sooner. The 800 will put together a great lap here. As we go on from this point on, these cars are simply going to get faster and faster.
There's Chloe Hearn being chased by Zeppelin Ledbetter.
Can always find that Zeppelin Ledbetter out there with that great orange. I've been talking about that livery all weekend long. It's definitely, we were talking about that pop. You look out there on the track, you zoom right in on that orange car, steps out.
Chloe Hearn making her way around the center section of this track. Going to hit the front stretch. Trying to reel in Addie Atterbury. We'll have a mandatory competition caution. You know, and if I remember back, Mark, to rounds 1 and 2, Chloe Hearn always kind of laid up the first half of the race. And then the second half of the race, after the competition caution, she started throwing the hammer down, and she said that was by design.
Yeah, you know, and that's key. How do you do it? You want to make sure that you save the car. You know, we're watching off-road racing and any type of racing. There's always that one person that says, oh, I can do that. I'm really fast. I'm really this and that. But, you know, there's so much more to racing than just getting in the car and mashing it down. There's so much strategy comes into play, and Chloe Hearn definitely has it down packed with the way it works for her.
Yeah, so I would say definitely look at that Hearn car come the second half of this race after the competition caution. Obviously didn't race yesterday. She's probably feeling things out. It's going to give her, 5 laps to kind of get a feel for the track. I think she's going to have some quicker lap times second half of the race.
Man, Chloe definitely, when she first started out here with Corp, you're kind of just watching and you say, hey, she's getting that seat time. She's going to learn the car, learn racing. But now, coming out here in rounds 3 and 4, Chloe Hearn didn't get a race yesterday, but now she gets to put that experience to work here today.
So we got Addie Atterbury checked out on the field right now. A full straightaway gap over second place. Which, from my understanding, is now Zeppelin Ledbetter. We had something happen to Chloe Hearn, so we'll try and see what happened there as we've got Addie Atterbury currently leading.
Yeah, the race right now happening between Wrecker Earp and Chloe Hearn for that third place. Chloe Hearn was able to get the position back down the back straightaway.
There's Zeppelin Ledbetter in the second spot. Addie Atterbury just hitting her marks. There's Chloe Hearn again. Don't know exactly what happened, but dropped back a little bit.
I'm sure Chloe Hearn's going to go back and watch this footage and say, wow, those boys ran out to me quite a bit.
Well, the good news is she's going to have a chance to regroup after this mandatory competition caution, and we'll get everything restacked as we've got Wrecker Earp there trying to chase down Chloe Hearn. Had the position for a minute.
Yeah, and you absolutely cannot allow your competition that position at all, because once it's there, and you can see as we get the 800 open, we're in lap 4. Addie Atterbury out front with Ledbetter in second, and Wrecker Earp now on the overlay in third. But looking out here on the course right now, we actually got it backwards. Chloe Hearn in third, and Earp in fourth at that 598 car.
So Atterbury working her way through this technical interior portion of the track. Hitting her marks. Going to bring us to the halfway point here momentarily.
The 2X car livery right there of Addie Atterbury. Very busy, but you can see it square in the middle of that door. 2X. The main player out there of Addie Atterbury's team.
Atterbury continuing to click off laps. Next time by should bring out the mandatory competition caution, so we're going to regroup everybody. It's Atterbury, Ledbetter, Hearn, Earp, 1, 2, 3, 4.
Great looking race field out here. Chloe Hearn able to get back in the car today. I know it's always incredible to get that championship, and you know what? I don't care. I will race and race and race. If I could race literally every day, I think I would.
Got a shot there, Ledbetter getting a glimpse in the distance when this drone shows behind, but Chloe Hearn reeling in Ledbetter a little bit.
Yeah, Ledbetter with a great performance out here this 800 Open so far. Ledbetter enjoyed that second place, but now the mandatory caution is going to allow Ledbetter to get back up there and see if he has anything for Addie Atterbury in the second half.
Yep, there's Hearn in the third spot. We got Wrecker Earp in the fourth spot. So our current leader, Addie Atterbury, we were able to catch up with her earlier on this weekend.
With Addie Atterbury. Now, Addie, you are points leader in your class right now for the 800 Open. How does it feel to be a point leader going into round 3 and 4?
It feels pretty good.
It feels great. And I know that you're also one of the young ones out here that are racing in 2 different classes. So when you're in the 800 class and youth restricted, what's the main difference from racing each class?
In this one, it's a bit wider next to me. In that one, it's kind of tight.
Which one do you like racing better?
I like my 800.
Your 800. I mean, and with being a points leader right now, with the track, it's a little bit different than what we've seen in round 1 and 2. How do you think it's going to shape up for rounds 3 and 4?
I don't really know yet.
You don't know? Have you done any practicing?
Yeah, I did. It was pretty good, but I did not practice in my 800.
Did not practice in the 800 yet. Well, how do you think the weekend is going to go for you?
Hopefully pretty good.
Hopefully pretty good. Well, you are a lady of few words, but that doesn't mean anything because as soon as she gets behind the wheel, she is out there. We are talking to our current points leader going into round 3, Addie Atterbury.
All right, we're still under mandatory competition caution. Got about 1 turn remaining before we go back to green flag racing. So it's going to be Addie Atterbury bringing us to the green flag. Zeppelin Ledbetter in the 2nd spot. We got Chloe Hearn in the 3rd spot and Wrecker Earp in the 4th spot. So Addie Atterbury checking out on the field that first half. We're going to see if any of these drivers got something on this restart. Back to green. Zeppelin Ledbetter trying to get up next to Addie Atterbury. Chloe Hearn in the mix as well.
Start absolutely critical here as they come into the second half. And Addie Atterbury being very dominant in the first half. She's got to just keep it business as usual and drive it all the way home to the checker flag.
Chloe Hearn looks like she's trying to get a run on Zeppelin Ledbetter.
Yeah, Chloe's come a long way with off-road racing. She's definitely now, competition for these drivers. You can see it right here. And Chloe's getting a lot of TV time. I'm actually ecstatic for that young lady.
Looks like she was looking at a different line all the way to the bottom, trying to get around Zeppelin Ledbetter. They draw even. Addie Atterbury looks like she's got a nose on him. She's got to go to the high line. She's going to drop down. She does. Outside, inside. Veteran move there all the way to the outside. Now going to have to do it the hard way.
Great move. They are wheel to wheel coming into turn 6, coming down the front straightaway. Now it's a drag race. Chloe's going to have to show that car's got the power to make the pass here coming into turn 1.
All the way to the bottom. Zeppelin moving down. Not going to allow her to have it. She's going to have to try and do it again on this backstretch. She's going to try and get a run here coming out of turn number 1. Trying to reel in Zeppelin Ledbetter.
Yeah, she was able to keep that momentum coming out of turn 1, but unfortunately when she straightened out on the straightaway, they were kind of just a drag race and they were dead even down the back straight.
Yeah, it looks like Chloe is definitely faster in the interior section of the course. Zeppelin is faster on the big long straights. We got a replay of the attempted pass.
You can see Atterbury poised with her position coming in here. And she had her line choice, and you'll see the car pull up right next to Ledbetter. And she had to make it stick, but she was not able. There it is again, though, off camera. When we were looking at the replay, she was able to make the pass.
Yeah, so Chloe Hearn getting her around Zeppelin Ledbetter.
Wow, Chloe Hearn must be feeling her championship yesterday. The other series came out here and says, hey, man, I'm a class champ. Let me by.
All the way to the bottom, protecting the inside. Now she's got her sights set on number 1. We've got a replay here of the pass. So Chloe Hearn all the way to the bottom. Looks like Zeppelin Ledbetter leaving the door wide open, and Chloe Hearn just slips right through.
That is exactly textbook pass, as you just said. You open that door right there, and if your competition's there, there's nothing you can do except watch them make the pass.
All right, so now Hearn trying to reel in Addie Atterbury. It looks like Chloe definitely faster the second half of this race. I mean,
you called it.
Addie Atterbury doesn't have the lead that she had the first half of the race, that's for sure.
Yeah, you definitely called it when you said Chloe Hearn, if I remember correctly, from rounds 1 and 2. She's a much faster second half racer. You nailed it. You nailed it perfectly on that call.
That being said, Addie Atterbury, the class of the field today in the number 66, just putting in the work, trying to lead this thing wire to wire. Been a phenomenal race, phenomenal weekend for this young lady.
Yeah, the 2X crew, they don't choose people that'll make it rough for them. They choose people that make it that podium frequently. And Addie Atterbury, definitely a great ambassador for 2X Motorsports.
Right, coming around the interior portion of this track, a few corners remaining. jumping over that step up.
Great action there. You can see everything in that car working, the front suspension, the four-wheel drive, everything in this 800 Open. And Addie Atterbury with absolutely a flawless run here.
Looks like it's going to be one corner remaining here for Addie Atterbury in the number 66. She's going to bring it home with a checkered flag. Addie Atterbury, your winner in 800 Open. It's going to be Chloe Hearn taking home the second spot. Zeppelin Ledbetter going to bring it home with that final third-place podium spot.
You know, I don't want to take anything away from Addie Atterbury. Congratulations on that victory, but wow, what a performance from Chloe Hearn.
Yeah, started off a little slow, came back second half, made the big pass on Zeppelin Ledbetter, and brought home a second-place finish. And we're going to catch up with these podium finishers when we return here to Firebird Motorsports Park and round number 4 of the Championship Off-Road Racing Series.
The Championship Off-Road Racing Series is brought to you by R&R Steel, Tucson's premier steel fabricators and erectors. Racer Plus, where the racing never stops. And by Starstream Pro, stream live video, telemetry, and data from anywhere on the planet.
Yeah, I got that right turn. We're good. Let's meet up at the compound group up. At 10-4.
Yeah, return, dog.
Good, little driver, straight on through.
When it comes to suspension tuning, there's only one name we trust: Double E Racing.
Double E Racing. We help build champions.
And we are back here at Firebird Motorsports Park in round number 4 of the Championship Off-Road Racing Series. Right there, we're getting a glimpse of the number 66 of Addie Atterbury. Big winner on today, big winner on the weekend. Weekend sweep for the number 66, Mark.
Yeah, she's been enjoying a great weekend of racing. We've been talking about racing here. But, yeah, the whole weekend just becomes a lot better when you're on top of the box both days.
Yeah, she absolutely was throwing down, led that one wire to wire. I think she led wire to wire yesterday. Just an absolute perfect weekend here in 800 Open for Addie Atterbury.
Yeah, the driver out there, though, mostly proud is Chloe Hearn, man. She's definitely got her, her start first few times out here at Core, but, man, she is proving that she is now a veteran in this class and got what it takes to reel in Addie Atterbury.
Yeah, came on strong the second half of that race. Ended up second, getting around Zeppelin Ledbetter, which brings us to our Rugged Radio's 800 Open results. Takes through, Mark.
Addie Atterbury on top of that 66 car. She was able to get it done and get those points, and I have a prediction that she might keep this up and become our points champion here for the end of the 2025-26 season. Chloe Hearn, though, the great run there in the 96-91 car, just 6 seconds off the pace. Zeppelin Ledbetter with 11 seconds behind them will round off the top 3, and that is a great 800 Open.
Looks like we've got some of our rock stars getting here on the podium, and with that, we're going to toss it down to Tiffany Stone.
Thank you, guys. Yes, this was an awesome race, and I get to chat with our third-place finisher again, Zeppelin Ledbetter, better known as Rooster. Tell me about this race for you.
Good.
It was good. Who would you like to thank today? Because you just did another podium for round 4.
My family, Andy, Rev 6 Ballard Sports, and Buffers and more.
Wonderful. Nice job putting another points on to your season going into round 5. Going over here to our second-place finisher, Chloe Hearn. Now, Chloe, I know that you weren't here yesterday. Congratulations on clinching another championship. Tell me about round 4 for you, too.
It was an awesome round. I definitely tried my hardest. We made some changes last night so I could try and keep up with Addie, and I feel I could keep up.
You did a phenomenal job, and we always see you come do your own in the second half. So who would you like to thank today?
I would like to thank Rugged Radio's 2X Motorsports, Extreme Machine and Fabrication, SynFab Racing, VP Racing Fuel, Off-Road Vixens, Hoosier Tires, and Double E Racing.
Wonderful. Nice job. Hop up on number 2 for me. And taking that top spot and putting on an absolute clinic today, sweeping rounds 3 and 4, adding some more points to your points lead as we go into round 5 at Glen Helen. Addie Atterbury, tell me about your day.
It was great.
How did it come together for you? Because it seems like wire to wire, as soon as that flag drops all the way to the checker, you know exactly what you're doing.
Yeah, it went pretty good.
It went pretty good. Who would you like to thank for a spectacular weekend here at Firebird?
I'd like to thank my dad for spotting me, 2X Motorsports, Atterbury Motorsports, Roma Venture Company, and my family and friends.
Nice job. Hop up on number 1 for me. One more round of applause for your top 3 finishers in 800 Open. Back up to you guys.
What a great podium that is. The smiles are big. Those smiles are absolutely infectious from those young ladies out there standing on the top 1 and 2 position on that podium, Tiffany. Looking great down there. Coming up next, we got round 4. The youth production is going to be scheduled for 10 laps. And we'll be joined by Jim Beaver back up here once again, but I'll keep things rolling. In the meantime, great looking race out there. I love the finish. Addie Atterbury for the 2X Motorsports. She's going to continue and keep that 2X Motorsports on top of the box. Great racing coming up here. Youth production. Kyle Niner, one of our guys out here that I've been talking about all week, and Harbor McKinney out here as well. It promises to be a great race here with the youth production and no shortage of wow factor coming up next.
Yeah, youth production definitely going to be one of the hotly contested races. Actually, the next few youth races are going to be they're going to be good ones, Mark.
I mean, here it goes. It's Sunday. If you had a bad day yesterday, and you know, we've been calling it carnage, man. Round 4 definitely was, or round 3 rather, coming into round 4 was definitely a day full of carnage. So it's going to be great to see all the drivers that were able to get repaired and back out here. But they will definitely have something to prove today for round 4.
Yeah, so we've got our point standings, our R&R Steel point standings. Big thanks to R&R Steel doing a lot of things behind the scenes for the Championship Off-Road Racing Series. But our point standings for youth production, take us through them, Mark.
Kyle Niner on top in that 999 car. He's got 43 points with Wyatt Schmucker out there with 21. Tatum Forrester, great competitor in third there with 20 points. Hartman McKinney doing great with 14. Evan Atkins up there as well. Rylan Gahn, Vincent Weber, Liam Cadwell, Brianna Gorky, and Declan Shields round off the rest of that field here. And it promises to be very spicy here in this class.
Yeah, it definitely was. Had some great racing yesterday. Obviously, Kyle Niner walking away with the victory. But I will say number 5, Wyatt Schmucker, starting in the back. He gave Kyle Niner a little bit to handle yesterday.
Wow. I mean, both these gentlemen really, really fast and could be on top at any moment with any mistake that either one makes. But I have a feeling today they're going to run a clean race, and they have something to prove coming out of yesterday. If they were not part of the carnage, I know for a fact they went back and watched the footage yesterday and said, wow, the deal here today is to avoid all that and make sure I get on top of the box.
Well, I think Wyatt Schmucker came up and talked to me yesterday after things, and I believe that he's going to be in a backup car today.
Wow. All right. Well, that definitely plays, you know, we talk about race drama or shenanigans, as you said. And, man, having to deal with your backup car, that can play havoc here for your race weekend.
Yeah, absolutely. One to watch coming from the back, but like you said, Kyle Niner, kid has just been on fire so far this season, and going to be interesting to see what the 999 car can put together.
Yeah, you know, Kyle Niner is one of those racers that, you know, in motocross we talk about Ricky Johnson. You know Ricky Johnson. You know, he had that talent. He just had that natural talent. Same thing could be said about Jeremy McGrath and some of those racers. In off-road racing, you know, Rob McCachran, natural, just absolutely natural. One of my favorites, Larry Rossler. What a driver. But you know what? Mr. Natural out here, Kyle Niner, he's just got that raw natural talent that all those racers I just talked about have.
Yeah, absolutely. He's definitely been showing it so far in the 2025-2026 Championship Off-Road Racing season, which brings us to our Liquid Molly starting grid. Row number 1, it is Kyle Niner with Harper McKinney on the outside of row number 1. Row number 2 brings us Evan Atkins and Rylan Gahn. Row number 3, it's Vincent Weber and Tatum Forrester. Tatum was a strong run yesterday as well. Row number 4, it is going to be Wyatt Schmucker.
Yeah, that's a bad position for Wyatt Schmucker to be in. Wyatt's got to work his way through the entire field if he's going to want to get challenging the Kyle Niner car in that 999.
All right, so this one's slated for 10 laps. We'll have a mandatory competition caution at the midway point. This is that Jones Ford Pace Truck brings us around. We're going to have some red-hot racing on this cool winter day. And, if you're feeling a little hot or cold, you ought to call Looney Cooling for all your heating and air conditioning needs. They'll get you dialed in just like they do all of us here at the Championship Off-Road Racing Series.
Yeah, man, we're enjoying some great sponsorships here for 2025-2026. Great bunch of help that we have out here at Core, and we are very fortunate to have everybody on board here for this race season.
All right, Jones Ford Pace Truck bringing us through that interior section of the course. Up and over that step up that becomes a triple for the pro classes.
Up and around there for the Pace Truck.
I would actually love to see the Pace Truck try and take the step up.
I'm down. Let's do it.
I don't know that Jones Ford's down for it, but you and I are.
Hey, what they don't know, we'll keep it just between me and you.
Oh. Airbags are expensive, I know that.
Oh, and it's so funny that you and I have been such in sync all weekend long. I literally am thinking the exact same thing. If I had reckless abandon, I just would have turned to you and said, yeah, if the airbags would let us jump in, let's do it.
There's the number 5 of Wyatt Schmucker. That is a backup car. He didn't have that at the track. Somebody brought it in yesterday after the damage to his car. So we'll see how this thing's set up and how well he does. Jones Ford Pace Truck pulls off. It's going to be Kyle Niner. Bring us the green flag.
Well, I have a feeling Wyatt Schmucker can drive anything that you had him, and you'll see this going into turn 1. Can they get through turn 1 clean? This is where it's mostly critical for the rest of the race. A little bit of rubbing right there between 3rd and 4th position. But all in all, still pretty clean start.
Kyle Niner screaming up the backstretch. Going to see him go full send over the flyaway jump, down the ski jump.
That's exactly why we call it ski jump. You see that right there? Looks like you're lofted all the way down. What a great shot that was.
Great start by Kyle Niner, but the 548 of Harper McKinney trying to make it racy here.
They are definitely spicing up as usual. Tatum Forrester in 3rd place.
Now Forrester making their way through the field up to 3rd. Forrester very strong yesterday. Ended up having a problem, but Forrester giving Kyle Niner at one point all he could handle.
Forrester's a racer's racer, man. It's one you love out there, and he's doing a great job in 3rd place. Smooth as he can. But the 548 car and Kyle Niner and Harper McKinney, they're making it tough for Tatum Forrester.
Big jumps down this stretch. Forrester trying to make a way through traffic.
Yeah, Tatum going backwards here.
That's the number 5 car there of Wyatt Schmucker making his way through the field. Trying to catch up to the leaders.
Yeah, Schmucker has what it takes. The 31 car, Evan Atkins, a veteran in this field as well. Evan Atkins now right in the thick of things. Going to have to step it up if Evan Atkins wants to make the box.
All right, working their way through traffic. Right now, though, it's the 999 Kyle Niner out front. Putting down some heater laps, 2 seconds faster than 2nd place, Tatum Forrester. Oh, there's Wyatt Schmucker parked in the number 5. Not a good weekend for Wyatt Schmucker.
Yeah, we were talking about that car being a backup car. Well, looks like the backup car and getting to know that car didn't play out too well for that program.
Tough break there for Wyatt Schmucker. Don't know the incident that caused that. Kyle Niner out front, though. Tatum Forrester in the second spot. McKinney in the third spot.
Yeah, looks like the pace car is out. Looks like we're going to go full course caution.
Caution going to come out. Take the place of our mandatory competition caution.
Yeah, this is something that they do right here. If there is a caution within a lap or two, within the mandatory caution, if we do it this way and bunch it up, we don't need to have the mandatory. So this will count as the mandatory. And all that simply means is we're going to bunch up, re-rack them, restack them, and get the second half.
All right, so we do have a playback on what happened to Wyatt Schmucker in slow-mo here.
Whoa! Coming into frame, the incident was just out of frame, but you can see him tumbling in the background.
Tough break for Schmucker. I don't think there was any cars around either. May have hooked a rut and just sent it over.
The car leaving on its own power, so that tells me that Wyatt Schmucker's okay. But I have a feeling that the car is going to pull off here because I don't think there's anything left of that car to be competitive here for the second half.
All right, so Schmucker, great seeing driver okay, car relatively okay. Got it looks like a flat on the right front. Car pulled out, or the tire pulled off the bead.
Yeah, that's crazy. That bead lock, you can actually see how the bead lock works there. The bead lock is designed to actually keep the tire on the rim.
And speaking of our leader, Kyle Niner, Tiffany Stone caught up with him earlier on this weekend.
All right, so Kyle, you just got done with practicing. The track is coming together nicely. You have a huge points lead going into round 3 right now. What do you think it's going to take to keep that points lead? You're about 12 over Tatum Forster right now.
It's going to take a lot of consistency and just try and stay in front of them or whatever, but 12 points is a lot, and it feels good to be that far ahead going into the third round, so we're just going to try and keep it for as long as we can.
This class right now, you've got a lot of great up-and-comers. It's the future of the pro classes, pretty much. You guys are the future of side-by-side racing, of short course racing over here. Now, when you go out on the track and you're looking at certain things, what do you really think about when you're out there? Because I know drive style changes based on, starting grids, placement, track conditions. What is important to you?
I'm looking for moisture in the track, trying to find out where the dry spots are versus the wet spots, and if there's any holes in the track or ruts or anything like that, which there's a lot of ruts right now. So hopefully that gets fixed tonight. But that's pretty much all I'm looking for is just water and ruts.
Water and ruts. Well, best of luck going into round 3 here. We are back. And like we've talked about before, rounds 1 and 2, track conditions were a little bit different. There was about 100,000 gallons of water that was pumped out the night before. And I don't know how much moisture you're going to find in that, but we are looking forward to this. Back up to you guys.
Well, Kyle Niner, the one to beat out here, current leader. Points leader, winner yesterday. I mean, all things going very positive for Kyle Niner, Mark.
Yeah, he has a natural ability for him to race. He is one of those very fluid, very calm. I mean, he comes out here, has a mission. He does that mission, he completes it, and finds himself on top of the box very frequently.
All right, so that 999 currently sitting in the first spot, but we're going to see if anybody's got a little something for him. So we got some talented drivers in this field, and I think after this mandatory competition caution, we're gonna see some fireworks.
Well, I mean, any of the drivers out there have the talent and the speed to get him down, but if Kyle Niner is having no problems with that car and he makes all his marks, it's going to be hard for the rest of this field to catch him. He is a natural in this class. He does a great job. You talk with him, and he literally is cool as a cucumber. He is just an incredible racer, and you can see him right there with the visor open. I mean, just looking at that shot right there, it's almost like it just is flowing out of how calm he is.
Yeah, Tatum Forrester in the second spot yesterday was able to run the pace of Kyle Niner. Ended up having some problems dropping back. Started towards the back of the field today in this class based on the finishing position yesterday. But now that battle through traffic, sitting in second, things are regrouped. I think Tatum Forrester is going to make this a race.
And he sure can do it, man. Tatum Forrester is solid and consistent all weekend long. Let's see if we got that race happening here in the second half as we get the green flag.
Yep, Jones Ford Pace Truck pulling off. It's going to be Kyle Niner bringing us to the green flag. And look at that, Tatum Forrester all the way to the outside, looking outside, inside on Kyle Niner. Two of them already checking out on the rest of the field.
Yeah, you can see it extending right there down the back straightaway as they come into turn 2.
Forrester down to the bottom, nothing there. Niner holding his line, up and over the ski jump.
Every one of these racers doing a great job, man, keeping it clean out of turn 2, over the ski jump. And they're all within a bumper's reach of each other, so looking great.
So it's Niner and Forrester, 1 and 2. Niner starting to get a little bit of a lead over Forrester. Forrester not dropping back too far, though.
I love the word that we've been using all weekend long about the clinic. Kyle Niner right now definitely doing a clinic on what you want to do from wire to wire.
Well, and that's the thing. Forrester very, very fast, but it's almost like there's going to have to be a mistake. There's going to have to be a door open. There's going to have to be a bobble for Forrester to be able to step through that door and get around Niner. And Niner is so good, he just doesn't make those mistakes.
Yeah, very rarely do you see Kyle Niner misses marks. One thing he is capable of doing, though, if those marks, for whatever reason, have been missed, he has that composure to get back in the race, put his head down, and get back on top.
Here we got the battle in the mid-pack. That's a 5:48 of McKinney. This is for the third and final podium spot. 31 there, getting pressure from Atkins. Atkins trying to get around McKinney. 45 of Weber in there as well.
Yeah, both Weber and McKinney, they got some racing experience underneath them, and it shows right here as you see the battle here happening back behind our leaders.
They come down the front stretch. Niner still currently leading. Had about a second quicker lap than Tatum Forrester that last time by. McKinney a second back on the lap time from Forrester. So it's Niner, Forrester, McKinney, 1, 2, 3. Atkins, Weber gone, and Schmucker, who had to exit stage right after the incident earlier, in the 7th spot.
Yeah, unfortunate break for Wyatt Schmucker with that flat tire, keeping him out of contention. I don't think Wyatt hurt that car too bad, other than pulling that tire off that bead, and that's absolutely exact opposite of what you want to do in short course racing.
All right, 5:48 there, McKinney. Working their way through the middle in the 3rd spot. Trying to chase down Forrester for that 2nd spot. Big jump there. Weber all over the back of the 31 of Atkins. This is for the 4th spot.
Evan Atkins. They haven't been talking about Evan too much this weekend, but no slouch right there. Evan Atkins definitely has what it takes to gun down our leaders. But right now, those leaders are out front. Tatum Forrester doing a great job, but I think this is pretty much, barring no problems, this is where we're going to remain right here.
Yeah, Atkins there in the 31 getting a lot of pressure from Weber. He's out front with Kyle Niner. Big gap over Forrester in the 2nd spot now.
Man, it just shows that smoothness we've been talking about all this race with Kyle Niner. As the yellow comes out, I guess we deemed it necessary to do one more, even though we'd had earlier on caution. It would appear that this is the mandatory caution.
And all of the fans out here in attendance, we've got our merchandise program with Traders, a lot of custom merchandise and a lot of great things going on there, a lot of stuff specific to this event. So right now we're going to toss it down to Tiffany Stone, who caught up with our friends at Traders earlier on this weekend.
Now, if you guys are on site, make sure to stop by the merchandise booth so you guys can be able to pick up something great for a loved one. They need a last-minute Christmas gift? Don't worry, we've got you covered. Over here, we've got hats, we've got sweatshirts, we've got sunnies. You got a coffee lover? Don't worry, we've got mugs right here. And if you want, while you're here, see these blank hats, you can be able to customize them. Like the girls right behind me, they made their very own customized hats. They picked one out, picked out the different patches. All you got to do is find one that you like. Are you a fan of green? Pick up this one right there. And then pick out your favorite patch. Bring it over to Leah here. She's going to get you set up, and you're going to have the best Christmas gift for a loved one. Make sure you guys come on by and stop over.
And we've got our mandatory competition caution underway. The Jones Ford Pace Truck pulling them around. Kyle Niner, Tatum Forrester, 1 and 2.
Yeah, I had mentioned earlier that competition, the yellow that we flew earlier was going to be the competition yellow included. But indeed, it happened too early in the race, so we had to do it again. The mandatory caution, bunch them back up. So now this is absolutely the second half of this race, and it still is up for grabs.
All right, so does Kyle Niner. Tatum Forster all the way to the bottom, trying to make a pass early. Doesn't want Niner to step out on the field like he did earlier. McKinney in that third spot. Atkins, Weber gone.
Well, now this is where the students can put together what they got for the second half in this clinic of Kyle Niner so far, just running away with it.
Yeah, Niner run clean. Forster all the way to the bottom. Nothing there. Big jumps over the step up. McKinney there in the third spot, holding off a little pressure from Atkins in the 31.
Visually, though, still a great-looking race out there. The race is happening behind our two leaders. McKinney and Atkins, they've been on each other's heels this entire race. And yet another caution. Oh, wow.
I believe that is a Schmucker in the 5. Must have came back out on course just to be pulled off again.
The damage is done on the same side of that car. Makes me wonder if the earlier incident, they were able to put the tire back on the car, but then come right back out here. And what it looks to me like, you can see the hub is still on the car. You can see the brakes are still on the car. It would appear that those lugs just simply sheared off on the rear of that car.
Yeah, so this is right before the big ski jump out of turn number 2. So we are going to get Wyatt Schmucker pulled off the racing line, and we're going to zoom racing here. This is youth restricted 10 laps, or excuse me, youth production slated for 10 laps. We got youth restricted up next. And then following youth restricted, it will be youth side-by-side.
Man, these classes, everyone you just mentioned, just stepping up in speed. It's going to be an incredible second half here in round 4. Something like 18 pro side-by-sides yesterday, 17. Just a crazy number. A lot of cars out here on this track going that fast.
There's a lot of cars going that fast out here. There's the Jones Ford's Pace Truck bringing Kyle Niner around, and as well as the rest of the field. Niner, Forrester, McKinney, top 3.
Yeah, Kyle Niner, I mean, can't say enough about him. I've called him, Mr. Smooth, just so natural at what he does out here behind the wheel of that car. It just shows the flow. I compared him to some of the biggest names in off-road racing, and I compare it because of that driving style that is so smooth.
All right, and we are back to green flag racing. Kyle Niner, Tatum Forrester, Harper McKinney, 1, 2, 3. Forrester all over the back of Niner, trying to make something happen.
They look great going down the back straightaway. You can see the cars almost evenly matched here as they come into turn 2. Again, even though this class is faster, again, this class is still a driver's class.
Yeah, Niner. Looks like Forrester fall in the same line. So Niner, Forrester, McKinney, Atkins, Weber gone. Running order.
Yeah, visually a great looking race out here. These competitors, lots of respect for each other, but they are fighting. They're dicing it up for that position, but I just don't think they're going to be able to gun down our leader, Kyle Niner.
No, Kyle Niner running a flawless race thus far. Big jump there. Going to have another lap to go. White flag should be out next time by. So Kyle Niner continues to gap the field.
You know, thus far in my announcing career, Jim, I didn't get to tell you this yesterday, but I've never had a partner like you that I can bounce off like we do. I think it's incredible the way you and do it. You and I do it. I was watching it, and I just love it. I can't remember anybody, but one of the people I had up here that were really good at bouncing off me was Kyle Niner. Kyle Niner was up here helping me call the races, and man, it's simply magic. And you know, if he doesn't have a career in racing, he would again. Got up here on the microphone, just was a natural on the microphone. He was incredible.
Yeah, definitely a talented kid in many different aspects. Right now we got the 548, though. That is McKinney getting a lot of pressure from Weber. Last lap here. It's for the final podium spot. Oh! Big spin. Looks like that was Weber in the 45 trying to get around McKinney. Nothing there. Going to take him out of podium contention.
Yeah, that's a tough break right there. Turn 3 will come up and bite you just like that. We were talking about it. Everything was smooth and fluid until turn 3 came around and bit you.
It was all good until it wasn't. But the one person it's been good for all day is that man right there, Kyle Niner, the 999, taking home the victory. Tatum Forrester, hard-fought second-place finish, and it's going to be Harper McKinney with another podium on the weekend in the 548.
You know, sometimes you really don't want to watch a race be like this because you just have a driver that just runs away with it. Doesn't make it, but man, it got spicy right there on that last lap. We got the replay coming up.
Yeah, we get a glimpse here. This is Weber all the way to the inside. That is Harper McKinney on the outside. Diving down to the bottom, slide in, and just spun out. A little too hot.
Yeah, we just got to get chalked that up to a racing incident. Tried to make the move. Came in too hot, turn 3. You can't do that with turn 3. Of all the corners on this course, you come in fast at turn 1, you come in fast at turn 2, but turn 3 does not allow you to come in fast. If you are not set for turn 3, that's the result right there.
All right, with that being said, we do have our top 3 solidified, and we're going to come back with some interviews when we return here to round number 4 of the Championship Off-Road Racing Series from Firebird Motorsports Park.
The Championship Off-Road Racing Series is brought to you by Liqui Moly, more performance, more driving pleasure. Double E Racing, engineered for performance. And by Weller Racing, when performance matters and winning isn't optional.
My name is George Hamill with Starstream Pro. Technology has really given us the opportunity to showcase off-road racing. Now we can go live from any car, anytime on the planet.
The sport needs something like Starstream, and it's here.
To be able to be one of the first people to have it in their trucks is going to be pretty cool, and hopefully this is a great thing for the sport.
This small computer and a GoPro, a couple cables and a Starlink, you can watch all the in-car cameras live.
With Starstream combining to a Starlink network, it's so easy to plug this in. On our short course truck, we actually have it all self-contained. 2 battery packs, 1 powers the Starlink, 1 powers the Starstream. super easy to take off and put on our desert car later when we leave the track.
It's never been done before at this level. The fact that we're going to be able to be on live TV and they can check in to multiple different drivers within seconds of each other, I think it's just going to be a great thing for the sport.
Let's go, boys.
How many Kings have we got racing today? All of them.
Pals.
We got nothing to lose.
As you can see, we've had another beautiful day on the Isle of Man.
We'll do some racing this weekend. It's going to be a blast.
Welcome back to Firebird Motorsports Park, round number 4 of the Championship Off-Road Racing Series. Youth production just getting wrapped up, and it sounds like we're running ahead of time. We got Tiffany Stone standing by.
Thank you so much, guys. Yes, we are going to talk to our third place finisher over here, Harper McKinney. Now, double podium here for rounds 3 and 4. Adding a little bit more points for the season. This is the race for the championship. Going into round 5 when we head to Glen Helen on February. How are you feeling right now?
Good. My adrenaline, it's like after that competition in yellow, it's just everything's so like crowded. But I'm excited.
Well, it's good to have you up here. Who would you like to thank today?
My mom, my dad, my brother, my grandparents, Alco for powder coating my car, and then Sneaky for dialing me in this weekend.
Nice job. Hop up on number 3 for me. Congratulations. Heading over here to Tatum Forrester. Tatum, nice job. All the way from 6th to 2nd, adding some more points on for the championship. Tell me about your day for round 4.
Yesterday I had a little bit of trouble with the car, so I wasn't able to get the best position. And today I just knew I had to be on it and work through the pack. So first lap and second lap, I kind of did that and got up to Kyle. And he's fast. He was pulling me, but it was a good race.
Nice job on here. Like I said, keep adding some points as we go into round 5. Who would you like to thank?
I want to thank my mom, my dad, all my friends and family that come out to support the Schmuckers, 2X, 518 Designs, Economy Plumbing, Lone Star Performance, Rugged Radios, UPR Racing Supply, and I think that's it.
Nice job. Hop up on number 2 for me. And taking the top spot, once again, the 999, Kyle Niner. You are 4 for 4 as we head into round 5. Adding some more points, giving yourself a little bit bigger of a gap. Walk me through how this weekend at Firebird was for you.
It was phenomenal. I mean, that's between this season and last season, that's 6 wins in a row, 3 sweeps in a row. So I'm feeling really good right now. It's a great weekend.
Well, we always say that consistency breeds confidence, and you can definitely see it in your drive style. Who would you like to thank today?
I'd like to thank my mom, my dad, Sneaky Tunes, Hurley Motorsports, JG Racing, Kinetic, my photographer, Henry, Oliver Golding, for spotting me today, all my friends and family, and anybody else I forgot. Thank you guys so much.
Nice job. Hop up on number 1 right over here. Top 3 again for youth production. Big round of applause. Back up to you guys.
Great season so far by Kyle Niner. Perfect on the season. 4 for 4 mark. Got the perfect season going into the rounds of Glen Helen.
You know, being a racer and being the announcer out here going back and forth with what I've done in my life, I absolutely love my core family, and I become fans of them, and it's hard to separate the family and my fandom. But man, with Kyle Niner, it's easy. I am a definite fan of Kyle Niner.
Well, talking about being a definite fan, I'm a definite fan of good racing, which brings us to our R&R Steel Youth Restricted Point standings, and it was some great racing yesterday, and we're going to have some great racing today. Looking at these R&R Steel point standings, Ryder Greco out front with 136 points, 17 points back, Crew Hart. Then we've got Ryder Forrester, 34 points back, Jackson Cotter, 38 back, BJ Hawthorne, Timothy Jones. I got to give a little shout-out to him for taking his first podium ever yesterday.
Now, that grid right there, that lineup and points look just like a who's who of racing, and I mean that to a T. An entire field of names that have, and again, I think I said the exact same thing yesterday. Any one of these could be on top of the box.
Which brings us to our Liquid Molly starting grid. Take us through these drivers, Mark.
Ryder Greco's going to start in row 1. He's got that P1 inside, but right next to him, Crew Hart is going to have something to say about that P1. Timothy Jones with a great performance yesterday will start in the 3rd place right there in row 2. Jackson Cotter right next to him. That's a who's who, one of the names I was talking about. Leaf Herb in row 3 with BJ Hawthorne right next to him in the car number 72. Triton Lawrence, 210, and Ryder Forrester round off row 4.
All right, then in row number 5, it's Hudson McCormick and Blaine Proctor. Row number 6, Addie Atterbury and Maggie Flores. And row number 7, it is Brayton Penrod, Liam Cadwell, and Nixon McCormick rounding things out. And row number 8.
Brayton Penrod, I've just got to mention out here, doing a great job keeping that name fresh for the weekend. It's great to see the 245 of Brayton Penrod, and I bet we're going to see some fireworks out of him.
Yeah, we're going to see fireworks all around. Some very, very fast drivers in this youth restricted class. Great racing yesterday.
Man, I love seeing the Cotter car back out here to Corb with a little bit of a break. The Cotters racing everything right now, and I'm very proud of that team and Jerry and everybody over there. So I'm great. I am grateful to see that lime green Cotter car out there.
Jones Ford Pace Truck bringing them around. It's going to be Ryder Greco and Crew Hart taking us to the green flag. Got about 2 corners remaining before we see that green flag. See that Jones Ford Pace Truck peel off.
Haven't really talked about them all weekend long, but Ryder Greco and the entire Greco family, man, they are family racers. And you can expect, if you see that Greco on the side of a car out there, you're in for a race.
All right, looking for that Pace Truck to pull off. Looks like Pace Truck pulling up, and he is pulling off to the right, which means we are going to get a green flag here momentarily. It's going to be Ryder Greco and Crew Hart, row number 1, bringing us to the green flag.
Yeah, they're coming down, getting in through turn 1. It's going to be the most important here thing going down as we go green.
Crew Hart all the way to the outside. Nothing there. Having to slot into second. Jackson Cotter there in the 3rd spot.
All cars through turn 1 cleanly, and now they got to repeat it here going into turn 2 before the field starts to spread out. And already we got a car 245.
That's Brayton Penrod with a big spin early on. He's going to get turned around. It's running order right now. It's Greco, Hart, Jackson Cotter.
Yeah, it's a tough break with another spin out coming over the ski jump.
All right, here's the replay from turn number 1. Comes in, looks like he just got into the back of somebody. Nope. Nowhere to go. Just some racing incidents there. Just a lot of people in a small amount of space in turn number 1. Go up to the front. It's Greco and Hart 1 and 2, just like we started.
Yeah, a little bit of a chain reaction there. A lot of cars were checking up. They, as you said, nowhere to go. And from there caused that chain reaction. And all cars apparently came out unscathed as they're back out and back into competition.
So out front, Ryder Greco starting to get a little bit of a gap over Crew Hart in the 2nd spot. Jackson Cotter trying to reel in Crew Hart for that 2nd spot. Timothy Jones there in the number 3, working his way through, sitting in the top 5.
Yeah, great performance from Timothy Jones. And enjoying a great weekend of racing there and getting that seat time. You know, fairly a new racer out here in the big dogs. But it's great having Timothy Jones out here and chasing down these field. And he's holding his own out here as he's mid-pack.
Oh, up. What a save. No. Man, that was Timothy Jones, just as we said that. Almost saved it, Mark.
I'm sure this one's going to be a good one for the replay. Looks like he's okay. Quite a tumble, but I think he's going to be okay on that one.
Yeah, that was a tough one. Just looked like he hit a rut sideways, popped it up, got on the bike, saved it, went the other way, and it popped over the other way.
And here it is.
All right, so we're going to see him go into this corner. Looks like he gets up on the bike, turns into it just like he should, but it whipped the other way and just slight slow rollover. That car's going to be just fine.
Yeah, that car unloaded as he came back around. Indeed, you are correct. He, again, we're going to say it, he did what he's supposed to do. But when he got that car back over, that car just jounced, and it had enough jounce to push the car back the other direction.
Well, I will say he went about as far on a bike over as you possibly can and still save it. I mean, the window almost touched the ground, and he brought it back. So,
hey, you're a race car driver. I've been there. I'm certain you've been there. I've even been there. I've only put a race car on its slid once. It happened right here at Firebird when we had the track over there with Whiplash. And Zach McKinley built the track, and I went right up the inside and put that truck right over on this roof. And, yeah, it's crazy when you get a car over, like you said, almost hit the window. It's crazy to look out that window and see that crowd on their driver's side.
All right, so we got him flipped over. We got the pace truck bringing us around. Taking the scenic route around.
Yeah.
All right, so got another angle here. Coming in.
Oh,
so he goes
wow.
up and over, saves it, and then just gets whipped the other way and does a barrel roll.
Yeah.
Very light damage to the car.
Yeah, it looked really violent in real time, but watching it in slow motion there, you're like, yeah, he's okay.
All right, so pace truck taking him around the scenic route here. We got the caution flags out still.
The scenic route, I like that.
Scenic route around the interstate there.
I was going to say the scenic of the interstate. I do love seeing that. It makes it for the racetrack like right here in the middle of this, semi-urban area, and we got the cars in the background there. I always wonder, always, how many wrecks have happened from people watching the racing from the interstate as they drive by at 60, 70 miles an hour.
Yeah, I've seen semi-trucks pull over on the interstate and just watch for a while.
Oh, I'm guilty of it. See, us race car drivers, we always think we're better drivers than the regular drivers.
Well, and as we sit here under this caution flag, we did catch up with our leader, Ryder Greco, earlier on this weekend.
So when we talk about having a great day during practice, and that practice pretty much sets you up for a great race, we're going to talk to Ryder. Now, Ryder, you just told me that you ran your fastest lap ever. That's going to be a great thing. Look at that smile. I love it. When you do something like that, how does that really translate into rounds 3 and 4 for you?
Just try to do it during the race and keep doing it, especially in qualifying, to try to get out front early.
Well, I did have a chance to talk to your brother as well, and he said sometimes he likes being out front. He likes setting the pace, but it reverses if he's not having that great of a day. He lets somebody get out there. Is that the same for you? Do you want to be chased, or do you like being the one where you're chasing somebody down?
I just want to be in front. I don't care what it takes. I just try to get fastest lap a lot because I like being in front. I like being fast. And I'm better in the front because I can't really follow. But, yeah.
Well, let's talk about this one thing right here. You and your brother both have this dad's wallet. Who came up with that idea?
That was actually 518 Designs. They thought of that, and then my dad loaded it because that's what supports this. So, yeah.
I love that. Well, your dad's got to be super happy that you got the fastest lap. That means that you are putting in the time. You are going to be a person that they definitely want to check out for rounds 3 and 4.
And we are getting ready to go green flag racing here. Well, yet again with Youth Restricted. Ryder Greco taking us to the green flag. Hart all over the back of Greco.
A little bit of a checkup there from Crew Hart. And that's all right. Hopefully it doesn't cost it. And indeed, Cotter now to the inside, going down the back straightaway. Was able to make the pass, but can he make it stick here in turn 2? Crew Hart, very tough to pass.
Yeah, look at that. Oh, and Hart getting bumped. He's back to 4th, 2nd to 4th for Hart. Hawthorne getting around Hart as well.
Hart left the door wide open in turn 2, so he just reached in as well.
Yeah, not something you often see out of Crew Hart. Oh, yeah. Another car dead in the water there, kind of. That looks like Forrester.
Yeah, you can see that livery. That definitely tells me that that's Ryder Forrester. And that car not very happy right now.
So Greco going to bring us around to complete that lap. It's going to be Jackson Cotter in the 2nd spot.
We're going to see that replay right here. Jackson Cotter to the inside of that field. And yeah, we're witnessing the rollover here, the 695. No wonder why that car is going slow. I didn't even see that tumble happen.
Yeah, I did a front flip off of the ski jump.
Somebody needs to tell Forrester this isn't the X Games. No front flips.
Cotter getting a little pressure put on now by Hawthorne. Hart trying to battle back in. There's a 210 of Lawrence pulling into the pit.
Yeah, no flat seam there and no immediate. Looks like nothing's wrong with that car, so maybe there's something else going on that we're unaware of here.
Either that or the 210 just got pushed out. I don't quite know what happened there.
Oh. We
black
got
flag.
A black flag for that. I'm wondering if that has to do with the Forrester incident.
All right, so black flag. We're going to get a little clarification when we can, but we do have a black flag out on course on the 737 of McCormick.
Wow.
So McCormick in the top 5 now going to be parked.
That's an unfortunate turn of events for the McCormick car and 12 West crew.
All right, so right there out front, Ryder Greco, that has not changed. 151 currently leading, been there since the beginning, just clicking off laps. We're at about the midway point here.
Yeah, Ryder Greco poised to get this race wire to wire, Andy. Barring no mistakes, it is going to be a wire to wire lead for Ryder Greco.
Cotter now into the second spot. Running a very clean race in the 611.
Yeah, it is great to see Cotter back into racing action here. But all he can do right now is watch Ryder Greco put the clinic on for this race. Ryder Greco has definitely found the short way around this track.
Greco now looks like there's Hart, the number 36, trying to battle back. Lost a few positions early on. Number 72, that is Hawthorne.
Yeah.
Hart trying to find his way back to a podium spot.
Yeah, Crew Hart, though, with that mistake earlier, opening the door in turn 2 and 2 cars get around him. Now he's paying for it.
All right, we got the mandatory competition caution coming out now.
This is where your strategy comes into play right here. Did you run all the way hot from the beginning, or do you pick it up for the second half? We're going to find out who stuck to that theory, and we'll see if anybody was laying low just to see how it was going to fit out, and then, bang, let's see if they're going to race at home here in the second half.
All right, so we got the Jones Ford Pace truck out on track, and we are going to get everybody grouped up and re-racked and restacked. And we are going to cut to a short break real quick that has a feature with one of our great partners here in the Championship Off-Road Racing Series, Liqui Moly.
How we doing, guys? We are back out at rounds 3 and 4, Chandler, Arizona at the Core Series. Now, talk to you guys a little bit about some of the products that we have. We obviously have our whole team on site to educate you about the Liqui Moly line, and also something that's very cool is Traders is on site as well and has this product available for you guys as racers. So if you want, stop over, see our guys to educate you on the products. We've got everything from side-by-side to some of the automotive stuff. And also, again, get over to Traders because there's a couple race programs that we have with them, so you can pick it up right here on the spot.
And Liquid Moly, one of our great partners here for 2025 and 2026. Got all kinds of great specials going as well. For any of the 170, 200, or 250 classes, $60 in motor oil gets you some free chain lube. And same thing for Sportsman Pro and Pro classes. Spend $60 on motor oil. You're going to get some speed additive. Not only that, make any purchase today from Traders, and you are going to take home a free beanie.
Hey, that beanie's pretty awesome, man. I'm not going to lie. I want to leave here with one of those. I might just buy something with Liquid Moly to make sure I get one of those beanies.
And we are Green Flag Racing. Ryder Greco out front. Jackson Cotter in the second spot. Hawthorne in the third.
Yeah, this gives Cotter an opportunity now. Can he make a pass? He's gunning for it in turn 2. But Greco able to hold on. They're side by side over the ski jump, with Greco with a slight advantage coming into turn 3.
Yeah, I got about 3 laps remaining, and Hawthorne going to make it racy here with Greco. Going to make Greco earn this one.
Yeah, Hawthorne, a little bit of a mistake coming out of turn 3, allowed to close the gap with him and Crewhart.
All right, so Jackson Cotter all the way to the bottom, still looking to get around Greco. So we got that battle with Hawthorne and Hart for the third spot.
Yeah, Cotter definitely putting the pressure on our leader. Pretty much he's been free the whole race, and man, if the gap keeps increasing right now down the front straightaway, Cotter's going to have nothing more for Greco.
Yep, Hart to the outside of Hawthorne, nothing there. Hart just seems to be a little bit off pace today.
Yeah, man, and that I wondered if that mistake he made in watching those cars pedal around him, I wonder if that did a little, getting his feng shui, his race sway out of sync.
Yeah, you got Jackson Cotter here trying to chase down our leader, Ryder Greco. And he has been all over the back since his restart of Greco, just nothing there.
Goes back to exactly what I was saying, man. Now we're about to find out which car was saving it for the second half. Well, that man would apparently be the Cotter car of Jackson Cotter.
Yeah, Cotter in lockstep with Greco. Greco early on was checking out on the field, thought it was going to be a one-car race. Jackson Cotter says, wait a minute.
Hold my... I'm not going to say that.
Hold my soda pop.
Hold my soda pop. I'm glad you caught that.
So Cotter now drifting around, trying to chase down Greco. Greco now with about a car length lead.
And the caution comes out once again. We got a car over. That's the Lawrence car, the 210 car over. And I'm trying to see right here in turn 5. And Lawrence looks like they're all right. They're moving around okay. Yeah, the crew not going too crazy to make sure, so I'm sure that young driver of Lawrence is okay.
Yeah, it looks like he's moving around in there. Going to get it pulled over. It's a 210 of Lawrence.
Yeah, sometimes we're capable of doing the replay, but unfortunately this happened back in the mid-pack. The cameras were all on the front there. We had a battle shaping up in the leaders between Jackson Cotter and Ryder Greco, so this Lawrence car was able to get over on its side off camera, so we don't have a replay of that. Doesn't look like any damage to that car, and I didn't actually see it happen. It was over here literally directly behind my monitor, so unfortunately I don't have a story for the car other than us looking over and seeing that car over on its side. So, man, Jim Beaver, I was talking about it. These kids, who's going to come back strong in the second half? And, man, oh, man, Jackson Cotter stepped up in a big way to try to take on Ryder Greco.
Yeah, Jackson Cotter definitely has stepped up in a big way. We're going to have, looks like a shootout here at the finish, maybe a one-lap shootout or a green-white checker. So we will get confirmation on what it's going to be. But I think Ryder Greco is going to have his hands full with Jackson Cotter.
Yeah, Jackson Cotter on fire this second half. What a field out there as they come across our starting line. Still, with all the carnage thus far, we've still got a lot of competition out here left in the second half.
All right, so we're going to bring him around for another lap. Hopefully go back to green flag racing after this one.
Great to have the Jones Ford out here in our pace vehicle out here on these faster classes. If you guys make your way down through Wickenburg, you drive by it every time you go through there. And I go up there quite a bit. And I drive by it, and they are an awesome package out here to be with Core. Lots of other sponsors we have out here. HMD out of Tempe, making us look so good. All our livery that we have on us from HMD. It's great to have them out here.
All right, see the cars working their way around from the Jones Ford pace truck. Going to be Ryder Greco out front, Jackson Cotter in the second spot.
And a great run in the number 3 of BJ Hawthorne. Been there the whole race, so these two drivers in front of him better keep it clean, or there is no doubt in my mind BJ Hawthorne would take advantage of a slip-up or a miscue by either of the two drivers in front of him.
Yeah, Crew Hart sitting back there in 4th spot, too. Another heavy hitter in the top 5.
Yeah, Crew Hart smells that blood that we're talking about from those 3 drivers in the front. And, yeah, again, you don't want to make a mistake in front of Crew Hart either. He will definitely capitalize on your error.
Yeah, it looks like Liam Cadwell making his way up into the top 5 as well. So, great group of racers here as Pace Truck continue to pull them around. Got about 2 corners remaining before we're going to go back to green flag racing.
Well, in our little bit of a glimpse right there in the back of the field, Timothy Jones, our 3rd place finisher yesterday, well back off today's pace. So, wondering if there's a story there, if he's just having an off day here in round 4.
Well, I had that flip earlier, so it probably took a little out of him. As the Jones Ford pace truck pulls off, Ryder Greco going to be taking us to green, be watching that bright yellow car, Jackson Cotter. Been all over the back of Ryder Greco the last lap.
I have a feeling Cotter's going to step out here once that green flag and those cars pull up. And just like I said, he stepped out to the outside, but he got right back in line as they all get through turn 1. Our leaders get through turn 1 cleanly.
So down the back stretch, it is Ryder Greco leading us into turn number 2. Jackson Cotter sliding in behind, trying to make a pass. Nothing there. Going to try and get a run over the big ski jump down into turn number 3.
Crew Hart trying everything he can to reel in BJ Hawthorne, but BJ Hawthorne ain't having it.
Now BJ Hawthorne got his sights set on the 2nd spot there of Jackson Cotter.
The Hart car getting a little upset over the step-up. He didn't clear it cleanly, but he was able to get that car back to straight and didn't lose any positions. But, man, what a rough ride over the step-up for Crew Hart.
Yeah, so Greco, Cotter 1 and 2.
This is where you get into trouble, giving Greco that lead like that, especially on the last flag. That's not the right thing to do with Carson Greco because he will check out.
Yeah. Ryder Greco out front. It is Jackson Cotter in the 2nd spot. Right there, that is the battle for the 3rd spot. Hawthorne and Hart. Hart doing all he can. Got half a lap remaining to try and get around onto the podium.
2 very drastic different styles going into turn 2 there. But BJ Hawthorne making it work to his advantage coming into turn 3.
Hart to the bottom. Looks like he may have an edge there.
A drag race coming into turn 4.
Oh, look at that. Hawthorne drives it in, cuts him off, squares off the corner.
Textbook short course move right there, guarding the inside. He's got to do it again or Crew Hart will sneak in just like that.
Hart's got the speed. It looks like he might be trying an outside-inside. He's all the way to the bottom. Started outside. He's going to drift to the outside now. Trying to make a run down to the checker flag. It is Greco taking the win. Cotter, and it will be Hawthorne with the 3rd spot.
Hawthorne with his hands off the wheel coming across the finish line. He knows that was a well-earned 3rd place.
He definitely earned that one. That was a wild finish there. But Ryder Greco, with all the carnage and chaos behind him, stayed out front early on and never looked back. We're going to come and dissect things with Tiffany Stone and our podium finishers when we turn here to round number 4 at Firebird Motorsports Park of the Championship Off-Road Racing Series.
The Championship Off-Road Racing Series is brought to you by Rugged Radios, From the green flag to the checkered, they keep racers connected, crews informed, and fans closer to the action. HMD Designs, delivering excellence with every project. And by Racer Plus, where the racing never stops.
You ain't seen nothing yet.
Yeah, I got that right turn. We're good.
Let's meet up at the compound group up.
That's turn 4. Oh, that jump was huge. Yeah, for sure, dog. Good, little driver, straight on through.
You ain't seen nothing yet.
When it comes to suspension tuning, there's only one name we trust: Double E Racing.
Double E Racing. We help build champions.
Welcome back to Championship Off-Road Racing. We're the Championship Off-Road Racing Series here from Firebird Motorsports Park. Round number 4, just wrapping up with the Youth Restricted race. And Youth Restricted, Mark, that one was very, very eventful.
Yeah, Carson Grego got out front, so he just ran away with it, but the real battle was happening behind him. Jackson Cotter was able to capitalize on an early mistake by Crewhart. Crewhart opened the door and let both Jackson Cotter and BJ Hawthorne in for that second and third place, respectively. So I know Crewhart's over there scratching his head. But from that point on, it was a great race behind our leaders.
Yeah, it brings us to our Rugged Radios Youth Restricted results. Ryder Greco with the top spot, Jackson Cotter a little over a second behind him. And then, we had some amazing racing behind that as well. But speaking of amazing racing, we got Tiffany Stone standing by with our podium finishers.
Thank you guys so much. Yes, let's talk to our third place finisher, BJ Hawthorne. Nice job out there. Talk to me about it, because this is your second podium of the season, rounding out here at Firebird for rounds 1 through 4. Tell me how you felt.
It felt great. Crew just slipped up a little bit. Me and Jackson just slipped by.
Well, we were talking about that. Everybody says you make sure to capitalize on the mistake. Drive all the way to the checker. That's exactly what you did. Talk to me about who you would like to thank for today's podium in round 4.
My dad, Hurley Motorsports, my family, and that's pretty much it.
Awesome. Nice job on taking that third place finish. Heading over here to the 611 of Jackson Cotter. Now, Jackson, this is your first podium of the season. Now, you put a little pressure on Greco over here at 151. Tell me what your spot was telling you, because we did have a few full course yellows. You had that comp yellow, but you had to keep it all together.
So my dad pretty much said stay on his bumper for almost the whole race, but try not to bump him, because I'll probably get black flagged.
Well, you guys drove a clean race. We could definitely see that throughout the entire start to finish. Who would you like to thank today?
My mom, my dad, my sister, John Pacheco, Gates Belt, Pep, and everyone else who helps me out.
Nice job. First podium of the season for Core. I love that. Congratulations. And we're talking to the 151 of Ryder Greco over here. Now, Ryder, I'm actually going to have you hop down. You're a little taller than I expected. You're 4 for 4 for the season, adding a little bit more points. We had a chance to talk before rounds 3 and 4, and you just said you enjoy being out front, and we could definitely see that. A lot of carnage was happening behind you. Walk me through your perspective on how you were able to get the checker, especially because going in that last few laps, it was a green, a white, a checker, and you had to keep your head into the game.
Just try to keep the wheels down. Finish. I was trying to run a fast lap, but always got to keep the wheels down. Can't win if you don't finish, so.
Well, we always talk about that. Nice job out here. Going into round 5, you put a little bit of a cushion between you and second, especially with the point standings. Who would you like to thank today?
My mom, my dad, Bryson and Jacob, EVP Mode, R&R Steel, Parker, Kirky, SRI, SPA, and 518 Designs.
Nice job on this. Once again, congratulations. Top 3 finishers here for Youth Restricted. Back up to you guys.
Thanks a lot, Tiffany, and great race all around for those podium finishers. Ryder Greco, I mean, a race like that's got so much stuff happening in the back, it's best to be out front like he was. Kept his nose clean the whole time and stayed out of it and let it wire to wire.
Yeah, he was completely unaware of the things that were going on behind him. He was out front enjoying the clean air, and he ran his own race. And that's sometimes in itself hard to do as well because you're your own worst enemy. You don't know how far to push it or how far to not to push it. But he did a great job putting it all together there for the end.
He absolutely did do a good job of putting it together there for the end. So we got one race left before our intermission and wrap up our youth-filled morning. But now we're bringing the fastest cars in the youth classes, youth side-by-side to the track. This one, we have some of the future stars of the sport. I would argue to say some current stars of the sport going to be in action right here in youth side-by-side.
Well, you saw Crew Hart just a second ago. Cash Hart this time is going to be out here. And you know what? It is definitely in that lineage. The Hart crew and Cash will definitely, if they come out to race, you're definitely going to have your hands full. Mikey Childress. We know about Mikey Childress. His dad, we talk about that lineage all the time. His dad, an off-road racing legend in his own right. And Cody Krantz from the Midwest coming out and representing the boys from back east.
Well, and you've got Brenna Gorky and Rylan Gahn there in the points as well. Running out of that Collin Motorsports camp out of Las Vegas. I mean, what can you say about the Gahns, the Gorkys, and, obviously Collins Motorsports, iconic. All 3 families have been around the sport of off-road for decades. Just really cool to see them running out here in the Championship Off-Road Racing Series out of Las Vegas. You had mentioned, the Krantzes, Bikeman Performance, coming out of the Midwest, electing this season not to run snowmobile races and come out and stay in the dirt. I got to appreciate that.
I mean, well, you and I being out here in Arizona, desert racing is our king. But the reality is when you're back there in Crandon and every place out there, snowmobiles is by far the king. Everybody has a snowmobile more than they have a bike out there.
Yeah, which brings us to our Liquid Molly starting grid for youth side-by-side. Row number 1, points leader Mikey Childress, Cash Hart in the second spot. Row number 2, it's Cody Krantz out of Minnesota, Rylan Gahn in the 4th spot. Then we've got to have Brenna Gorky and Declan Shields, row number 3, and Banks Bodden rounding out row number 4.
Yeah, we haven't talked about blue eyes right there. Declan Shields, and man, he's got the most vivid blue eyes. They almost look fake. But, man, he is quite the challenger out there as well. Declan Shields has what it takes. He's got the car. He's got the racing family. He's got the pedigree, and he can get it done as well.
Jones Ford Pace Truck bringing him around. When we go green flag racing, it's going to be Mikey Childress with the pole. Mikey Childress and Cash Hart, they've had great battles so far this year.
Yeah, I mean, yesterday was a great race, too. Lots of things unfolding yesterday. It was the day of carnage. So far, carnage has been to a minimum, so I don't want to jinx it here. But, yeah, right now, Cash Hart, Mikey Childress, I have a feeling this is going to be the race to watch so far.
Definitely going to be a good one. Both those drivers have a chance to check out on the field, and generally it's a 2-car race. But Cody Krantz, this is going to be his 4th time racing here. Obviously he had 3 rounds previous, with the Championship Off-Road Racing Series. It's going to be his 4th race, and I think he's getting faster and faster every race. He's figuring out this track, the nuances of it. They're figuring out the car, and he's got quicker every single round.
I mean, he really has, and that's exactly what you want from off-road racing. Get that seat time, get that learner curve, and then implement it all with the last day, and I have a feeling they have it. They're going around one more? All right. Looks like they're going to come around one more. What I just saw from Mikey Childress. Mike Childress, Mikey's dad.
That's weird for me because I've always known the dad is Mikey Childress.
Right.
Now he's Mike, and I'm like, he's always going to be Mikey to me.
I just said that, and it was weird. I was like, whoa. I've always said Mikey Childress.
Can't have the son stealing the dad's name.
Mikey and Mikey, yeah. That now that we're saying it, that's.
So Childress in the 84 there, going to be taking us to the green on that Jones Ford Pace truck. Got Cash Hart. It gives these drivers really, especially the ones up front, they're getting a chance to look at this track and look at the lines and really see where the groove is forming, the different ruts, where it's dried out more, where there might be more traction, where the marbles are. So you give them this extra lap, and you've got the veteran drivers like the two we've got up front. They're really going to be looking at, things under a microscope on this second time by.
Well, Mikey just drifted it around in turn 2. He did it on the first lap, too. That car just drifted around so easily. A little bit of throttle, and that car just came around. So that goes back to that car control we were just talking about that he's been learning. So taking advantage of the sight lap like this, that's actually a good thing to do to see how slippery the track is at speed.
We also have to, give a shout out there to Rylan Gaughan and Brennan Gorky. We've seen the two, entries there. They've got quicker and quicker each round as well, kind of like Cody Krantz. You're seeing there Rylan Gaughan starting in the 4th spot, so he's kind of worked his way up and getting quicker every round also. Yeah,
I was wanting to spotlight Cody Krantz right there because coming out here, this isn't their sandbox, so they came out here playing ours, and it's great to have them out here. So, you kind of feel like the odd man out, but Cody Krantz doing a great job holding up that Midwest spirit.
Well, one of the big things is the difference in short course racing here in the Southwest versus the Midwest. Our tracks tend to be a little bit tighter and more technical. Longer runs generally in the Midwest with some very, very long straights. So it's a different style of driving for short course in the Midwest versus out here on the West Coast.
I couldn't agree more, man. I've had the luxury of going there, and it's incredible. Green flag flies. They got to get through turn 1. Cody Krantz on the outside. Woo! We were just talking about it. Mikey Childress with a great outside in move to take that line away from Cody Krantz, but Cody Krantz didn't lift.
Cody Krantz just absolutely sticking his nose in there from the second row. Obviously ended up biting him, but you got to give the kid credit. That took some guts to try and pull that move.
For sure. But right now, Mikey Childress out front early as they come into turn 3. He's got Crew Hart right behind him. And at 9:34 of Declan Shields. But haven't been able to really talk or hear from Declan all weekend long. And there it is, great action. Whoa! From our drone, nearly hitting the number 2 car of Cash Hart.
So Hart really up on the bumper there at Childress. Childress getting a little loose, and Hart able to narrow the gap. So they come in front of the grandstands here, end up lap number 1.
Childress back in that car into turn 1
for Hart. Must be very slick out there.
Yeah, Childress was able to get that car to come around perfectly, but Crew Hart a little loose there coming into turn 1.
So Childress, Hart, 1, 2, Shields, 3rd place.
Yeah, Declan Shields, this is the performance we've been looking for from him all weekend long. And it looks like he's either got a new car or they just didn't do the livery. He usually has a great livery on that car. It'd be safe to say that they got a brand new car.
Yeah, there you go. Hart just drifting way wide on a few of these corners, ceding a lot of real estate to Childress.
Well, we were talking about those lessons learned. It looks like Mikey Childress is now taking the test, and he's coming through with a straight A.
All right, got him drifted through there. Up and over the ski jump. Childress and Hart both running some very wide lines.
Yeah, I'm wondering if that's a strategy or if that's what they chose to do for this race. Declan having a hard time negotiating that corner right there. He was on the binders all the way through that corner. I'm wondering if these boys are dealing with a slippery track.
Yeah, you can see the moisture in some of the areas. It's definitely a slicker track than yesterday. Yesterday, things were starting to dry out. It also stayed colder here longer today.
Yeah, you can see the moisture of the ground right there. Mikey Childress trying to carry that speed, but you got to be cautious. You go into turn 1 too hot like that and slide out, that can end the race for you and take that position away. But both cars, they're gaining grounds on each other. Mikey Childress with a little bit of a mistake there. Didn't cost him any position, but he's got Cash Hart quick on his 6.
All right, so Childress, Hart, Shields, Krantz. There's a shot of the 4th place Krantz, number 22, Bikeman Performance Machine, trying to get his nose back into things. This one's slated for 10 laps. We will have a mandatory competition caution.
You can see Krantz, he's the only 2-seater car out there. Polaris started making these single-seater RS1s, and everybody started racing them. But Polaris, unfortunately, didn't get the turnout that they thought they were going to get, and they don't realize it. But they made the ideal short course car, but unfortunately not the ideal commercial car, commercially available for the public.
So Childress now trying to reel in Hart. Lap traffic. Childress all over the back of Hart.
Yeah, I didn't see where the pass happened, but now Childress is playing catch up to Hart, and then both of them, like you said,
outside,
going wide.
Inside.
Yeah.
There's an outside-inside there by Childress all over the back of Hart. Really starting to put the pressure now.
Childress not happy that he relinquished that lead over there. Childress, he's trying to return the answer. They touch coming into turn 6.
A little racing incident there. These two have had some slugfests all season long.
Yeah, the track's still slippery out there. I don't think Cash Hart took that took that bad. I think Mikey Childress just was coming in hot, slid into him.
No, these two have been running each other clean for 3 rounds of racing. That's not going to change. Yeah, here's the pass. Cash Hart all the way to the bottom side. Childress just making a little mistake, getting a little too wide. It looks like Cash Hart just taking over that position with the open door.
Well, it looked to me like Mikey was set in the corner, and it looks like he straightened out too early. He actually turned his wheels to the right coming out of turn 1 there, and that was able to open that gap way wide. And hey, I told you, don't hand that to Cash Hart. He'll take full advantage, and that's exactly what he did.
Childress chasing down Hart.
Yeah, that was a mistake. And that one will ring through here for the whole weekend if it ends this way.
Well, Childress going to have another shot at it. This competition caution comes out. We're going to regroup them, bunch them all back up. Speaking of our leader, Cash Hart, we were able to catch up with him earlier this weekend.
All right, down here with Cash. Now, Cash, we were going into round 3 and round 4 here back at Firebird. With that, you and Mikey Childress right now are tied for the points lead, but you have Cody Krantz, who's also a champ from the Midwest, right on your guys' tail. What do you think it's going to take to win round 3 and round 4 this weekend?
I think you're just going to take fast lines, clean races, and going to have to get aggressive. And I feel like maybe round 1 I lacked that, but for sure I'm just going to run my race and make sure that I can do whatever I can to win.
Well, Mikey Childress is a guy who does know a lot of speed. He's got a great father, great spotter. With your father being your spotter, he's telling you a lot of things. And you said in round 1 you felt like you were holding back a little bit. What can we expect for round 3?
Not me not holding back at all. Coming in tied is a lot of pressure, but not that I can't step up to it, and I'm going to do the best I can to win this weekend.
And one more thing before I let you go and get ready for the weekend. Are you somebody who likes to chase down number 1, or do you like being the person who sets that pace?
I like chasing because I just get like different type of hunger for it. I feel like I can run at a better pace when I'm chasing instead of trying to maintain where he's at.
Awesome. Well, best of luck for round 3 and round 4. We're going to see how this shapes up in the second half.
And we are still under this mandatory competition caution. Got about one turn to go, but right there, that guy, Cash Hart, current leader, Mikey Childress, ceding the lead to him. A couple laps to go, been trying to chase it back down. So we're going to have about a 4-lap shootout here when we go back to green flag racing as the Jones Ford pace truck pulls off, and look at that, Mikey Childress all over the back of Cash Hart.
We're going to have a burner right here. It is going to be a drag race all the way to the checkered flag as they come into turn one. Mikey Childress already put the pressure all over
way
Cash
wide
Hart.
there. Cash Hart doing the exact same thing Mikey Childress did. Literally identical.
Yeah, Mikey Childress was able to take advantage. He opened the door and went right in. They are not giving up on each other. Wow, we got a race on our hands. This is exactly how legends are made right here.
This is like an ice rink out here. This thing is slick. Cash Hart and Mikey Childress is battling back and forth, bumping, banging, passing. You gotta love it. You side by side, not disappointing today.
It's great to see these two. They are after each other. And, man, they are not disappointing on this race for sure.
So Mikey Childress getting a little bit of a gap over Cash Hart now. Here's a replay of the pass.
You see Mikey Childress on the bumper right there, so they were coming in almost identical, but you'll watch Cash Hart push to the outside as they exit the corner. Mikey Childress dives right to the inside, takes full advantage.
The exact same thing happened to Mikey Childress when Cash Hart, same corner and everything, was able to get around him. Come in a little too hot, and you're going to push wide there in turn number one.
Well, Mikey Childress is going to have to keep it clean. He's extending the lead over Cash Hart right now. And both drivers, again, staying wide. We call that staying fat and happy, but, man, I don't know if I would be opening that door right now, because if you open that door in front of Cash Hart, he's going to take full advantage. I know he will.
Childress and Hart having a burner of a race here. Childress now getting a little bit of gap over Cash Hart. Look at that. We got Declan Shields and
Krantz.
That is Krantz going back and forth.
Declan Shields been kind of quiet all weekend long, and I thought this was going to be the podium for Declan Shields. But Declan Shields, if it goes this way, he's going to hand that third place podium spot to Cody Krantz.
Cody Krantz still trying to get back around Declan Shields there all the way to the bottom.
Declan Shields down to the inside of turn two. Krantz with a little bit of an error had to turn out of turn two.
So Krantz to the bottom, trying to get around Declan Shields. Nothing there. We got Rylan Gaughan in the mix now, the number 62, looking for a podium spot. Mikey Childress out in front, got a little bit of a gap over Cash Hart.
Well, he's definitely looking poised to take that top spot. Looking smooth. The car's looking good. And Cash Hart right now just going to have to sit and watch this happen.
Childress working his way through. Over the big ski jump. High line, way high, all the way up against the K-rail.
Indeed. In fact, he was the first one that left tracks that high, if you look right there.
And that was a very wide line, carrying a lot of speed.
That sure looked fun, though. You know what I mean? That looked like he was having a little fun on that
one. So Childress working his way around here. Going to be looking for the finish here momentarily.
Mikey Childress demonstrated that he knows how to get that car to come around, and here it is. It paid off for him. Speaking of coming around, with your class win, and victory going to Mikey Childress.
Cash Hart going to finish up in second, and it looks like Cody Krantz going to hold on for the third and final podium spot in the number 22.
Makes me wonder what happened there to Declan Shields. He got that third place back, but he ended up giving up two spots there, so it makes me wonder if off camera, out of our view, that Declan Shields made a mistake.
All right, we're going to take a short commercial break. We'll come back with podium finishers with Youth side-by-side. We return here to round number 4, the Championship Off-Road Racing Series from Firebird Motorsports Park.
The Championship Off-Road Racing Series is brought to you by R&R Steel, Tucson's premier steel fabricators and erectors. Racer Plus, where the racing never stops. And by Starstream Pro. Stream live video, telemetry, and data from anywhere on the planet.
You ain't seen nothing yet.
Yeah, I got that right turn. We're good.
Meet up at the compound, group up.
At turn 4. Yeah, for sure, dog. Good, little driver, straight on through. Let's go, boys.
How many kings have we got racing today? All of them, pals.
I got nothing to lose.
As you can see, we've had another beautiful day on the Isle of Man.
We'll do some racing this weekend. It's going to be a blast.
And welcome back here to Firebird Motorsports Park, playing host to round number 4 of the Championship Off-Road Racing Series. Jim Beaver and Mark Wright here. That was a youth side-by-side action that we just got witnessed. And tell you what, the lead wasn't decided till the last 2 laps. That was a barn burner there.
Yeah, Cash Hart and Mikey Childress definitely put it down here on that race. It was anybody's race all the way through it, but Mikey Childress at the end there found that burst of speed, was able to get out front and just walk away from the field.
Yeah, Cash Hart, great run there in second. And then Cody Krantz there, last 2 laps, making his way to the podium as we get a look at our Rugged Radio's results for you side by side.
Mikey Childress out front, Cash Hart there just slightly off the pace, 2.8 seconds behind. Cody Krantz out there will take third. Ryland gone, and there's the Declan Shields we were talking about. He must have made that mistake. He was running strong in third place, made a mistake there on the last couple laps and handed it over to Ryland and Cody. Banks Bodden out there, and Brenna Gorky having some problems out there watching her car. I don't think that car was up to speed.
Now there's a glimpse there of your winner, Mikey Childress. And Cash Hart saying, hey, you got to give these two credit. They've been battling for 4 rounds now, and it's been very, very clean racing. These two, mutual respect. They have been driving each other as hard as you can possibly drive another driver, but it's been clean racing.
Well, that's great sportsmanship right there. Even if a rivalry develops between the two, it's great to see great sportsmanship. Give that fist bump at the end of a race, especially after a race like that. Both of them had the opportunity to take the top spot on the podium, and Mikey Childress came out on top.
Yeah, well, speaking of that podium, we're going to throw it down to Tiffany Stone with the results.
Thank you guys so much. We're going to talk to our third place finisher, Cody Krantz. Now, Cody, for the season so far, 4 podiums, 4 rounds. It's good to have you out here. We did see that there was a battle for third, but you were able to hold off Declan Shields. Talk to me about that.
I just had to run my lines and hold them off and really just push as hard as I could.
Well, it's good to see you coming out here, especially from the Midwest, and showing that you can be able to race and podium with us here in the Core Series. Who would you like to thank?
My mom, my dad, Bikeman Performance, Polaris Razor, Vision Wheel, Professional Mechanical, Fox, Blown Concepts, MRT, Clotsville, BAM, Follower, Chopper City, and Sniper.
Nice job, Cody Krantz. Heading over to our second place finisher, we're talking to Cash Hart. Now, Cash, you were great out there. We were seeing a little bit of battle back and forth between you and Mikey Childress. Right before the Comp Yellow, Mikey pushed out after turn 1. Right after the Comp Yellow, you ended up doing the same thing. It seemed a little slick out there from our perspective. From your perspective, what was out there right now?
Yeah, it was really slick, and I can't say I just took a bad line off the start, and I shouldn't have went to the bottom because I just slid right to the wall, and I just gave him the free pass, and that's on me, but I'm going to clean it up next race.
Well, going into round 5, I know the gap is a little closer now. Mikey was +4. You were +14 over Cody. So it seems like we're bringing everybody back together before we head to Glen Helen in February. Who would you like to thank?
I can thank my mom, my dad, my brother, Ronnie and Jesus, and my family, and Polaris, Hoosier Tire, Rugged Radio, and the Cotter Boys and Sneaky.
Nice job. Hop up on number 2 for me. And taking that top spot over here, number 84, Mikey Childress. Now, Mikey, same question for you. Right after that, we saw the line choices were a little bit different. It seemed a little slick out there. Your spotter did tell me that you made a choice in tires. Talk to me about that.
Yeah, no, we've been trying these shave-down bites. We haven't changed them for like half a season, and they're getting bald, but it works when it's in the dry. But I was just trying to find anywhere where it was dry, putting my front tire in a dry spot, just trying to find that grip, and I just couldn't find it until the second half. Finally, the track started catering to those tires, so I was able to start getting a couple lines going, and we were able to take the dub.
Well, talking about that, you're putting a little bit more of a gap going into round 5. It's a really good race. We love seeing this. Between you and Cash and Cody, it is a very, very clean race out there. You guys are very respectable to each other when you're out on the course and off of the course. I love seeing that, especially from this class. Who would you like to thank?
I'd like to thank my mom, my dad, Grandma and Grandpa, Sneaky for the fast car, G&A Motorsports, City Service Paving, MPI, Seal Savers, Fuel Factory, Mountain High, Core for putting on a nice event. It's cool having some organized stuff. Out where I race, it's not super organized, but yeah, everybody else who hosts me, thank you guys.
Nice job. Hop up on number 1 for me. Big round of applause for your top 3 finishers here in the youth side-by-side class, and back up to you guys.
Well, thanks a lot, Tiffany. That was great racing by all parties there. I mean, just a phenomenal effort. You love to see that clean racing, that sportsmanship. Great morning. We've had some great youth racing. We're going to get things started after the intermission with all the pro classes. So we're going to take about a 35-minute break. We're going to be back at 12:30 Mountain Time. That is 11:30 Pacific, I guess 1:30 Central or 2:30 East Coast. You never know where people are tuning in from here on Racer Network and the Racer Plus app. But yes, we're going to have opening ceremonies for the pro classes and a whole lot of racing this afternoon. We return here to Firebird Motorsports Park and round number 4 of the Championship Off-Road Racing Series. Welcome to Firebird Motorsports Park and round number 4 of the Championship Off-Road Racing Series. It is Sunday afternoon. We have sunny skies, slightly breezy winds, and it is going to be epic conditions for some of the best side-by-side drivers on the planet to be doing battle this afternoon. I am Jim Beaver, joined by Mark Wright in the booth. And Mark, yesterday, round number 3, it was an all-out war. Today, round number 4, we've got the race for the championship, and let me tell you, man, the stage has been set.
Absolutely it has. If yesterday is any indication of what we got in store for us in the second half of round 4, it is the right word you used, was epic. It's going to be epic, and the weather couldn't be better. Everybody's energy is high and electric, and you can just literally feel it in the air.
Well, talking about electricity, we got to throw it down to the third partner in our broadcast team, Miss Tiffany Stone.
Thank you so much, guys. It feels great to be back here at Firebird Motorsports Park for round 4. And exactly like what you guys were saying, round 3 was absolutely chaotic throughout the entire day. But we're back here, round 4. I talked to some of the drivers. They are very excited. Now, the points, there's start to be some gaps, but a lot of them, they're coming back together because we're here for the points championship. This is the race for the championship. Now, earlier when we looked at the track, it was getting a little bit slick. There was some moisture in there. Yesterday, track conditions were a little bit different. They're a little dustier. We could see some blue grooves. So today, now this is the day. Everything's going to change. Now this is Sunday. Wreckers or checkers, we've always talked about that, and they're going to put on a great show. I can't wait to see all of this. But before we start, I do want to introduce you to our chaplain, Steve Hansen, for Racers for Christ.
Thank you. Please bow with me as we pray. Father, we come to you with just great gratitude for your spirit, your calling, and your presence in our lives and your presence on this track. And we thank you that we don't have to negotiate this world by our own strength, that we can celebrate your Son's birth, who came to forgive us of our sins, and your Spirit within us to guide us, protect us, strengthen us, and empower us. And Father, for everyone here, every fan, every racer, every family member, every team member, the volunteers, and all the sponsors, I just ask that we would all have a newfound, you'd stir in us a newfound confidence in your purpose. Where there's fear, I pray that you would give us strength and courage. Where there's confusion, I pray that you would give us clarity. And Father, where we are exhausted, I pray that you would breathe new life into us. In Jesus' name I pray, amen. Thank you.
Well, that was, everything Racers for Christ does for off-road and for motorsports as a whole, it's great. And I'm stoked to have Chaplain Steve out here once again. That being said, we've got a lot of racing to do this afternoon. And before we do that, I need everybody to remove your hats and stand for our national anthem. Let's go racing. And let me tell you, Mark, when we talk about going racing, we got our afternoon full of pro rounds, and we are starting things off with a slugfest. It is the Pro NA division. And let me tell you, some of these drivers that we've got in here, they're double dipping. They're running a couple of classes. We'll see some of them in the Pro side-by-side division later on this afternoon. But Pro NA, I mean, throughout the 3 rounds of racing we've seen so far in the Championship Off-Road Racing Series, it has not disappointed.
Well, I really want to see a lot of the people that got taken out early in yesterday's action. There were a lot of big names that had to watch from the sideline, and I want to see them make sure that they make the main events here today for round 4. And if they do, and everybody's on the track, we are going to have, we're calling it now, the second half, an absolutely electric second half here of round 4.
As we take a look at our R&R Steel Pro NA point standings, it is one of the R&R Steel drivers, Ryder Chapman, out front with 78 points. His teammate and best friend, Ryder Van Beekum, under the same camp, 1 point back. And then we've got yesterday's winner in round number 3, Trent Olette, 6 points back, tied with Brian Willett for that 3rd spot. Then we go to Colton Krychek there in the 5th spot, another 10 points back. So it is very, very tight racing, almost a gridlock for the top 5. So today's race, as we kind of take a break off over the holidays and come back in February, man, it's going to determine a lot over the holiday season.
Yeah, this weekend here in round 4, points. It is all about the points. This is a very critical event if you are chasing that points championship down to the end here. And today you got to pull it off and make sure you hit all your marks.
Yeah, well, as we look at our Liquid Moly Pro NA starting grid, it is Trent Olette, yesterday's winner, on the pole. It will be Ryder Van Beekum in the number 64 in the 2nd spot. Moving into inside row number 2, it's Ryder Chapman, and then we've got Brian Willett. Then there is Cole Fike, Brian Farrell, TJ Sievers, and Bob Van Beekum, and then Colton Krychek rounding out our 9-car field.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be a slugfest right now. If you've been out here at the races all weekend, you've been socializing out in the pits, it is now time to make your way to the grandstands. It is going to be absolute fire out here.
You know, the thing is we got 9 cars in this field, and I'm looking, we've got 9 drivers that are all capable of a podium here. That's what's got me so excited about Pro NA. I mean, this is an absolute stacked field of some drivers. All 9 of these vehicles can fight for a podium.
Yeah, indeed. And yesterday, one of those people that I told you had to watch from the sideline, TJ Sievers, he had to watch, was out early yesterday. Bobby Van Beekum, the same thing. He actually went out early. He took himself out, found a really fast inside line down the back straightaway, but couldn't get out of it, and unfortunately he tumbled the car, so he's out here. He's also been chasing overheating problems in this car, so let's hope that Bobby Van Beekum stays strong in this second day of racing out here at round 4.
As our Jones Ford pace truck brings him around, that is the 922 of Trent Olette, currently sitting on the pole. Our winner yesterday was gifted the pole today. We've got Ryder Van Beekum, who has been bad fast all race long, or all season long in this class. Won earlier on in the season. He is going to be there in the outside of row number 1. Ryder Chapman, our current points leader, inside row number 2. And Brian Willett. So some heavy hitters out front.
Indeed, some heavy hitters. TJ Sievers, I'm saying watch for him. I have a feeling that TJ Sievers is going to come up here and try to get Trent Olette. Trent Olette, a great race yesterday, and hopefully he can repeat the performance right here as they come and take the green.
And we are off and racing in Pro NA, and it is Trent Olette, pole sitter, out front early.
He's got his hands full with Ryder Van Beekum, though, and Ryder Chapman. They're side by side going down the back straightaway. Some of the cars having to check up. They had a little more speed than second and third of the riders.
Oh, look at that. That would look like Ryder Van Beekum getting a little loose, turned around, got in contact with somebody in the back. Don't know who quite got hit there.
Yeah, Ryder Chapman with a great job keeping it clean out of turn 2. That was very important because that was able to put him right here. Cole Fike, though, now right behind him.
But right now, Trent Olette, yesterday's winner, round 3 winner, he is out front. We got a replay of what happened briefly there with Ryder Van Beekum. See Ryder Van Beekum on the outside coming in there to turn number 2, way outside. Gets on the binders and looks like he got up into some of that slick stuff and it just looped the rear of the car around.
Yeah, that's 100% on him. He just chose the wrong line going into turn 2. And that car very easily followed it around. He had no control of the car at that point.
So it's Trent Olette out front. The 922. Got a little bit of a gap there over Ryder Chapman in the second spot.
Top two guys just airing it out coming over the ski jump. And there's TJ Sievers, as I was talking about it. TJ Sievers having a bad starting position. He's already pulling off. Trent Ouellette's pulling off. I thought that was TJ.
Yeah, Trent Oulette was out front by himself. I don't know what kind of problem he's got. That means Ryder Chapman's going to inherit the lead.
But, boy, he's got his hands full. TJ Sievers, this is a battle you're going to want to watch right here. Ryder Chapman versus TJ Sievers, two of the best drivers out here.
Yeah, Ryder Chapman running a different tire setup than he did yesterday.
Makes me wonder if Joe Chapman just told Ryder, hey, man, TJ's coming. You better run your run. And now, and Ryder Chapman does a great job like a lot of the racers. Once they get out front, they run their own pace and walk away with it.
Yeah, Ryder very, very fast. Him out front with clean air. That is scary for the rest of the drivers here in this field. But
TJ doing a great job reeling him in. He's catching him. Coming into turn 3. TJ has been an absolute beast thus far in our first race back here in round 4 of the second half.
Yeah, you got Fike, Krychek, and Willett there in a battle. That is for the 4th spot.
Yeah, you can see it right here in front of me. He is just 1/10 of a second behind Ryder Chapman. TJ Sievers is definitely making ground on Ryder Chapman.
This one's slated for 10 laps. We'll have a mandatory competition caution, so we'll regroup everything about the midway point. Krychek now getting his hands full with Willett. Willett looking to the inside. As Fike going to be pulling off as well. Problem there with the 922 of Fike.
I didn't see any incident on that one, so that's a tough break for Cole Fike.
Looks like Willett there getting into it with Colton Krychek. So Willett all the way outside, Krychek all the way to the bottom in the Bikeman Performance car. Not enough. Willett going to seal the deal.
That was a great move by Brian Willett. He held his line, stayed in the gas, never lifted. And that was a great...
Just as we say that, Willett almost yard sale, able to collect it, but he's going to cede the position back to Krychek.
Yeah, he lost that space fair and square, but now he's got to get it back. But back up front, Ryder Chapman now. TJ Sievers closing the gap. No, actually, he extended it down the straightaway there, so TJ's got to get back on pace to reel in Ryder Chapman.
And that's going to bring out the mandatory competition caution and the Jones Ford Pace truck. Current leader, Ryder Chapman. It's going to be TJ Sievers there in the second spot. Krychek in the third. Willett moving his way up into the 4th spot. And then after that lap 1 incident, we're going to have Ryder Van Beekum back up into the 5th spot.
Man, so far the second half of round 4 here is not disappointing.
And speaking of our leader, Ryder Chapman, we were able to catch up with him earlier on this weekend.
Thanks, guys. Down here with Ryder Chapman. Now, Ryder, as we talk about this class, it's a very stacked class. Right now, you are points lead after round 1 and 2, but heading into round 3 right now, you've got a good friend, Ryder Van Beekum, who is in second place, gunning for that top spot. What do you think it's going to take to really keep that top spot and then overall weekend?
I mean, it's going to be a hard race between me and him. He's my best friend since we were 4. It's going to be really fun. We're just going to keep it clean. It is nice that I do have a points lead. It's nice knowing I'm in first, but it's good that both of us on our team is top 2. So, honestly, I'm not too worried about the championship as long as it's one of us who wins it. But I'm definitely not just going to let it up, though. So, it'll be some fun racing. It'll definitely be close. I'm just going to do what I did last weekend. We switched the car to the long travel setup. Last round was the first round, so I'm still getting used to it. But it'll be some close racing. But clean, my teammate.
Clean on your teammate. Well, for round 3 and 4, the track is a little bit different than we've seen in round 1 and 2. It's a little bit warmer right now in Arizona. How is that going to play into the setup of your vehicle?
The lip coming out of 2 was a little stiff. We ended up changing the front springs on this. It helped a lot. We just needed some more. Car setup wise, we haven't changed too much. Just some little stuff here and there. Tire pressure. Just figuring it out.
Well, best of luck to you. And like he said, that's his best friend out there. We're going to see what happens for the second half.
All right, we're doing a little cleanup out on the track. Safety crew's staying busy, so we're going to do another lap here under caution conditions.
There's got to be some strategy coming into play here now that we've had the caution and everything. And Ryder Chapman doing a great job getting out front early, but TJ Sievers worked his way through the pack to get right there on the bumper. So now that they're packed up, we're going to see if those two are going to be right on each other's heel to make sure that they secure their spot on the podium.
Yeah, that 922 there, that was Trent Ouellette getting hauled off. He was yesterday's winner for round number 3, and also the pole sitter for today. It's a tough break for Trent Ouellette, one of the drivers we thought we might see in action here at the end for a potential win, but he's going to go home early this weekend. I'm sure we'll see him back here for round number 5 at Glen Helen as we get a glimpse there of our Jones Ford pace truck and Ryder Chapman, our current leader.
Yeah, looking great out there. Ryder Chapman was smooth, but here's the replay of Brian Willett going up on the bike there into turn 4. Just had the speed and everything, just looks like it was a little too hard trying to make that turn.
And he had just
speed.
got by Colton Krychek there, and then Krychek able to get it back. This has definitely been a race that has had a lot of action, and we're only halfway home here.
Yeah, basically handed him that spot right back after working so hard to get around him.
So TJ Sievers in the second spot behind Ryder Chapman. We got Colton Krychek in the 53, Bikeman from Hornets car in the third spot. And then it is Brian Willett there in the fourth spot. And then in the fifth spot, we've got Ryder Van Beekem, who thought might be out of it, had that big spin and incident in turn number 2 on the first lap, and he's back into the top 5. He can charge hard. Second half of this race, be watching for that guy in the fifth spot.
Yeah, he really does know how to charge hard, but the real reality is he's got to work around every one of those top drivers in front of him.
And that's the thing. That is 4 really strong drivers ahead of him. So he's going to have his work cut out for him as Ryder Chapman brings us back to green flag racing.
What a great start. Brian Willett stepping out early but not making the pass, so that was a good start. And Ryder Chapman now, I know he knows that TJ Sievers is right behind him.
Yeah, Chapman doing a little bit of job protecting all the way to the bottom on that inside clip.
Yeah, I think we're going to see a hard charge here from TJ Sievers. As both these gentlemen, as they have grown up and become mature, they have become quite the off-road racers, and they're getting ready to show you right here.
Ryder Chapman almost tripling there. Shot there of Ryder Van Beekem. Looks like he got around Willett for that 4th spot. Starting to pick his way through the traffic as Ryder Chapman now stretching out about 2 car lengths over TJ Sievers.
Yeah, man. Ryder Chapman's car is simply looking like it is on rails. TJ Sievers must have had a problem. He went backwards and look at this. That's going to let Ryder Van Beekem get a space. And look at this. Ryder Van Beekem now get a challenge for second place and get behind Ryder Chapman.
Yeah, the teammates there, but he's got Colton Krychek there, one of the veterans out of the Midwest. Not an easy guy to pass. Looks like he's got the inside line, though. They're going to come out in tandem over the big ski jump.
Great job by Ryder Van Beekem right there, holding his line and still taking that inside. Great racing right there, side by side.
So it's going to be Chapman, Van Beekem, Krychek, Willett. TJ Sievers, we still don't know what happened to him. Dropped all the way back to 5th spot.
TJ's had some gremlins. I wasn't able to talk to him. You can see he must have got contact something. He's got that rear wheel leaning in pretty bad on the passenger side. So I'm wondering if he lost the hub or that snub we were talking about that holds on that hub assembly in the bearing. But he's definitely got his inside wheel. Looks like it's leaning in.
As we ride over that Bikeman performance car of Colton Krychek.
Whoa! Ryder Van Beekem a little sideways coming off the back jump going into turn 2.
He's got that drone right over the top there of Colton Krychek. So we get a glimpse of our big ski jump. And our leader there, Ryder Chapman, getting a little pressure from Ryder Van Beekem, his best friend and teammate.
Yeah, you can see the livery there. It matches, but Van Beekem's got the black car, and they're all red is Chapman. And look at this. Van Beekem is having no problem getting right behind Chapman.
Yeah, Ryder Van Beekem and Ryder Chapman. You're going to see a clean race out of these two.
Wow. Hey, we wanted a race. It looks like we got it.
Well, let me tell you, there is some bragging rights when they get back to their pit.
Especially if they can keep it clean.
Yeah, they're going to keep it clean, but they're going to run each other hard.
phenomenal. Those cars definitely great. They know how they like it set up. They both work very hard on each other's, making sure. Joe Chapman over there, too. Great having him as the tuner of these cars, and right now everything is coming to fruition for this team.
Yep. So it's Ryder Chapman, Ryder Van Beekem, 1-2 in lockstep as they work their way through the center portion of this course.
This is simply incredible to watch. These two, like surgeons, just carving up this track.
They spend just about every day of the week together, know each other, and know their driving styles infinitely well. Going to be really hard for either one of them to get around the other.
Van Beekem has to trust Chapman when they go into a corner like that he's not going to check up or oversteer, because one wrong move by the person in front, and that could collect the second one, because they are literally right on each other's bumper. And I know Van Beekem, teammates or not, he still wants to win. And you're 100% right there. This is for bragging rights.
Chapman leaving the door open briefly. It looks like Van Beekem going to slide in there, but Chapman going to have the inside line into this horseshoe corner.
Absolute incredible drive going on by Ryder Van Beekem.
They're going to go to this big step up that they both triple. Look at that, Ryder Van Beekem all the way to the bottom. Chapman not leaving much there. Going to slam the door yet again. Pull out about a car length on Van Beekem. Van Beekem late breaking into the corner, diving to the inside, nothing there.
This is simply incredible watching this. If you're a racer, you know how hard this is to do what these two gentlemen are doing.
Both just absolutely hitting their marks as the white flag comes out. One lap to go. Ryder Van Beekem all the way to the bottom. Is he going to be able to seal the deal on Ryder Chapman? Chapman going to have the slingshot on the outside. Nothing there.
What a move by Ryder Van Beekem, but couldn't make it stick. Can he do it here? He's only got one more lap to get around Chapman. And man, it's shaping it up right now. Watch this. You can't take your eyes off this racing action.
Look at Van Beekem all the way to the bottom. Going to stick his nose in. Nothing there. Having to check up. Chapman now going to be on rails. Slingshot around the outside. Only going to be about 2 corners remaining for Ryder Van Beekem to make something happen.
They are wheel to wheel coming into turn 4 right there. Not making any mistake. Ryder Chapman knows that Van Beekem is right there.
All right, so Chapman getting a lot of pressure from Van Beekem. They're going to be coming into this final corner. Chapman protecting all the way to the bottom. I mean, he was on the inside clip there, leaving nothing for Van Beekem as they're going to come down the home stretch side by side, and it is going to be Chapman over Van Beekem for the win.
Wow, wow, wow. What a race we just witnessed.
Colton Krychek going to bring it home for the 3rd and final podium spot. Man, what a clinic those two drivers put on. You would think we were at a drift event with a tandem drifting we saw out here.
Man, you are not kidding, Jim Beaver. That was absolute poetic right there to watch these two drivers. They were perfect. They knew each other's moves. They trusted each other. Chapman, though, still very aggressive at holding his line and closing the door on Van Beekem. And both those gentlemen just rode an incredible race.
Wow, we are going to talk with both of those drivers as well as our 3rd and final podium finisher, Colton Krychek. Return here to Firebird Motorsports Park in round number 4 of the Championship Off-Road Racing Series. That was a good race, man.
The Championship Off-Road Racing Series is brought to you by Liquid Molly, more performance, more driving pleasure. Double E Racing, engineered for performance. And by Weller Racing, when performance matters and winning isn't optional.
Let's go, boys.
How many Kings have we got racing today? All of them.
I got nothing to lose.
As you can see, we've had another beautiful day on the Isle of Man.
We'll do some racing this weekend. It's going to be a blast.
When it comes to suspension tuning, there's only one name we trust: Double E Racing.
Double E Racing. We help build champions.
Welcome back here to the Championship Off-Road Racing Series. Round number 4 coming at you from Firebird Motorsports Park. And Mark, I mean, it is heating up this afternoon, and that race in the Pro NA division was absolutely red hot.
It was incredible. Both drivers doing a fabulous job. Ryder Van Beekem showed some maturity right there. Wanted to get that race very clean, and they just put on a show for the fans. That, again, came through on our headphones. That was the race of the weekend right there. I'm very certain that Ryder Van Beekem and Ryder Chapman are high-fiving each other. Now, that was a race, gentlemen.
Well, those teammates have got to be happy out of the R&R Steel campus. We take a look at the Rugged Radio's Pro NA division. It was Ryder Chapman on top of his teammate by 1/10 of a second. Ryder Van Beekem coming across the finish line in tandem over that final tabletop. Colton Krychek holding it down for Bikeman Performance for the 3rd and final spot. We had Brian Willett there in the 4th spot.
It's great to see, man. Their smiles say it all. If you look down at that podium, both the riders are smiling ear to ear, so you know that was a good race.
Well, I know there's going to be some good stories coming out of this podium, and right now we're going to toss it down to Tiffany Stone so we can hear them.
Thanks, guys. Down here with our 3rd place finisher, Colton Krychek. Now, Colton, this is your first podium for the season after 4 rounds in here. You've got 2 great drivers in front of you. Obviously, everybody drove a clean race. From your perspective, how did you see things for round 4?
Yeah, yesterday I kind of made a mental mistake on my own. I have to give it up to the core crew. I apologize for everything I did yesterday. These guys, they've got fast cars. They've got motors to compete out here. We're doing some testing for spring next year. Started last. I just had to make my way through the pack and make sure it was clean today because they were handing out black flags. So I wanted to make sure that it was clean today.
Well, you've done a great job. Who would you like to thank for today?
First and foremost, I got to give it up to my whole race team. I put them through a test this week. We went through 2 motors on the Pro R. Unfortunately, we're not doing the next race. But everybody in the Bikeman crew, my dad, Bikeman Performance, Polaris Razor, Professional Mechanical Services, my dad and us with Quality Communications, Vision Wheel, Fox, George with Double E Racing. He's been helping us tune these shocks in. Blown Concepts, MRT, Klotz Lube, Bam, everybody else back home, JD Wiggs, just everybody. Berry Farms, just Silverline, everybody else that helps us out back home that's helped us get out here. Appreciate it very much. Thank you.
Nice job. Hop up on number 3 for me. Heading over to the number 64, taking that 2nd place spot, Ryder Van Beekem. Nice job out there. Seeing you 2 race between you and Ryder Chapman is phenomenal. You guys are 2 great drivers, super clean. Tell me kind of what happened in that 1st, 2nd lap that we saw there. Obviously, you're able to work your way back up.
Yeah, I went into 2. And set my lineup, and I just went straight. I got tapped, and I lost power. I restarted my car, went to go set into 3, and I realized I had no power steer or no 4-wheel drive. So I sat there like the 3rd try, flicking the switch back and forth. I finally got it back, and I started making my way to the front.
Well, you've done it here. You're really making that next generation of the Van Beekem name known out here in short course racing. Obviously, your father's very well known. You're doing it out here as well. Big smiles to you. Who would you like to thank?
Obviously, I want to thank my mom and my dad. Without them, this wouldn't be possible. Kevin and Matt, too. They work their asses off to get my cars ready. I want to thank God for keeping me safe. Core, all of them for putting these races on. R&R Steel Racing, Rob Muzzy, Yaw Power, Rugged Radios, and anyone else I forgot to thank.
Well, you've done it here. Nice job to you, Ryder. Hop up on number 2. And taking that top spot over here, Ryder Chapman. Now going into round 4, Ryder Van Beekem was 1 point ahead of you, but taking this win here in round 4, you're doing a wonderful job. You guys raced each other very, very clean. It's kind of like what you said. He's your best friend since you were 4, and you guys are really good drivers, both out there together. The guys in the booth were saying it was kind of like a tandem drifting out there if we weren't at a short course race. Tell me how you saw it.
Yeah, that was a fun race. It was exciting to watch. Towards the end, I really had to lock in, man. He was right there the whole time, so that made it really fun, being able to race hard and clean the whole time. So that was a lot more fun than yesterday's race. Wasn't bad. It was just a bit boring, so I got some action today. That was fun. Hopefully today's race in the turbo class goes a bit better. But the race was amazing, though. I loved being door-to-door and just the adrenaline of it. It was just amazing.
Who would you like to thank?
I'd like to thank my mom, my dad, R&R Steel, Extreme Machine Fabrication, Bobby and Meredith, E2R Shocks, Raw Muzzy, Rugged Radios, Shurcan, Bomber Eyewear, of course, Misadventure with Jim, and just Core, too. The series has been amazing. Thank you.
Nice job. Please hop up on number 1. One more round of applause for your Pro NA top 3 finishers. What a great race. Back up to you guys.
Thanks a lot, Tiffany. And that was one of the most exciting races of the weekend so far. I mean, that last couple of laps between the two riders, that was something special to watch. Those drivers were absolutely, as Ryder Chapman said, locked in.
Yeah, man, I am so excited to see those two with smiles like that. It is absolutely infectious. They are truly happy. Sometimes they get up in there, they're a little disappointed with their performance, but not that time. They were all smiles. I'm all smiles. That so far was an incredible race.
That's called leaving it all out on the racetrack. Yes, that was a good one. I mean, for our afternoon, that was one great way to kick things off. Coming up next, we're going to have our Pro-Am division. And yesterday, Pro-Am, oh, man, Mark, was this one full of all kinds of surprises?
From here on out, you're probably going to hear us say it almost every race. Yesterday laid the path for us to have a race today. And today, I have a feeling everybody's going to kind of step it like what we just saw. They're going to try to keep the racing as clean as they possibly can, because you want to win these races not because you took the car of your competition out. You want to win these races because you were faster than them on the track. As you heard the riders just say, got to keep it clean, stay clean, and it's just who comes out victorious.
Yeah, well, and, looking at the points grid there, I think it's really up for grabs. We've had a few different drivers emerge. One of the big stories coming out of yesterday, I mean, I would say it's Jaden Manchester-Kuhn with that victory yesterday in this division. Don't want to say it came out of nowhere, but definitely not one we were thinking was going to be on top of the box at the beginning of the day. So, now Jaden Manchester-Kuhn got the target on the back coming in here to round number 4.
Yeah, I think that was accurate to state that. Jaden Manchester-Kuhn, though, now having that hunger, that taste of that victory, I have a feeling he's going to come out with everything he's got, both barrels blazing for this race. He's got a stacked field, though. Cash Hart out there. Greco's out there. Carson Greco. I accidentally called Ryder Carson Greco earlier, so I apologize, gentlemen. I don't know why. It's the only name I do it in off-roading is Carson and Ryder Greco, so I know it this time as Carson. Cody Krantz is out there, and we just got our first glimpse of those Mid-Eastern boys, and you can't count them out in this race, not at all.
Oh, no. Cody Krantz, Podium earlier today, looking to keep the momentum going. Wyatt Schmucker there in the 4th spot. Obviously this is our Liquid Molly Pro-Am starting grid, so does Jaden Manchester-Kuhn in the pole position. Cash Hart outside row number 1. Carson Greco and Wyatt Schmucker. Row number 2, Cody Krantz, Michael Bernstein. Row number 3, Kason Cummings and Mikey Childress. Row number 4.
Row 5 is going to be Trent Centers. He's in the 55 car. No Blue Eyes right there. Declan Shields, 258, and Andrew Boucharme will end off this incredibly stacked field of great off-road racing names right here. And if that last one for you wasn't all that exciting, well, you better watch this one. And if that last one wasn't exciting, I'm not sure you're getting the whole deal of off-road racing.
Yeah, you got to check your pulse.
Yeah.
Well, I think one of my storylines for this one, Mark, I'm looking here in row number 4, outside of row number 4, starting in the 8th spot, Mikey Childress. Having some struggles yesterday, currently sitting 2nd in the points, been one of the fastest drivers in the class so far this season. But Mikey Childress starting towards the back here, so he's going to have to battle through some traffic. I think you're going to see him push hard early on, so definitely one to watch back there and outside row number 4.
Yeah, he's got some heavy hitters in front of him, though, if he is going to get that car back out front. He does have the speed, and you know what? Every race he gets under his belt is more and more race experience, and it has definitely been showing by the way he drives out here, and I have a feeling Mikey Childress, as you just said, is going to make his way up to top 3.
Got the Jones Ford Pace truck bringing us around. It's going to be Jaden Manchester-Kuhn, round number 3 winner, bringing us to the green flag.
We got the lone Yamaha out there in this class. There's another one of the Yamahas. There's only a handful of them out here today. Obviously, a Yamaha winning our pro class yesterday. So is that going to happen again today? We have yet to see in the next race, and I'm so excited for that one. But there's that Yamaha, the 622 car. And that car has a clutch and shift, and that's Kason Cummins. You have to shift that car. You have to let the clutch out. And they have paddle shifters, just like a Formula car, so that's great to see them. We're going to get the green flag this time around.
Green flag is out for Jaden Manchester-Kuhn. Coming down into turn number 1, Gene Manchester-Kuhn going to get the whole shot, but look at that, all the way to the outside. That is Cash Hart trying to seal the deal.
They're side by side going into second place, a little bit of an advantage right now.
Manchester-Kuhn protecting Cash Hart, getting a little bit rough there.
Wow. And look at this, Mikey Childress all the way up to fourth place already. Oh, outside again.
Going to lose a lot of momentum there by Mikey Childress.
Yeah, he headed his spots right back after gaining him, and it looks like he's getting it back here in turn 5.
Driving possessed.
A rider, Carson Greco. Oh, wow. Carson Greco now out front, got around Manchester-Kuhn. And look at this, Carson Greco out front.
Yeah, so it's going to be Carson Greco with the lead. Manchester-Kuhn in the second spot. Hart rounding out your top 3.
Man, exactly what we expected this race to be is unfolding. Mikey Childress now right behind Cash Hart. And Cash Hart's tough. You'll see Cash Hart. He is not going to let Mikey by. Mikey's going to have to take the spot.
As we see them wrap their way through the inside of this track, going to be hitting that big step up.
Mikey Childress able to get around Cash Hart off the camera there. And Cash Hart not just giving it up, though, but Mikey Childress now in third place.
Yeah, Greco out front, stretching the lead. This one's slated for 10 laps. Mandatory competition caution, going to fly around lap number 6.
Man, we've been talking about livery all day. Absolutely love the Greco car. Carson Greco sporting Old Glory on his hood, on his roof rather. And that blue and white with that Greco name looks absolutely awesome.
Mikey Childress now putting a little pressure on Manchester-Kuhn all the way to the bottom. Nothing there. Manchester-Kuhn going to slam the door. They're going to be side by side over the ski jump. Manchester-Kuhn going to have the inside line heading into the horseshoe.
Yeah, I couldn't tell if they touched right there. They probably kept it clean. Mikey Childress going wide again and giving that position right back to Manchester-Kuhn.
That's a tough one to make on the outside there. Outside, inside, Childress going to take away that position, square it off. That's an old motocross move. Manchester-Kuhn nowhere to go. Mikey Childress going to seal the deal.
Well, and Manchester-Kuhn did a great job there not turning back into Mikey Childress. Mikey got that position. He held it. And you can see Manchester-Kuhn did kind of make that gesture inside, but was able to stay clean. And that was a great pass right there.
Now you got Cash Hart trying to take that podium spot away from Manchester-Kuhn. Cash Hart put a lot of pressure there on Jaden Manchester-Kuhn.
This used to be a class Cash Hart would just dominate on the regular basis, but now, man, he's got some competition. And I'm absolutely loving this. Cash Hart and Greco used to be the ones out front, but now Mikey Childress coming into play. He's got something to say about it. And Manchester-Kuhn, what a performance for the entire weekend.
Right now, though, it is all Carson Greco out front. Got about a 3-car length lead over the second-place driver.
Carson Greco just looking great out here, very dominant here. And he's going to have to get bunched up here once the competition yellow bit comes out.
Get a look there at our mid-pack.
Michael Bernstein right there, right on the bumper, the 295 car, an incredible competitor. Everybody loves Michael. He is such an incredible dude, man, and it's great to see him out here racing.
They're going down through turn number 1. Look down the backstretch. There's Jaden Manchester-Kuhn running up into turn number 2. Gonna hit that big ski jump.
That ski jump, I love that angle of it right there. It's very intimidating. You can't see the other side. And once you commit going on that ski jump, you have to commit. No matter how fast you're going, carry it, jump it, and you cannot see the other side. You're jumping blind. It's an incredible jump.
Greco out front, hitting his marks. Continuing to stretch out the lead. At some point, though, that's going to get zeroed out because we will have that mandatory competition caution.
Yeah, Carson Greco, great lead. You can see it right there. He's already into turn 1 before any of the other cars even get out on the straightaway. And same thing here. He's going to be in turn 2. And Mikey Childress barely getting started on the back straightaway.
Mikey Childress coming all the way from the back into podium contention. Going to be one of the big beneficiaries of this competition caution that should be flying next time by.
Well, this is that exact example of why the competition yellow is important. You know, in these classes, the reason they come out is they want to see close racing action. But I have a feeling that even though Mikey Childress and Manchester Coon are going to be bunched up again, I have a feeling that Carson Greco's going to be able to check out once again.
Childress, look at that, all the way to the bottom, just drifting through that corner. Thing of beauty as we get a glimpse here. That is Manchester Coon.
Yeah, Manchester Coon with a mistake here in turn 5, lost some positions.
Competition caution gonna fly here in this Pro-Am side-by-side division.
You'll see that Cash Hart now got up into third place by the mistake of Manchester Coon.
That being said, one of the hard chargers through the first half of this race was Mikey Childress, and we were able to catch up with him earlier this weekend.
Now, Mikey is no stranger to racing more than one class here at Core, and he is in second place right now, 11 points behind going into round 3 and round 4 in this class. But a big difference, especially for the Pro-Am class, you have a stock motor. Everybody has a mod motor, but that shows your true testament of a driver. What do you think it's going to take over that top spot and possibly get a sweep?
Yeah, no, it's definitely a challenge running with some of these guys' motors. They're pulling 10, 15 car lengths on me in one straightaway, but I think we just got to be smooth. We were running in practice pretty good with the top guys, so I think if we stick to his bumper and pressure him enough to get him to make a mistake, I think we can capitalize on it and try and take over this points lead.
And what a lot of people don't realize, especially as a driver who has a father who's been in this, and not only he's been a driver, he understands those situations, but he's a great spotter for you as well. Really, what is a big key takeaway that you've taken away from your dad while you're behind the wheel, helmet on?
No, I honestly listen to him as much as I can because he's done it for so long that he knows exactly what to do, what strategies, everything kind of just aligns perfectly when he tells me it, and it always ends up working. Like, he'll tell me, okay, you need to lay back for a lap, let your momentum get up, and go for the move in this turn, and that's usually where I make the move. So everything kind of lines up, and I think it'll work out good.
Well, you are correct right there. What a lot of people don't realize is when we want to take from second into first, especially in a race, it does take a few laps. It does take a few turns to really set that up. Your dad is absolutely correct. Well, it's great to see you out here. I'm excited to see what happens. It's going to be a great round 4. Love this. Back up to you guys.
And we are back, green flag racing here in the Pro-Am division. And look at that, Childress all the way to the bottom trying to take it away from Carson Greco.
Yeah, this is his opportunity right now to make the pass, but as I said, you can't let Carson Greco get out. Cash Hart now side by side with Mikey Childress. So we got a 3-way battle on our hands right now in this second half.
Well, Manchester Coon getting pushed all the way to the outside, going to lose 3 or 4 spots. Other driver we haven't talked about much, sneaking there into the top 3, I believe, is Wyatt Schmucker.
Yeah, Cash Hart, unfortunately, with a big mistake over the ski jump. He didn't make it, so he had to spin around. And, number 2 now, Cash Hart, right behind this entire field. And we hear it over here in the spotter. We're trying to figure out what's going on.
So Carson Greco hitting his marks there. And we got a little replay. This is Manchester Coon. Just get collected and pushed all the way to the outside. But nothing Manchester Coon did wrong, just getting collected there and got pushed out into the marbles.
So the one we were watching there, though, Cash Hart, as I said, he was coming up the face of this ski jump, and it looks like he got into the side of Mikey Childress. Mikey held the line, but it made Cash Hart dart off hard to the left. And you can see that's why Cash Hart is there at the back of the field now.
So Greco out front. Mikey Childress in the second spot. Childress trying to hunt him down. I don't know if there's going to be enough time. Pretty good gap Greco's got over Childress.
Yeah, that's exactly the scenario that I was talking about. You let Carson Greco out front like that and can't challenge him, he's gone.
Manchester Coon now putting a little pressure. car in front of him.
Now making a showing up onto the podium spot right there. Schmucker now in third place behind Mike Childress. Mikey Childress still with that wide line. It seems to be working for him, but it doesn't seem to be gaining ground on Carson Greco.
Manchester Kuhn now trying to stretch things out a little bit, trying to get back into this podium hunt.
It's a crazy corner you just saw right there, corner 4. You see everybody kind of getting in it and then whipping the car around. That's kind of a
believe that
weird
was
strategy.
Centers pulling off, possibly?
Yeah, it looks like there's some issues there. The tires, the
white
rear
flag
tires
out.
are spinning, but it looks like he might have some binding going on in the front end.
The white flag is out for our leaders. Greco currently leading.
Carson Greco's car looks like he could take it to a car show right now. Not a speck of dirt on it.
Yeah, got the lead early on in lap number 1 and has led ever since. Had Manchester Kuhn and Childress challenging at one point, but able to hold off all the contesters, and looks like he's going to bring it home for the victory here in Pro-Am. Mikey Childress going to hold on for the second spot. And I believe that is Wyatt Schmucker going to sneak his way onto the podium, that third and final podium spot.
Mikey Childress with the thumbs up as he came across the finish line. That was really cool.
So checkered flags fly here at Firebird Motorsports Park. We're going to take a short commercial break, and when we return, we're going to have our podium finishers here for the Championship Off-Road Racing Series, round number 4.
The Championship Off-Road Racing Series is brought to you by R&R Steel, Tucson's premier steel fabricators and erectors. Racer Plus, where the racing never stops. And by Starstream Pro, stream live video, telemetry, and data from anywhere on the planet.
Yeah, I got that right turn. We're good.
Meet up at the compound group up.
That's 10-4. Yeah, return, dog. Good, little driver, straight on through. Let's go, boys.
How many Kings have we got racing today? All of them.
I got nothing to lose.
As you can see, we've had another beautiful day on the Isle of Man.
We'll do some racing this weekend. It's going to be a blast.
Welcome back here to Firebird Motorsports Park and round number 4 of the Championship Off-Road Racing Series. Jim Beaver and Mark Wright here in the booth. Just getting done with a Pro-Am race with one Carson Greco, the guy you see climbing out of his car right there, putting on a clinic, getting the lead in lap number 1 and never looking back, Mark.
Yeah, man, I said it earlier. If you get Carson Greco out front, even with his stacked field like this with great off-road racing names behind him, if you let that man out front for just a second, he will walk away with it, and that's exactly what he just did.
Well, and that brings us to our Rugged Radio's results for Pro-Am. It was Carson Greco on top, Mikey Childress in the second spot, Wyatt Schmucker finding his way onto the podium in the third spot, Jaden Manchester Kuhn, round number 3 winner down there in the 4th spot, Kason Cummings, Cody Krant, Cash Hart, Trent Centers, Michael Bernstein, and Declan Shields rounding out your top 10.
Yeah, Cash Hart had an incident there up the ski jump. He was pushed. I don't know if he was pushed or if he had to avoid it to go out, but he actually went off the face of the jump the wrong way, had to spin around and lost a lot of positions for that error.
And it sounds like Tiffany Stone is standing by with our podium finishers in Pro-Am.
Thank you so much, guys. That was a great, great race. We're going to talk to our third place finisher, number 5, Wyatt Schmucker. Now, Wyatt, yesterday for round 3, you had a few problems. Earlier, it looked like you had some problems, but you were able to bring it back together. Round 4 for this race, moving you up a little bit in points as we go into round 5 for Glen Helen. How was the weekend for you?
We started off pretty good in this class, 4th, and we've kind of stayed in the pack and made a couple mistakes yesterday in this race and spun back to the back, but slowly just ran smooth laps through and did the same today, and it worked out for me, and I'm glad I made the podium.
Who would you like to thank?
Yeah, God, importantly. All you guys are putting it on, my mom and dad, all my family watching online, family here, the Forrester families, Porter Tucson, Wayfinder BK, Levine and Sons, 2X for all they do, and everybody else that I forgot.
Nice job. Hop up on number 3. And we're heading over here to the number 84, Mikey Childress. Now, Mikey, you had a bunch of battles back and forth going all the way through. There were some people putting pressure. You were putting pressure on Carson as well. Tell me about your day.
Yeah. No, it was good. Yesterday, unfortunately, I had a mistake, but took us out. But it would have been nice to start a little higher up front. But we were able to make quick work of the pack. I was up to 3rd by turn 3, and then I blew the corner pretty bad, so I went back to 5th. But we were able to get back up there, made a few passes, a lot of contact between others in front of me and with me, but no, it was good. We're still up here, still 2nd in points, chasing down Carson, but he keeps extending it, so it's going to be hard to catch back up.
We were talking about that going into round 4. You were in 2nd, Carson's in 1st, but going into 5, you are closing the gap just a little bit. It's great to watch you two race. Who would you like to thank?
I'd like to thank my mom, my dad, my grandma, my grandpa, Sneaky for the ripper of a car, G&A Motorsports, Fuel Factory, Sail Savers, MPI, City Service Paving, Mountain High, Core for putting on an awesome event, and all the fans and everybody who came out to watch me. Thank you.
Nice job. Hop up on number 2. And heading over here to the 155 of Carson Greco. Now, Carson taking that top spot, which was watching your lap times. You were getting faster and faster. Honestly, the fastest lap that you had was lap 9. So you could see that you were just getting everything dialed in. The car was set up perfectly, putting some more points into your lead as we go into round 5. Tell me about your entire weekend.
Yeah, yesterday didn't go as I planned, but still got on the podium today. I think we all earned this one. The last lap, or a couple after the mandatory, I had to step it up because Mikey was right behind me. But yeah, it was pretty good today.
You're exactly correct. All of you certainly earned this top 1, 2, 3. Everybody did that. Who would you like to thank?
My mom, my dad, R&R Steel, EVP Mode, 518 Designs, Bryson and Jacob Place, and everyone else that came out to watch.
Nice job. Hop up on number 1 right there. Top 3 finishers in your Pro-Am. Big congratulations. Back up to you guys.
Thanks, Tiffany. Great race there in Pro-Am. Carson Greco, absolute clinic out there. I mean, like we said, got the lead in, on lap 1 and never looked back the rest of the day. So congratulations to all of them. Going to be a close points battle as we head to, the next couple of rounds in the California Swing and the Championship Off-Road Racing Series.
That just makes everything that much better here for the rounds to come because you know what you got to do going into it. So all the teams are going to put their best foot forward for the rest of the season, and they know who's the tough one to beat in their class.
Yeah, absolutely. As we get a look at the starting grid for the next round of racing, we're going to have a dual race. It's going to be Pro Production and Pro-Am Turbo, so 2 classes on track at the same time. Going to be led by Pro Production, followed up by Pro-Am, but that brings us to our R&R Steel Racing Pro Production point standings. And it is Mia Chapman out front, 18-point lead over Jeremy Spears. Kevin O'Donnell going to be in the 3rd spot, 58 points back. And the newcomer Rylan Lane going to be back there in the 4th spot in points. We got Robert Van Beekum, Jeremiah Wagner, and Brian Willett there rounding out the 7 cars in the point standings.
Yeah, it's going to be a great race to watch. We have 2 classes in this one, so it's going to be a little bit like that.
As we got a glimpse there of the Jones Ford Pace truck, getting everybody gridded up on the track. We got Pro Production and Pro-Am Turbo. Got a little glimpse of the onboard there, and this is our R&R Steel Racing Pro-Am Turbo point standing. Steve Hoffman not racing this weekend, but he is leading the points. Got Michael Bernstein in the second spot, 13 points back. Andre Tomei in the third spot. Daniel Hearn, Steve Hansen, and newcomer Troy Horick there in the sixth spot.
Yeah, it's going to be a great race as well. We're going to see them both out there on the track at the same time. Sometimes the classes get mixed in. Sometimes on a restart, they all get, stacked up in one, and you'll see both classes intermingle sometimes, so it's going to be great to see. Ryan Denny coming out of retirement. We talked about it yesterday. Did she really come out of retirement? She just took a break.
Yeah, a young girl her age takes a year off or 10 months off. That's out of retirement. That's just a break.
Well, it's great to have her back one way or the other.
Absolutely. Great to have her back and showing why she was a fan favorite here, when she hung it up for the year, because everybody really excited to see her back on the podium. As we've got our Liqui Moly starting grid for Pro Production and Pro-Am Turbo. Starting with Pro Production, it's going to be Mia Chapman out front. Winner on yesterday. She is 3 for 3 on the season. Looking to keep it perfect so far in round number 4. Jeremy Spears in second. He is sitting second in the points. Newcomer Rylan Lane inside row number 2. And I believe Bob Van Beekum will not be racing today because they had to steal parts off of this car for him to go and race Pro Side-by-Side later on today. So they had to sacrifice one of the 2 cars. They elected to sacrifice this car to keep him in possible points in Pro Side-by-Side. Then you're going to be looking at the Pro-Am Turbo. We got row number 5. It's going to be Ryan Denny, winner yesterday in the 560 on the pole. Andre Tomei, Daniel Hearn, and Michael Bernstein rounding out the next couple of rows. And then on the inside of the final row, it's going to be newcomer Troy Horick.
Yeah, that's great to see. That's a good field out there. It's going to be a lot of fun. Sometimes sacrifices have to be made. It's a sad thing to hear that Bobby Van Beekum is not going to get out here because he's always excited to watch no matter what he races. It's exciting. On board with Daniel Hearn right there from SinFab. Great to see that Starstream, as I said, in these cars. If you've ever wanted to know what it looks like or what it's like to ride in one of these cars, there's your angle right there.
Yeah, I got to look out the back of that ski jump, the downside of that ski jump.
Yeah, that's always my favorite view right there because you get to see, you don't really get a sense of how fast those cars are coming up behind you when they do, but when you see it right there from that view, I hope we get a good angle of it when a car comes up there. It is just incredible. It's there's nothing like off-road racing anywhere.
No, not at all. Get a glimpse there, a little bit of moisture in the track, it looks like. We got that Jones Ford pace truck bringing it around. We're going to have a staggered start. What I mean by that is we're going to let the Pro Production cars go, and then briefly after that, you're going to have the Pro Turbo car or Pro-Am Turbo cars go. So it's going to be 2 different starts, 2 different races, 2 different podiums, but they're going to be on track at the same time. Dropping a couple of entries out of Pro Production from yesterday to today with some mechanical difficulties. Obviously, a story with Bob Van Beekum having to rob some parts off of that for his Pro Side-by-Side car in the class he's chasing the championship with. So tough to see Bob not out here, but we'll see him later on in action today as Mia Chapman going to be bringing us to the green flag momentarily. Looks like we're going to go around one more time. We're getting that... I'm getting all these Formula Drift references out here. Tandem drifting one more time. What is it about short course racing and Formula Drift, man? It's like we're one and the same today.
Hey, I think in off-road racing, there's no holds barred. I think you can just go with it because, there definitely are some phrases that are unique to off-road racing. But no, I think everyone you just said fits perfect. We've been talking about livery all day, but, man, we haven't talked about how incredible that Red Bull car of Mia Chapman looks.
Yeah, it's definitely a good-looking car. Got a little bit of a chrome wrap. I don't know if anybody saw the social media piece that got put out, but Mia Chapman took her championship off-road racing short course car to Moab, Utah, filmed a skydiving project with Red Bull. So if you haven't, go on to Instagram or YouTube. Her and a couple of the Red Bull Air Force skydivers and pilots filmed a video in Moab. Mia ripped that car down a mountain, had a skydiver climb out of it with an airplane attached. It was a wild video and a really cool stunt up there in Moab.
Man, I know you guys are helping. You're helping out Mia Chapman, but man, me too. I love watching those videos that you're mentioning right there. You know, anytime Red Bull puts something out, you want to watch it. Like the one, I don't know if you saw the guy on the bicycle on the back of a train that was jumping all the ramps in tandem, just so the train could pull out and him land flat. That was awesome. You see the Red Bull skydivers skydiving next to an airplane. That was awesome. You know, if Red Bull's coming out with something, it's awesome. And it was just awesome to see Mia Chapman out there in one of those videos.
Well, let's talk a little bit about the 849 there of Jeremy Spears. A little relatively unknown coming into this series, but, we've seen him slice and dice there up front with Mia Chapman, and he's put down some pretty fast lap times. Very impressed with Jeremy Spears thus far this season, sitting second in points, and he's been a strong competitor this year.
Well, that's exactly what you do. You want to get your name known real quick? Come out here and put a wheel in on one of the veterans like Mia Chapman. That's going to get your name known real quick.
All right, looks like we were looking for that green flag. Mia Chapman going to be bringing us the green flag. It is out. Mia Chapman looks like she's going to have the inside to the bottom. Looks like Rylan Lane trying to tuck in there as well. Jeremy Spears looks a little slick. All of them drift into the outside.
Spears doing a great job there, not being intimidated by that. Mia Chapman came around pretty hard in turn one, and he stayed right in it, didn't move. And I think that worked out to the benefit of both of them. So Mia Chapman now got her hands full with that newcomer.
Now we've got the Pro-Am Turbo. They are off and racing. Got the onboard there with Daniel Hearn. So we go back up to Pro Production. Mia Chapman all the way to the bottom. Jeremy Spears trying to tuck in, trying to take it away. Nothing there. Jeremy Spears going to go to the outside now, trying to do it the hard way. He's getting into the back of Mia Chapman a little bit. You can tell this is a slick race. Oh, a little slide job by Jeremy Spears.
Yeah, that car definitely slid in. Pretty hard hit right there. I wonder if Mia Chapman's going to have an answer for that.
So as they drift around through turn number one, Jeremy Spears inheriting the lead over Mia Chapman.
While you're talking about getting his name known, well, leading Mia Chapman here for a lap, that's how you do it.
All right, Mia Chapman now trying to chase down Jeremy Spears as they go up and over. Rylan Lane now, big huck by her. She's going to put a little pressure on Mia Chapman as well.
Wow, pretty slippery out there. If you look at the lines they're taking, these cars are pushing all over the place.
Very slick track out there. You're looking at Mia Chapman locking some of them up in these corners.
Yeah, all four wheels spinning heavily, not creating a lot of traction. Definitely very slippery.
So number 37 there, continue to drift through this center section. Rylan Lane there trying to get up on Mia Chapman. Hadn't had a chance to make a run on her quite yet. As they come down in front of the stands, Jeremy Spears checking out on the field a little bit. Mia Chapman drifting up a little high. Now Rylan Lane up high. She's going to get out in the marbles. Going to lose a little bit of traction there.
Rylan Lane, an absolute great performance yesterday, and here's that replay.
We got a shot here. This is Mia Chapman getting passed there by Jeremy Spears, the tail end of it.
Yeah, Mia Chapman losing traction, going really wide in that corner, and open the door right up for that pass.
Let's come in here. This is Mia Chapman in the second spot. Rylan Lane chasing her down. Coming through this big horseshoe. Mia sliding up, catching a rut there. This is a very slick track.
Yeah, these cars all over the place for sure.
Mia sliding way wide on that one.
I think you got to set the car much earlier than you normally would here when it's this slick. And I think that's the odd setup. Get that car set long before the corner, get back in it, and just let the car slide all the way around.
Yeah, and it looks like Spears had about 0.3 of a second on Chapman that time by. Rylan Lane about a similar lap time to Mia Chapman. Times a couple seconds off where they were yesterday in this class, probably due to the moisture in the track. So Jeremy Spears out front, 8:49 currently. Working his way around the inside.
Yeah, he's having a great run out here. And I don't think he's having as much problem dealing with the slippery track. He might have found the right tire combination, right pressure, right everything here. Yeah. So hats off to Jeremy Spears.
Yeah, we're going to have that mandatory competition caution here at the midway point as Rylan Lane trying to chase down Mia Chapman. All three cars within about 0.2 of each other. Rylan Lane all the way to the bottom looking for something. She's going to have to slide up top. Mia Chapman gapping her by about 2 or 3 car lengths there.
Pro-Am Turbo shaping up to be a great race, too. I know they're off screen, but Ryan Denny out front there, Michael Bernstein and Daniel Hearn top 3 in the off-screen Pro-Am Turbo class.
Yep, Ryan Denny out front, working her way around this track. There in turn number 2.
And there's Ryan Denny. She's looking great out here, been leading it from the start. And Ryan Denny's got her hands full with Michael Bernstein right behind her and Daniel Hearn with our onboard Starstream.
Denny put down some quick lap times there.
For sure. Been out of the car for 10 months. Doesn't even look like it. Got to hang out with Denny last night. She was a lot of fun. She is extremely excited to be back racing.
Yeah, good to see her out here, and almost like she didn't forget anything. She's out here running away with this one. Getting a little pressure there, but Ryan Denny just absolutely on her own.
In her group, she is definitely a fan favorite. That is for sure. We're hanging out with her. There were people that just loved being right there with her, so that's awesome that she has that ability to market that. That is incredible. She is quite the driver as well.
Pro production leader Jeremy Spears working his way. Going to be looking for that competition caution to fly. Drifting way outside there. Means we're going to regroup this pro production class. Ryan Denny going to be looking for that mandatory competition caution as well. Working away through the inside of this track. Drifting up and around.
So Jeremy Spears out there will do a faster. Mia Chapman is faster out there per lap, but he's got her on position.
Talking about our points leader, Mia Chapman, currently sitting in second place. We were able to catch up with her earlier on this weekend.
Thanks, guys. Down here with Mia Chapman. Now, Mia, this is kind of like your home track. You have many, many laps over here at Firebird. With that being said, when we were here for rounds 1 and 2, the track was underwater. They pumped 100,000 gallons of water out. And this weekend, it is a very warm December. Track is looking pristine out there. For somebody who has driven all over, how does the track look like to you right now?
The track looks amazing. I mean, yeah, last time we were here it was covered in water, so it was a little bit tricky to work with, but we came out here this morning and it looks great. Got around to practicing and yeah, everything felt amazing, so hopefully the sun doesn't dry it out too much, but we got some pretty great weather this weekend.
Well, with that being said, too, you know, a lot of people don't know what it's like to drive in dust. And somebody that does that, you said that hopefully it doesn't dry it out too much. With the dust, how can that play a factor into your drive style?
I think it plays a huge factor. I mean, the way we set up these cars is for not a super dry track, but not a super wet track and kind of in between. So they definitely run better on the drier side, but it definitely toes a line to where you have to keep it kind of in that middle range. But I mean, it blocks visibility for sure. When you're right behind someone and trying to catch them, it can definitely be tricky. So yeah, I mean, we kind of race through it all. It builds a better driver overall. So yeah, I'm ready for some fun.
Well, you guys heard it here. Mia Chapman is ready for some fun right now. She is points leader heading into round 3 for her class. Best of luck to her. Back up to you guys.
And we are back racing here. Jeremy Spears leading in pro production. Mia Chapman all the way to the bottom, looking to get that spot back. Rylan Lane way outside.
Yeah, that could spell disaster for Rylan Lane. Oh, the car's touched back there.
Yeah, there's a lot of bumping and banging going. Looks like Denny going to get around Rylan Lane, so she wants a shot at this overall. Oh, now we got Rylan Lane and Denny bumping and banging. Mia Chapman all the way to bottom and Jeremy Spears. They got a little bit of a battle going on. Last lap, Mia Chapman a hair faster than Jeremy Spears. Looks like Denny getting passed by Rylan Lane. Denny doesn't like that so much.
Yeah, Ryan Denny needs to be a little cautious here. They're not in the same class, so I would hate to see any bumping or grinding going on there and keeping Lane from proceeding forward.
Yeah, Denny now getting a little pressure there.
That's Michael Bernstein. Michael Bernstein with a little love tap to Ryan Denny.
Yeah, look at it. He's looking all the way to the inside. Not much there. Trying to make a run down the backstretch on Denny.
Michael Bernstein on fire after the competition, Yellow. I'm wondering what changed.
Got a shot here. This is our pro production. Mia Chapman all the way to the bottom, drawing even. Nothing there, though, with Jeremy Spears. Chapman all the way to the bottom again, putting her nose in there. Nothing there. She's going to try and soak up on him. They're going to come side by side. Oh, up on the bike. That was Jeremy Spears. Chapman all the way to the bottom again, keeping it nice and tight. Going to try and keep her momentum down this front stretch.
Luckily, Jeremy Spears did not lose a position going up there on the bike like that. And that was a good recovery for him to stay in front of Mia Chapman.
Chapman all the way to the bottom again, initiating the turn a little bit quicker, trying to find a way around with a couple laps remaining.
Well, I think she's going to do it right now. She's going to the inside, still really slippery.
Jeremy Spears doing a great job of protecting up and over the ski jump. So Chapman all the way to the bottom again. All the way to the bottom. Looks like she's going to draw even with Spears.
Wow, things are getting spicy. I know we love that word here at Core. It's definitely getting spicy. Mia Chapman.
Oh, and they
working.
touch. Oh, and Rylan Lane going to take advantage of it.
Oh, Mia Chapman all the way back to third place. She's got the speed, and she knows how to make this turn. Here we go, wheel into the inside at turn 6. She made the pass.
She gets the pass back on Rylan Lane. Rylan all the way to the bottom. Chapman there trying to come around Jeremy Spears. What a wild race here in pro production.
I'm loving it. We got position changes. Now Mia Chapman challenging Jeremy Spears.
Outbreaking Jeremy Spears all the way to the bottom. Nothing there. Chapman going to draw even with Jeremy Spears over the big ski jump.
She's holding that wheel, and it looks like she got the pass made as they come into turn 3, though. Can't she hold on?
Oh, look at Rylan Lane. Oh, Rylan
Lane. Wow, we've got a race in our hands. Look at this. Mia Chapman, Rylan Lane right now challenging Jeremy Spears for the lead.
Chapman getting taken out there. Checker flag going to fly. Going to be Jeremy Spears, Rylan Lane, Mia Chapman way back.
Oh, that's bad news. Mia Chapman way off the pace there. Wonder what happened. It was shaping up to be the most incredible race so far. That was a 3-way battle. They were all swapping positions. That was an incredible race.
So it ended up Spears, Lane, and Chapman. I believe it was Denny taking home. We are going to catch up with everything with the chaos when we resume here to Firebird Motorsports Park and round number 4 of the Championship Off-Road Racing Series.
The Championship Off-Road Racing Series is brought to you by R&R Steel, Tucson's premier steel fabricators and erectors. Racer Plus, where the racing never stops. And by Starstream Pro, stream live video, telemetry, and data from anywhere on the planet.
Yeah, I got that right turn. We're good.
Let's meet up at the compound group up.
At turn 4. Yeah, for sure, dog. Good, little driver, straight on through. go, boys.
How many Kings have we got racing today? All of them.
I got nothing to lose.
As you can see, we've had another beautiful day on the Isle of Man.
We'll do some racing this weekend. It's going to be a blast.
Welcome back here to Firebird Motorsports Park and round number 4 of the Championship Off-Road Racing Series. Just got done with a dual race, Pro Production and Pro-Am Turbo, and the final laps of both races. Very, very eventful, Mark.
I really enjoyed watching that three-way battle happen. They made this very wide track seem very narrow, going 3 cars into most of the corners there in the second half of the track. What a great race to watch.
Definitely was a great race to watch, and same thing with the Pro-Am Turbo. Went down to the wire, lead swaps all the way throughout. So what a great day of racing, all in all. And those two definitely did not disappoint.
Yeah, Ryan Denny was out front there for the majority of the race, but Michael Bernstein just found a burst of speed the second half, and I know everybody, another fan favorite, we talk about Ryan Denny, but Michael Bernstein, everybody loves Michael Bernstein. He's down there, and I know he's going to be very happy for this win.
Yeah, so Pro Production, it was Jeremy Spears, Rylan Lane, and Mia Chapman, 1, 2, and 3. Pro-Am Turbo is Bernstein and Ryan Denny, and I believe Troy Horrock in the 3rd spot.
Troy Horrock indeed out there, and we're going to get this podium going. We got 2 on that podium. And Mia Chapman here making her way to the podium.
So, all in all, great day of racing. After we've got this race up on tap next, we've got the Sportsman NA and Sportsman Turbo races. That one going to be slated for 10 laps, so that one's coming up next momentarily. Right now, though, looks like we're getting our podium together for the Pro Production class. And with that, we're going to hand it off to Tiffany Stone.
Thank you guys so much. Down here with our 3rd place finisher, number 37, Mia Chapman. Now, Mia, that was a close race. You guys all battled all the way. I really commend everybody. It was pretty clean out there. I know some things didn't go your way. Going into round 4, you're 18 plus, but you hit that rut right at the very, very end. Talk to me about this for round 4.
Yeah, that was a heck of a race. First, it was so much fun. It's rare to have battles like that and keep them clean. So, yeah, I had a blast. A little bit of a bummer we had something break on the front of the car on the second to last lap, so definitely was a struggle to bring it home to the finish, but so glad I did and just happy to be out here.
Who would you like to thank for helping you with round 3 and round 4 this weekend?
Definitely my mom and my dad for all the support. Red Bull, Tremor Wheel, Kicker Audio, Rigid Industries, Sparco, Rugged Radios, R&R Steel, Misadventure, Yokohama Tire, and everyone that helps me out.
Nice job. Take your spot on number 3, Mia. Thank you. Heading over here to our 2nd place finisher, Rylan Lane. Now, Rylan, it's good to see you out here. Yesterday was your first time racing out in Core. Took the 3rd, stepped it up to 2nd today. Track was a little bit more slick out there, but you were able to hold your own. Talk to me about this.
Honestly, I had no expectations. It's my first time running short course, so I think it's doing pretty good, but they're really fun to race with.
You guys kept it clean out there, and to be able to hold yourself with Jeremy and Mia, you should be really proud of yourself. I know you talk about coming from Glamis, but this is perfect. It's good to have you here. Hopefully we can have you in round 5 at Glen Helen. Who would you like to thank?
Desert State Electric and my parents, and 2X Motorsports.
Nice job. Hop up on number 2. And taking that top spot here for round 4, Jeremy Spears. Now, Jeremy, you were able to come together, bring it all. Yesterday, you were on the number 2 box, stepping it up to number 1. It seemed like your car was dialed in. The setup was perfect. You were hitting the correct lines. From your perspective, how was it for round 4?
It was definitely a lot better yesterday. We knew it was slick yesterday. Today, it was slick again. We set up the car pretty good.
Who would you like to thank for round 4?
Green City Heating, Benford Metals, American UTV, and MRT Tires.
Nice job. Take your spot on number 1. Big round of applause. Top 3 here, Pro Production. Back up to you guys.
Thanks a lot, Tiffany. Yeah, great race there. I think Pro Production's shaping up to be one heck of a battle throughout 2025 and 2026. Looking forward to seeing that one resume when we head to Glen Helen. Speaking of which, man, another great battle, Pro-Am Turbo. I know we're going to get to those podium finishers here momentarily, but that one, it wasn't decided until the last lap either there, Mark.
Yeah, Michael Bernstein just found a burst of speed there in the second half. Was able to get around Ryan Denny, and what a great job he did to manage to negotiate to get that car around Ryan Denny.
So I know we're working on getting those podium finishers. Once again, we're going to be moving on to Sportsman NA and Turbo later on. As soon as this wraps up, then we're going to move into our Pro Side-by-Side division, the big dogs, the premier division here at the Championship Off-Road Racing Series, and looking forward to that. So a couple of stacked lineups yet to come. So that being said, sounds like Tiffany Stone's standing by with our podium finishers and Pro-Am Turbo.
Yes, I am. Thank you guys so much. Down here with our third place finisher, Troy Horak. Now, Troy, talk to me about round 3. We saw you got a DNF, but you were able to regroup, re-strategize, come over here for a podium spot for round 4.
Yeah, it was just a mishap on my fault. I didn't have a radio in the car, so that was my fault. That's why I got kicked off the track, which is, safety. So that's all good there.
Well, with round 4 being done, heading into round 5, obviously you've got this momentum going into that, adding some more points for you. How do you feel about this, and who would you like to thank?
Yeah, I felt good about today. About lap 4, I had a misfire code, so my car was running about a 900 cc. So on the caution lap, went out there and reset the ECU so I can have some boost. But I'm really excited for the round 5 out in Glen Helen. It's going to be a blast. But I'd like to thank my whole family, Core, my wife. We just had our son 3 weeks ago, so it's a big moment to be out here. I'd like to thank Method, Rugged Radios, Tensor Tires, and Synfab.
Nice job. Take a spot on number 3. Heading over to our second place finisher, Ryan Denny. Now, Ryan, you've got a cheering section out here. I love this. This is what happens when you don't race for 10 months. Come back here, double podium for rounds 3 and 4. Tell me about your incredible weekend.
Yeah, it's been such a good weekend so far. The track started off a little slippery in the beginning, so it was kind of rough doing that again. Then it got out there, started racing with him, and it was good battles.
You guys had nice, clean battles out there. It was really great to see that. And there was a moment that you were getting in with the first running of the classes out there for pro production as well. Who would you like to thank?
I want to thank my dad for everything he does for me, my mom, Papa, all my friends and family for coming out here, 2X Motorsports, 518 Designs, and anybody else. Thank you.
Nice job. Quick question. Round 5, we'll see you at Glen Helen.
Yes, I'll be there.
All right, guys, she's out of retirement and taking that top spot, Michael Bernstein. Now, Michael, it is so good to see you over here. Tell me about round 4 for you, because I love when you take that top spot. You drove a clean race. It was really nice to see you come into your own, especially that second half.
Felt amazing, that's for sure.
Felt amazing. Who would you like to thank?
I'd thank my parents, mainly my dad for paying for the car, and Ruthless Power Sports, Extreme Manufacturing, Rito for helping me get the car dialed in with the shocks, and then, yeah.
Nice job. Well, one more round of applause for your top 3 finishers in Pro-Am Turbo.
Great racing all around in both of those divisions, and I think great racing going to be all around in our next upcoming divisions as we switch gears, move to some sportsman racing. We got Sportsman NA and Sportsman Turbo coming up next. So another huge slate of dual races. We got, looks like 8 drivers in the Sportsman NA class. Got another 2 drivers in Sportsman Turbo. So going to move forward, and we got that. And then immediately following that, we got Pro Side-by-Side, Mark, and that's the one everybody's been waiting for.
Yeah, the Pro Side-by-Side class promises to be a barn burner, that's for sure, so stick around for that. But here is the R&R Steel Championship Off-Road points for your sportsmen. You got Thomas Bach at top there with 84. Timothy Jones right behind, 10 points behind that one. Ryland Bernstein out there with 13 points behind our leader, Sean Jones, 41, and Cody Kranz will be your top 5 here in the point standing with the rest of the field that's out here today. Now, that's going to be a great lineup here as they come into this round. Sean Jones with a great race yesterday in that Yamaha YXZ. So can Sean Jones repeat that performance of yesterday and get that back on top of the box? Or will Timothy Jones, after yesterday being up on the lead for a little bit, had some car problems, will he be able to get his first place box today?
Yeah, lots of storylines coming into this one as we're starting to get them gridded up. You see them behind that Jones Ford pace truck, getting ready to roll them out and into the arena. It's going to be a stacked lineup of some Sportsman racers. These are divisions. You got a side-by-side sitting at home. You think you want to go racing, do some safety upgrades, and come out here and try your hand at short course racing with Championship Off-Road.
Man, we can't stress that enough, man. Listen to what Jim just said. You got that car. You ever wanted to get into racing? You got a little bit extra change to spend on the weekends? Upgrade that car. Get it safe. Get it legal. Come out here. This is the class for you.
Absolutely. This is definitely the class for you, and we would love to see you out here.
This is an ever-growing class. Sean Jones, great performance yesterday. Timothy Jones, the son of our timing keeper, and Tim Jones, our track director out here, making it all worthwhile and safe out here. So I know those two, they got to pull double duty. They have to be up here and do their job, but they have to be supportive of their son out there. You'll see Marnie making sure that each lap is right, and she'll get up and wave him on. So that's really great to see Marnie get excited with Timothy out there.
Yeah. Lots of good stuff happening here at the Championship Off-Road Racing Series. Got to give a shout-out to some of our partners. Obviously, we got Liqui Moly. Any purchase of Liqui Moly this weekend from traders, you're going to go home with a beanie. They've also got some promotions, whether you're a sportsman racer, pro racer, or a youth racer. If you buy, I believe, $60 in product in motor oil, they're going to give you away some freebies and some free product to go along with it. So definitely go down to traders. Go meet with Liqui Moly. They'll get you dialed in with your race cars, and really excited to have them a part of the series. As we take a look at the Liqui Moly starting grid for Sportsman NA and Turbo. Row number 1, it is Sean Jones on the inside of row number 1, our winner yesterday. Austin Dorn on the outside of row number 1. Thomas Bach, Ryland Bernstein. We got Timothy Jones and Nolan Hogg there, and Benjamin Ducharme and James Cummings.
And up next with our Sportsman Turbo, Calvin Odell in the 241, doing a great job yesterday, putting it on top of the box, and Matt Dyer and the 813 will be battling it out there for that Sportsman Turbo class.
All right, got our drivers. They're getting their first glimpse of this track. Following that pace truck around down that back stretch. You're going to wind their way through the middle of this track here at Firebird Motorsports Park, and we are going to go green flag racing. This one's slated for 10 laps, mandatory competition caution at the midway point.
Man, I know we're supposed to be focusing on this race, and this is happening right now, but my mind is completely drifting on what's about to happen next.
Yeah, well, we definitely got pro side-by-side coming up next, but before that, we got 10 laps of great sportsman racing ahead. So it looks like we're going to get that blade off the track, which means we're looking for this Joan Ford pace truck to pull off, and let's go racing.
It's amazing what Kelvin can do with that blade in a matter of 5 minutes just in between a podium. You can see the track now, a lot of the blue groove. He just ripped it up. Now, he didn't rip all of it up, but he left enough for you to make a choice. You either want the groove or do you want the soft stuff. So it's still racer's choice. But I know that Kelvin takes his job very seriously.
All right, we got everybody bunched up here. That is a 971 of Sean Jones, the Yamaha, sitting on the pole.
Another one of the Yamahas out here. And, for the most part, the Yamahas, there's a handful of them out here. They've been running good out here with these shifter cars.
Get a glimpse there at our field. So we're going to have 2 starts in this one. We are going to have the Sportsman NA. They're up front. They're going to take the green flag, and then we are going to have the Sportsman Turbo take the green flag momentarily after them. So right now it's Sportsman NA up front. Sean Jones looking for that green flag to go racing here.
Sean Jones will start it with that green flag waves. And right there, turn 1, can they all get through clean? Looks great. You can see that Kelvin ripped that turn right there, and they were able to find a lot of traction coming out of turn 1.
Yep, Sean Jones now protecting that inside in the 971. Going to come up and over that big flyaway jump as we get a glimpse here now of our Sportsman Turbo.
Sportsman Turbo, Calvin Odell. Calvin Odell, your winner yesterday.
Yeah, Calvin Odell, great run yesterday. Started working his way into the traffic of the Sportsman NA race as well, as we get a glimpse there of the 971 Sean Jones. your current leader.
Yeah, he's doing a great job. That 971, though, of Sean Jones still out front, working that wheel. And if you notice, he's got a shift as well. Sequential transmission in that thing with the clutch on the foot. And if that's one of the newer ones past 2016, it's got paddle shifters on the wheel.
Jones, Dorn, 1 and 2. Bach in the mix as well. Up and over the big flyaway.
A little bit of pressure for the number 27 car. Sean Jones now. Austin Dorn bidding for that first place. I know these are the sportsmen, but boy, they're making it look like it's not a sportsman race. Good job.
Yeah, Sean Jones there doing a good job of protecting. Dorn putting a little pressure there with the number 27. Jones looks like a little contact there with the number 27.
Yeah, it would appear that Sean Jones came in to the line of the 27, Austin Dorn. Austin did a great job, though, making it not upset the car too much. And that was a pro move right there by both drivers.
Yeah, I believe Sean Jones, first weekend ever racing out here, took a victory yesterday. Oh, a little bit up on the bike, able to keep it down. 971 doing his best to hold off the hard-charging Dorn in the 27.
Well, I think these guys have been watching the pros this weekend because, man, the driving looks like it's really picked up on both drivers.
Yep, all the way to the bottom there.
Yeah, it's a good-looking car right there, that YXZ. Definitely very unique build. When you go out to build one of those Yamahas, it's a different car altogether, man. Different style setup on the suspension. It's everything different. I think it's great, and it's great to see it doing well out here all weekend long.
That's Calvin Odell there, leader in Pro Turbo. Sean Jones now clicking off another lap. Of the mandatory caution coming out at some point. .27 there of Dorn. Got Bach and Timothy Jones in the mix as well.
Yeah, Timothy Jones a little dormant here on this race here for today. And I'm not counting him out. A great shot of him right there doing some battling with Thomas Bach. Thomas Bach, the veteran in this class. Thomas Bach, an awesome human being as well. It's great to see him out here. We had to get rid of the veteran class, so that kind of let the vets go somewhere else. So here's where they landed, right here in the sportsman class.
So Timothy Jones there doing a good job trying to chase down Bach. Sean Jones leading, getting a lot of pressure from Dorn. Dorn not able to find an edge there. To Sean Jones' credit, not making any mistakes. He's continuing to hit his marks, not opening the door there for Dorn.
Dorn doing a great job, though, sticking a wheel in. That's why I've been saying, man, I know these are the sportsmen, but there's a lot of pro moves going on right now.
Yeah, it's a very good, strong race. Whoa! As Dorn goes up on two wheels, able to collect it, keep it, bring it back down. Not going to lose any position, just going to lose track. That's number 13 of Bach. Timothy Jones now trying to put a little pressure on Bach there for that third spot. Getting a tire on him. Oh, looked like a little contact, nothing there.
Timothy Jones did a great job. He's trying to race him down the front straightaway. It looks like he had the speed but couldn't make the pass.
Should have the competition caution next time by. So it's Sean Jones. Going to be going around that corner, number 2, into the big flyaway jump. The ski jump, as we call it.
That jump literally has been on this track since the day it was built. I don't even think it's moved 10 feet one direction or the other.
13 all the way to the inside. Bach protecting from Jones. Jones now trying to make a run up the outside. Doesn't look like anything there. Going to tuck in behind number 13 of Bach again. Jones almost feel like he's getting held back by Bach.
Yeah, we've been talking about the battle up front between Sean and Dorn. But this battle right here, equally as important, Thomas Bach and young Timothy Jones.
And that's going to bring us to our mandatory competition caution. And we've been talking a lot about Thomas Bach in this race, and we caught up with him earlier on this weekend.
Here with another points leader as we head into round 3 and 4. Thomas, now you said that you've been racing with Core for about 3 seasons now, since it pretty much came back over here on the West Coast. You've seen it develop, you've seen it get better. How are you feeling right now?
Feeling pretty good. I'm learning a lot still, 3rd season in. Don't get much track time besides coming for the races, so it's definitely a learning experience every time I come out here for every race. So I'm building and getting my knowledge up a little bit more and more each time.
So rounds 1 and 2, we were here a few months ago. 3 and 4, we're back here now. Weather's a little bit different. Track conditions are a little bit different. Warmer for being December. Like you said, you've mentioned that you learn something every round. What have you learned from round 1 and 2 to implement into 3 and 4?
Listen to my spotter, Steve Hoffman, a little bit more. Staying on the gas. My car is set up to handle it a little bit better in the corners, so stay on the gas in the corners and just try to stay in as much as I can instead of lifting.
Well, you know, I really enjoyed interviewing both of you on rounds 1 and 2. You guys are great out there. This is such a great dynamic. I love that. Best of luck for this weekend, rounds 3 and 4. He is here. We've been talking about that. Not only are the classes getting bigger, but the sportsmen's classes are getting bigger. And it's like guys, like Thomas says, come out to race with us for the whole season.
And we have our Jones Ford Pace Truck pulling off, which means it's time to go back to racing here with Sportsman NA and Sportsman Turbo. It's going to be Sean Jones bringing us to the green flag.
Can Sean Jones hold on? Austin Dorn been very competitive and right there has not been able to get away from, can't shake Austin Dorn. So Austin Dorn now been able to watch all the moves that Sean's got. So can Austin capitalize it here in the second half?
Yep. It's like all the way to the outside. That was Timothy Jones in the back.
Well, and there it is, what we were just talking about. Austin Dorn to the inside, cannot make it stick. They're still side by side. That's a pro move from both cars to the outside. Dorn stays there.
Look at that, all the way to the bottom.
They relentless. There it is, making the pass. We've got a lead change, but Sean Jones to the inside.
Took 7 laps to get it done.
And now Thomas Bach wants a run for the P1.
We got a race on our hands here in Sportsman NA.
Thomas Bach.
So Dorn 7 laps in and finally made it stick on Jones.
Well, you know, sportsmen or not, they're racing as hard as they can. You heard Thomas Bach on the box yesterday say, man, I'm just flat out tired. And I know that's going to be the case today, but look at this. I just said it, Austin Dorman watching the lines. But we got a 3-way battle. It can still be anybody's race. Thomas Bach knew how to put that wheel in while the 2 in front of him were battling it out.
So it's Dorn, Jones, Bach. They're your top 3 here in Sportsman NA. Took him 7 laps, that man right there. Dorn in the number 27 car finally getting around Sean Jones. See if Sean Jones, with a couple laps remaining, got anything left in the tank to try and chase him down.
I just don't think that's going to happen. But you never know right here. As they get the drag race coming down the front straightaway, they are again side by side. Sean Jones in that 971 car put the wheel in again in turn 1. And now turn 2's coming back.
Late braking, Sean Jones trying to go all the way to the outside, slingshot by, way outside, nothing there. Working the angles.
A little bit of difference in size of cars. The 27 of Austin Dorn, smaller tires, looks like normal suspension. And that Yamaha YXZ, a little bit bigger tires. Look at this. Some rubbing. Thomas Bach and the other class, 241, and Calvin Odell get up there. And again, not in this class.
Calvin Odell, one of the winners yesterday, now inserting himself into this situation, going, I think I want to run at the overall. Sean Jones way outside up against the K-rail, bumps the K-rail, going to lose like three spots. Boop.
I seriously think I heard that when he hit it. Boop.
Just a little kiss of the K-rail. Don't quite know what happened. Oh, look at that. Timothy Jones, they're tangled, both being brought down. Timothy Jones, the beneficiary, picks up 2 spots.
I wonder what, I don't know what's going on here. Thomas Bach got in the back.
Yes, Calvin Odell going to be pulling off there. Something happened to that car. Let's hope we can get out of the racing line quick so we don't have to pull out the caution.
Thomas Bach's car actually went into between the rear tire and right into where the engine sits in that car.
And Timothy Jones, who's been awful quiet all race long, and he loops it. Timothy Jones trying to make a pass for the lead, puts it up on its side. Tough break for Timothy Jones.
You know, Timothy Jones cannot catch a break in this class this weekend.
He was right there trying to make a play for the win. And it is going to be Austin Dorn with the victory, Sean Jones in second, and Thomas Bach going to bring it home in the 3rd spot. Timothy Jones there in podium contention, wanted to go for the victory, and looks like we've got a replay.
We got a replay of Thomas Bach. Oh, no, it is this one. I apologize. I thought we were going to the replay. But here it is. Timothy just gets a little to the inside, comes around, and just bikes it over.
Very soft landing right into that inside cushion. But just enough to drop you back a few spots. A tough break there for Timothy Jones. Sounds like we've got another replay as well.
And I hope this is the one that I was talking about when Thomas Bach got into the back of the other car here in the number 241 of Calvin Odell. It took him out there. So let's see that replay. We're watching the same screen you guys got at home. And here it is. Indeed, you can see Thomas Bach a little heavy. The 241 started checking up. Thomas had nowhere to go and went right into where the engine and probably did a little bit of damage there to that car. I don't think Thomas Bach meant to do that, or I don't even think he saw it coming. He was along for the ride at that point.
All right, well, we've got 2 podiums full of drivers here, and we are going to catch up with all of those drivers when we return here to round number 4 of the Championship Off-Road Racing Series.
The Championship Off-Road Racing Series is brought to you by Rugged Radios. From the green flag to the checkered, they keep racers connected, crews informed, and fans closer to the action. HMD Designs, delivering excellence with every project. And by Racer Plus, where the racing never stops.
I got that right turn. We're good. Meet up at the compound group up. At 10-4.
Yeah, for sure, dog.
Good, little driver, straight on through.
My name is George Hamill with Starstream Pro. Technology has really given us the opportunity to showcase off-road racing. Now we can go live from any car, anytime on the planet.
The sport needs something like Starstream, and it's here.
To be able to be one of the first people to have it in their trucks is going to be pretty cool, and hopefully it's a great thing for the sport.
This small computer and a GoPro, a couple cables and a Starlink, you can watch all the in-car cameras live.
With Starstream combining to a Starlink network, it's so easy to plug this in. On our short course truck, we actually have it all self-contained. 2 battery packs, one powers the Starlink, one powers the Starstream. Super easy to take off and put on our desert car later when we leave the track.
It's never been done before at this level. The fact that we're going to be able to be on live TV and they can check in to multiple different drivers within seconds of each other, I think this is going to be a great thing for the sport.
Welcome back here to Firebird Motorsports Park, round number 4 of the Championship Off-Road Racing Series. Just wrapping up with Sportsman NA and Sportsman Turbo, and a very, very eventful final lap.
Yeah, Timothy Jones found himself over on the side, got into the fluff. The fluff just, I don't think he turned it anyway, could have done anything different. He just slid it in there. It was too far in the fluff. The fluff flipped him over. He's fine. Then Thomas Bach got collected by our turbo car out there, went right up into the back of that. I think both drivers are okay. Again, a racing incident, nothing too crazy there, and both drivers are okay.
Well, here's our Rugged Radios results for Sportsman NA and Sportsman Turbo. And, yeah, it was Dorn walking away with the victory and Sean Jones in second. And, yeah, it looks like Calvin Ordell wrapping up with the Turbo Class victory. And it sounds like Tiffany Stone is standing by with some of our podium finishers.
All right, guys, thank you so much. Right over here, we're going to talk to our third place finisher. I know you were filling in for Thomas, but Steve, you were in the car just dominating out there. I'd love to see you out here. I know that you had some issues with your car, the crankshaft earlier. Before you even got out there, your season kind of was done. So it's nice to see that Thomas let you jump into his car. Tell me about the day for you.
It was definitely fun. Trying to drive it like a turbo car, quite a bit different. A little bit slower, but definitely I can carry the speed a lot further. We need to do a little clutch work on it, but it needs a little more RPM, and I think I could have really hung with these guys and gave them a little more, but I was pretty much wide open the whole time. Trying to show Tom that the car will handle it.
I love that. Well, what you guys were mentioning before round 3 is that this dynamic, this friendship, it came from racing, and I love to see that you guys are doing this. Let me ask you, who would you like to thank for today's round 4?
First of all, I'd like to thank Tom for letting me drive his car. He always gets a little iffy when he lets me drive it because he thinks I'm going to pull a sight lap Steve deal, but I almost did, but pulled that off. I'd like to thank my wife, Core, everybody out here that supports me. Got neighbors and friends coming and cheering me on. So yeah, it's a good deal, man. I love it.
I love that. Hop up a number 3 for me. Heading over here to our second place finisher, we've got Sean Jones, 971. Now, Sean, for round 3, you took that top spot. Round 4, taking a second over here. I know that you said it's your first time really out, so you're excited about that double podium, round 3 and 4, heading into 5. Walk me through the weekend for you.
It was awesome. We're having some brake issues, which has been a challenge. I think a lot of it's driver error. Threw some new liquid moly in there, but still started boiling the brakes there towards the end, so I had to kind of ease off the pace. But these guys drove amazing. It was all pretty clean and just some good racing, so you can't beat that. Super happy to be out here.
Round 5 is in Glen Helen. Can we expect to see you there to continue this point streak?
We'll see.
We'll see. Who would you like to thank for an amazing weekend here in Chandler?
Well, first of all, our Lord and Savior for just giving us this beautiful day to be out here. And Core Racing, this is amazing, making short course great again in Arizona. My wife for being my pit crew, my spotter, everything. So my kids letting me come out here and take time away from something fun they want to do. So, and just everybody else, it's been awesome throughout this weekend. Appreciate everybody. So.
I enjoy that, but you got to know, us adults, we're just big kids as well. We enjoy hanging out on the weekends. Hop up on number 2 for me. And taking that top spot, Austin, number 27, Austin Dorn over here. Now, Austin stepping it up from round 3. Round 3, took that second place box, moving it up to the top of the box to round out this amazing weekend. Talk to me about what happened from your perspective. How'd you see it?
So everything was going great, and the pace was good. At the beginning, when they tore up the track, the corners were real hard to not tip. I went on 2 wheels a lot. And then that second to last lap, I felt something break. And then the car, my steering wheel was all the way to the side. I couldn't really keep it centered. And then my wife was just saying, one more. I knew something in the back broke, and I looked, one of the axles broke. So had to hold it together.
Had to hold it together, but you were able to do that, bring it all the way to the checker for that win. You know, a lot of the guys upstairs, Mark, Jim, they were mentioning that you guys, even though this was a sportsman's class, you guys were driving like pros. So nice job out there. Who would you like to thank?
Christina for spotting. She did really good. And then my family for coming out and then being here for my first win.
Nice job. Yes, congratulations on that first win. Hop up on number 1. Once again, big round of applause for our top 3 in Sportsman NA.
Yeah, that Sportsman NA race, Mark, it was on fire there. That was a lot of lead changes and fighting for the lead, and I mean, wire to wire, that one didn't disappoint.
I wish I would have known that Sight Lap Steve was in that car. I would have made it a little different the way I announced it, but you know what? I think Steve did a great job. I know he's pretty. Hey, I'm just going to make the announcement for Steve. If anybody knows or can get that man a crank so he can race his own car, he has a turbo car, busted his crank right in half, I would love to see Steve back out here. We call him Sight Lap Steve Krashelhoff.
Well, we would definitely love to see him back out here, but we're going to toss it down now with Tiffany Stone with our Sportsman Turbo podium finishers.
Thank you guys so much. Yes, now down here with the 241 of Calvin Odell. Now, Calvin, tell me about the day here. Wrapping up a nice one. We got a chance to speak yesterday. Doing it again over here for round 4.
Yeah, the race started out really good for me. I was excited, having a blast. And then I came into turn 1 and lost all power in the car, so I'm not real sure what happened there, but overall, great weekend.
Who would you like to thank for this?
I'd like to thank Steven for spotting me this weekend. I'd also like to thank Matt for the hospitality in the pit all weekend long. And thanks to my family and friends back home watching the race online. I'm sure they were cheering me on, and can't wait to hear from them after this.
It is very nice that we're able to watch this online. Congratulations, round 4. And heading over here, the number 813 of Matt Dyer. Now, Matt, it was a great time for you. Round 3, took that second place box, moving all the way up over here, finishing out a strong weekend at Chandler at Firebird Motorsports. Tell me about how you feel about everything.
Well, it was another great weekend out here, just like October. And thank you guys for having us out. And we plan on being out in California in February.
Round 5. Well, this win over here just added some more points to that standing for you. Put a little bit of a gap in there. It's great to see you back out. Anybody else you'd like to thank?
Patterson Property Inspections, Brad Patterson, my spotter, Cutting Edge Manufacturing, Arizona Precision Fabrication, Coast Aluminum, and Core.
Wonderful. Well, you both hop up on number 1 and number 2 over there. Big round of applause for our top 2 in Sportsman Turbo. Back to you guys.
Thanks, Tiffany. Sportsman Turbo, lots of personalities in there. Love to see it. So we are shifting gears now, Mark. The arena is going to be in full use here in just a few minutes because this is the division of racing here in the Championship Off-Road Racing Series that we coined the term the arena here at Firebird Motorsports Park. It's going to be an all-out war. You've seen MMA, you've seen the UFC. You haven't seen anything unless you've seen pros side-by-side in the Championship Off-Road Racing Series.
The only thing we're going to be missing in this round right here is the Lions and the ability to give thumbs up or thumbs down whether you live or you die. But, man, it is still going to be an absolute battle going on with this class. If you missed it yesterday, even though about 6 cars were taken off in turn 2, right off the bat, it's still shaped up to be an incredible race. But this is the big event coming up here at Core for the weekend.
The gladiators of short course are going to be in full effect here as we take a look at the R&R Steel Pro side-by-side point standings. It is Bo Judge in the 956 out front with 116 points. Local legend Jason Weller, 15 points back in the second spot. Ryder Chapman, 2 points back at Jason Weller in third. Then we got Colton Krychek, 22 points back. I think he had mentioned he might not be racing today. Brian McCormick, Ryder Van Beekem, Jeremiah Wagner, Chase Carr, who is not here this weekend. Got Bob Van Beekem after the big spill yesterday. Got the car back together. He is going to be in action here. He is 9th in the points, and Dan Kelly rounding out our top 10 in points.
Dan Kelly, what a racer he is, man. I think he's the veteran in this class, probably the oldest one out there, but he does not race like his age, that's for sure. He's very fast, but another name that I've been saying all weekend and have not been able to see him out on the course for very long, it's the 191 of Connor Maxwell. And as far as I think, the 2X star right there, 2X Connor Maxwell, he's like their captain, he's like their... You know, he's the one that leads 2X, like the, what can we call it? Like the captain of 2X? I don't know. Captain of the team, maybe?
Captain, I think.
Coach, maybe?
Yeah,
I don't
captain's
know.
Probably the proper term. But Connor Maxwell starting back there in the 16th spot with 17 entries. It's going to be a tall task to make his way to the front.
Well, you've said it before this weekend. Not one name on this list that could not get on top of them. Every one of these has an equal chance of getting on the box.
Yeah, definitely a true story. As we get everybody gridded up there, we got 17 cars slated to be in action here momentarily. Mark's got a poster here, Firebird Raceway poster. But, this is what people show up for. This is why people crowd the stands. This is why you come to Championship Off-Road Racing. This is why you tune in. It is for the pro side-by-side division. Through 3 rounds, we have seen the emergence of a bunch of different drivers to the front. I mean, we saw opening round, we saw Ryder Chapman. We've seen Bo Judge's consistency. Jason Weller yesterday, the survival to find his way to the podium. I mean, this one, it is a crapshoot. And we got some of the best drivers. I mean, guys like Bob Van Beekem, for whatever reason, has just had a lot of bad luck this year. You know, you look for him to have a breakthrough run at some point as well. I mean, this is a loaded field.
Yeah, Cohen Crawford right there. This is what I showed you on that poster. Cohen Crawford yesterday in the lone Yamaha in this class. He had to shift his way up there. He got it done for the victory. But Bo Judge, man, what can you say about Bo Judge? Just tough, and he did a great job out there.
Yeah, well, he did do a great job. And Bo Judge, funny story, he raced yesterday on the podium. Leaves, go to the Works Banquet because he won the championship there last night. He's back here today to race because he elected to go full-time with the Championship Off-Road Racing Series this year. We'd love to have Bo Judge here, but he's had a wild 24 hours. Podium, awards banquet back here. We'll see if he can double podium this weekend.
Now, you're missing it there, though. If I understood, I heard it right. He went to Vegas, did it, and came back? Is that right?
I think 24-hour trips to Vegas are pretty standard. I think it was actually about a 12-hour trip. It was a 12-hour trip for Bo Judge. But
I applaud that young man. So, you know what? It's like, hurry, get up here, and you've got a race.
Yeah, well, and as we take a peek at our Liqui Moly starting grid here for pro side-by-side, take us through these first 4 rows, Mark.
Cohen Crawford, your victor of yesterday, is going to start us off in P1. Right next to him, that man that just got back from Vegas, Bo Judge. Jason Weller with a great finish yesterday will be the first on row 2, right next to Brian McCormick. Cameron Bodden, row 3. Man, that car was on fire yesterday. Jeremiah Wagner in row 3 will round that off. Lucas Sweetland will finish it off. Tyler Herzog, the number 44 car in row 5 with Ryder Van Beekem right next to him. Dan Kelly will be row 6. Ryder Chapman will round that one up. Bobby Van Beekem all the way down to row 7. Kelton Penrod, Colton Krajcek, and Connor Maxwell.
Well, a little interesting note, you mentioned Cameron Bodden in the number 22. And how he was on fire yesterday. So that car is a Greaves car from the Midwest. So this is similar to what CJ Greaves runs in the Midwest. We've seen him win championships in the Midwest and world championships in the same car. So Cameron Bodden bringing an absolute piece of firepower to the Championship Off-Road Racing Series.
Man, you are not kidding, not even one bit. That car was so fast. The way it exited corners, it looked like it was just shot out of a cannon. The way it came into the corner, had power through the corner. It was incredible to watch. It was a little too much, I would think, just from my perspective, for that young man to control that car. So if he gets that car under control, there's no doubt in my mind he could be up in the top 3.
Absolutely. There's a lot there to control, I think, as is the case with most of these cars here in Pro Side-by-Side. This one's slated for 10 laps. We will have the mandatory competition caution a little bit past the midway point. Yesterday, we didn't need the mandatory competition caution for round number 3. We had a lot of chaos and quite a few cars bumping and banging and some mishaps. Hoping to keeping it clean today and having a great race with 17 of some of the best side-by-side racers in the country.
Well, if you came to watch our premier class, this is the class right here. This is why you came out to Firebird Motorsports Park, is to watch this race right here.
All right, we're looking at that Jones Ford pace truck. We're going to look for that to pull off. That means we're moments away from green flag racing with Pro Side-by-Side. If you're at home, get on your feet. If you're in Chandler, get on your feet. It is about to get started.
Man, the anticipation is so thick in the air right now. We're waiting for that green. Here we go as the cars come down the front straightaway.
Cohen Crawford all the way to the bottom. Bo Judge going to follow suit into second place. Whoa, went way outside there.
All cars clean through turn 1. They come into turn 2 down the back straightaway. Cohen Crawford and Bo Judge leads in over the ski jump.
All right, so we are clean through turn number 2. Cohen Crawford out front. Bo Judge, Weller slotting into the 3rd spot. And then it is, I believe that was Cameron Bodden in the 4th spot.
Yeah, Bodden getting a challenge with Jason Weller. They're side by side, but Bodden made that pass. Jason Weller moves back to 4th. Jason Weller with that inside line. He told me yesterday that he didn't mean to take it, but hey, that's it. That line's available, but he said, I don't think it was that fast, but you saw a lot of the field going there too.
Yeah, there you got a shot there of the 67, or 64. That was Bob Van Beekem battling from the back. Had the big spill yesterday. There's Cameron Bodden there, followed by Weller. And we've got the yellow flag coming out. Don't know why the yellow flag's out yet. We are going to find out momentarily. But we got through a lap here before the yellow flag flew here in Pro Side-by-Side.
So it's making me wonder. I see Ryder Van Beekem here. He's way off the pace here. I'm wondering if he got over or was blocking the road, the track rather, and couldn't get it started. We can see it right there, the number 1 plate. Ryder Van Beekem makes me wonder what happened there. It was the only casualty we've had so far.
Van Beekem going to work his way up, rejoin the field here. Pace truck missing the group of drivers.
Yeah. Well, the drivers aren't being very kind to him. Saw him waiting there. All they had to do was wait.
Oh, we got another pace vehicle out here. Call it the Jones Ford UTV.
I love it.
All right, so it is Cohen Crawford out front. Bo Judge in 2nd. Bodden in 3rd. It's going to be Jason Weller and McCormick, your top 5.
Yeah, it's looking good. It's shaping up still. All the cars out there. Ryder Van Beekem out there. Don't know what that was all about. I didn't see it off camera. And look at that stacked field as our drone goes by 17 cars. Right there, Bobby Van Beekem from the roof making it look so great out there. That drone. We're already coming down the front straightaway. No pace vehicle. I'm assuming we're just going for it.
Yeah, waiting for that green flag. Green flag flies. Cohen Crawford with the jump. Oh, look at Bo Judge all the way to the bottom. Bo looking for something. There was nothing there.
Lots of swapping in the back right there, but it looks like we're staying green. It looks like a great start.
Oh, a little bumping. That looked like Bodden getting into somebody.
That was Jason Weller that got him all collected in there. But Bodden was Jason Weller.
Oh, Weller up and over.
Oh, no. That is going to spell the end of Jason's day, it looks like.
Got a little something leaking out of the car there.
Yeah, that's a lot. Oh, that's too bad. It looks like the rear of the car is broken as well. He came over, all from the angle that I saw it. Came over the ski jump. I'm wondering if he checked up, and he landed right on his nose, and it took him over.
Well, we're going to get a replay of that, I'm sure, at some point as we're racing back here to the yellow flag. So it's going to be Cohen Crawford and Bo Judge, 1 and 2.
This is not the way I wanted to see Jason Weller's race weekend end. Wow.
I don't know. So I know that Cameron Bodden got into Weller in turn number 2.
That's right.
And then Weller regained, went over the ski jump, and something happened over there, and I don't know who made contact with him there.
Yeah, we're going to see, hopefully right here. So Jason, in the air, his wheel touched the rear wheel of this car right here. I'm going to see who that is in a second. But they touched in the air, and that was just enough to get the car to nose over. And when the nose hit with no forward, nothing to roll on, over she went.
Yeah, that was just a racing incident. Tough break there for Jason Weller. Looks like they're going to have a hard time getting the car over.
Yeah.
These side-by-sides in the pro side-by-side class aren't the lightest vehicles. So this is where, he got into the back there of Cameron Bodden. Regroups. jumps, and it looks like he just nosed over.
Yeah, I'm wondering if there was any contact at all.
I think he just somehow the rear bucked up, and it looks like he caught the front and went over.
Yeah, unfortunate, and they're having problems getting that car over. We call this an off-road short course race, and we call this a turtle. I haven't seen Jason Weller turtle in a long, long time.
Yeah, I don't know what happened there with the rear of the car to cause it to nose over like that. That was not something traditional you see, especially off that jump. Cars generally fly pretty level.
Well, when he did land, I saw the driver's side rear suspension kind of wobbling, so it's making me wonder if something came off the back of that car, and I'm wondering if that caught up and made him nose over like that.
Well, we're working on getting Jason Weller back over, but speaking of back over, all of you in attendance after this race, we're going to have a little intermission. You need to walk back over to the merch booth because earlier on this weekend we caught up with traders and all the Championship Off-Road Racing Series merchandise, and it's something you don't want to miss.
Now, if you guys are on site, make sure to stop by the merchandise booth so you guys can be able to pick up something great for a loved one. They need a last-minute Christmas gift? Don't worry, we've got you covered. Over here, we've got hats, we've got sweatshirts, we've got sunnies. You got a coffee lover? Don't worry, we've got mugs right here. And if you want, while you're here, see these blank hats, you can be able to customize them. Like the girls right behind me, they made their very own customized hats. They picked one out, picked out the different patches. All you got to do is find one that you like. Are you a fan of green? Pick up this one right there. And then pick out your favorite patch. Bring it over to Leah here. She's going to get you set up, and you're going to have the best Christmas gift for a loved one. Make sure you guys come on by and stop over.
All right, there's our Jones Ford Pace truck, still continuing to wrap its way around the field here, around the track. It's going to take a little shortcut through the middle.
Yeah, this is not the way I wanted to see Jason out of the race. This is bad for the Weller crew. They work really hard to get this car pumped up just right. Jason Weller, an incredible driver. It looks like they're going to unhook him. So I'm wondering, he's in the car. He's trying to start it. And that smoke that you see, what happens is oil runs into the combustion chamber once the engine is upside down. And, it doesn't really hurt the car. It possibly could foul a plug. It possibly could kind of hit me. I'm slobbering. I'm so excited. But
they're unhooking him. Looks like he's got a Nerf bar kind of hanging down there.
And that's just one landing from the ski jump. It'll bend it right back up.
Got the window net down. We're going to see if he's going to get that up and go racing. Drive it off under his own power. You got to love that.
Yeah, it looked like there was damage there. Oh, yeah, the Nerf bar. I think the Nerf bar, though, was a cause and effect from the roll.
Yeah, I'm sure.
You see a broken axle right here in the front. That could have been a cause as well. The broken axle on the front could have seized the front axle. That could have broke on the nose. There's a lot of things. We have to get that story after the race.
All right, so Weller pulling off. We're going to go back to green flag racing as Cohen Crawford, followed by Bo Judge.
Bo Judge, I'm learning, one of the most respectful racers in off-road racing today. If you got the position, he'll let you have it. Bobby Van Beekem to the inside. There's Bobby.
Well, Van Beekem coming all the way from the back, had that big incident yesterday. Team worked till midnight last night, got up at 5 a.m. working on the car this morning, and he is back racing today. He got a little bit of chip on his shoulder, and Bob wants to prove something.
Yeah, but did you see that? That's the exact line that took him out of the race yesterday, and he took it again today. Only Bobby Van Beekem would do that.
Yeah, according to Bob, they were the spindle broke at the lip of the jump.
So as it came off, it went sideways, and then from there, he was just along for the ride. Well, he made that line work just a second ago, and he's all the way up to third place.
Yeah, Bob really moving fast here.
See if he does it again. I think he loves that inside line. He is more inside than any of the others. I think that's his spot. He loves going in.
Look at that. Looks like he's trying to get another pass. Wow, Bob Van Beekem, fastest guy out on track right now.
Ryder Chapman coming up behind him right now. And Brian McCormick in the mix too. Ryder Chapman with a little bit of smoke coming from the back of his car.
Yeah, got his teammate Arkansas right in front of him.
Cohen Crawford just flawless for the weekend.
Cohen Crawford and Bo Judge out front. They're loving life. All the chaos happening behind them. Bob Van Beekem right here trying to chase down Bo Judge.
Oh, this is crazy. We know this. These two characters right here. Bo Judge, again, one of the nicest guys in off-road racing. He's got Bobby Van Beekem right behind him. And you know Bobby, he will, if he comes up behind you, he wants around you. If he wants around you, he will get around you. And I think that's about the nicest way to say it right there about Bobby.
Bob now trying to work his way around Bo Judge.
Oh, this is the race we wanted to see right here. The best of the best for the weekend.
That is Arkansas on the 93. That is Ryder Chapman pulling over to the side.
Yeah, there's a little bit of smoke coming from his car, so I'm wondering if the smoke that we saw is what is taking him out with a mechanical.
Tough break for Ryder Chapman. He was right in the points.
Ryder Van Beekem also here getting back on the track. So the only guy left, there's two left, Arkansas and Bobby Van Beekem.
Bob really trying to chase down Bo Judge. Bob been a very, very eventful start to the season. Hasn't seen a podium yet in any of the classes. So Bob, a little bit of chip on his shoulder, looking for some redemption in that first podium on the season.
Well, he's definitely doing it. I love, there it is, Bobby Van Beekem to the inside of Bo Judge. I showed you Bo Judge. He let him have it. Did not want Bobby to take him out.
And there was no touching by either driver there. No. Completely clean. It's a competition. Caution comes back. You know Bo Judge going to insert his nose there in turn number 1 when we go back to green flag racing.
There's no doubt in my mind that is exactly what we're going to see right there. It's almost textbook, and you can almost call it line for line.
Well, and the guy we've been talking about all afternoon, Bo Judge, we were able to catch up with him earlier this weekend.
Down here with Bo Judge. Now, Bo, you are tied for second place right now in your class. But the kicker is Chase Carr's not here, who was leading the class. And then later on tonight, you're actually heading out, going to Vegas, going to a works banquet, and then driving back for tomorrow's round 4 race.
Yeah, it's going to be fun. We'll see how it all shapes up after the weekend, after with Chase not being here. But yeah, we got a busy couple days ahead of us. I knew the weekend was going to be full, but we completed a undefeated season at work, so it's their last awards banquet, so we definitely want to show up and participate in that. I won the championship. My son got second in points, so we definitely want to make it for there. So yeah, we're gonna, the Turo's showing up any minute, and we're gonna jump in that, and we're gonna head to Vegas and go to the banquet, and then jump back in the car and head back here for tomorrow's race.
I mean, that's pretty exciting, though. Not only did you get this championship for Works, you also got an Impact Award from the Off-Road Motorsports Hall of Fame for short course racing. You said, in round 1 and 2 that you kind of found another home again here with Core. How's that shaping up after round 3?
It seems good. I mean, I like it. I mean, the way the TV time and the way they're pumping this up. I mean, it seems like it's going to be really good. I mean, I think we have even a bigger car count this weekend, and I can't wait to get out there and just do battle with these guys. It's so fun, and it's close racing, and just can't wait to do it.
Well, best of luck in round 4 for the race today. It's going to be a great one. Make sure that you guys follow Bo along, because if you haven't heard of Bo Judge, I don't know where you've been, because this man knows how to dominate in short course racing.
All right, as we go back to green flag racing, we got a bump right off the start. One of the big storylines as we were in that interview with Bo Judge. Bo Judge pulling off the track, had a flat tire. So one of the leaders here, Bo Judge, is all the way out as we've got the yellow flag flying, and that was probably based on the spin there at the green flag. So Now you wonder if Bo Judge is going to have a chance to get that tire changed and get back in the race.
Yeah, a couple things to talk about there. Number one, Brian McCormick just got spun off the start. I don't see it. I didn't see it on the screen. I was actually trying to watch it here live. And then Bo Judge drove off. There was nobody over there to put a tire on his car. So he was like driving around looking for somebody to put a tire on his car. So
and it looks like I see Bo Judge back on the grid. So we are going to reset things here. What I do know is Cohen Crawford is the leader. He's been leading this thing since the beginning. Bob Van Beekum has worked his way all the way into the second spot. Past that, all bets are off.
Yeah, still, it is still exciting, but I want to see this go the duration. Too many cautions out here, and you don't want a lot of cautions here. But, so far, fairly clean for this many cars and this much talent out on the track. And there's a car I'd like to see up front right there, the Connor Maxwell car, the 2X191. There's our champ right there, Ryder Van Beekum, rocking that number 1 plate, and he finds himself all the way at the back.
All right, so Cohen Crawford going to be bringing us to green as the pace vehicle pulls off.
Now, I'm looking for that yellow car down the straightaway coming back in of Bo Judge.
All right, so we're back to green flag racing. Bob Van Beekum sticking his nose down at the bottom on Cohen Crawford. Nothing there.
Well, Bobby Van Beekum's got to reach into his bag of tricks to get around Cohen Crawford. Cohen Crawford, the faster of the two all weekend long. But Bobby Van Beekum skying off the ski jump. Wow. Bobby Van Beekum showing you that if he's having a good day, that's it. You're in his way.
Well, that car, after yesterday's race, nobody thought it'd be racing again this weekend. It'd take a couple months to rebuild it. The R&R Steel team did some work overnight. He's back out here battling for a victory. Right now, though, Cohen Crawford, he is on rails out front, not making any mistakes.
Well, that looks great for Kyle Arkanon right behind Bobby Van Beekum. You can see it right there. They're teammates. The number 93 car, the number 64 car of Bobby Van Beekum. And now Brian McCormick, after getting spun on the start, finds himself right behind Kyle Arkanon, and he's got his hands full with the Bodden car. And it does look like there is a third car out there. It does look like Bo Judge made it back out. He's way back. But there's Bo Judge out there already picking off 2 cars.
All right, so we've got a handful of laps remaining as Crawford continuing to lead. You got Arkanon now getting hunted by McCormick. McCormick looking at all kinds of angles there. Arkanon tucking on the bottom. Now we go behind with Cameron Bodden in the 22. He's back in 5th place.
That Bodden car not looking like the performance of yesterday. It's still looking great. But yesterday, it would just seem that car was not just a little bit faster than everybody else. It was a lot faster than everybody else.
Oh, and look at that. The 64, that is Bob Van Beekum. Pull it off to the side. Tough break for Bob Van Beekum. Just not his weekend.
That is too bad. But Kyle Arkanon now will hold up the R&R Steel camp. Because I don't see Ryder Van Beekum being able to get that number 1 car out front either. But Kyle Arkanon now, the lone R&R Steel car out there that has any chance of getting to the podium.
Well, we haven't heard much from Arkanon this year, but he is running strong today. We know he's got the speed, just hasn't had the luck.
Yeah, he's a very fast driver there from the R&R Steel pit. And as he's showing right here, he's got Cohen Crawford in his sights, but Cohen Crawford, a full half a straightaway down from the rest of the crew. Cohen Crawford's Yamaha YXZ, it's the fastest car out there, and he's showing you that it is.
Well, and he's kept his nose clean. He stayed out front, had to deal with all the chaos behind him. Cohen Crawford dropping some very fast lap times.
Yeah, I still love that Bowden car. It looks fast, but he's got Brian McCormick right in front of him. And I told you, Mr. Methodical, Brian McCormick, he is extremely methodical, and his results right now are showing.
That checkered flag is flying.
Looks like it's going to be Cohen Crawford. Second place, Kyle Arcanaut, and it does look like the 333 car of Brian McCormick was able to edge his way in to third spot even after getting spun on the start.
Great race there in Pro side-by-side. We'll catch up with our podium finishers. Return here to Firebird Motorsports Park in round number 4 of the Championship Off-Road Racing Series.
The Championship Off-Road Racing Series is brought to you by R&R Steel, Tucson's premier steel fabricators and erectors. Racer Plus, where the racing never stops. And by Starstream Pro. Stream live video, telemetry, and data from anywhere on the planet.
Yeah, I got that right turn. We're good. Let's meet up at the compound group up. At turn 4. Yeah, for sure, dog. Good, little driver, straight on through.
When it comes to suspension tuning, there's only one name we trust: Double E Racing.
Double E Racing.
We help build champions.
Welcome back to the Championship Off-Road Racing Series. We're here in Chandler, Arizona for round number 4 at Firebird Motorsports Park. Just got done with our Pro side-by-side division. And Cohen Crawford walking away victorious, leading that thing wire to wire. And I think that's where you wanted to be during this one, Mark, up front.
Man, you did not want to be back in the pack. The drama that we expected, it raised its ugly head again. And it took some of the big players out, unfortunately. Bo Judge was taken out. Jason Weller, I still don't know what happened there. But there were a lot of key players that were taken out. And not by anything that somebody else did. It looked like the majority of them were taken out by their own submission.
Which brings us to our Rugged Radio's Pro side-by-side results. It was Cohen Crawford on top of the number 43, Kyle Arcanaut out of the R&R Steel Camp in second, Brian McCormick third, Cameron Bodden in fourth, Lucas Sweetland, Connor Maxwell, Bo Judge was fifth through seventh, and then it was Jeremiah Wagner, Colton Krychek, and Tyler Penrod. Rounding out your top 10.
Yeah, Mr. Methodical out there, Brian McCormick. I am great to see him on the box once again. He deserves it. He's been working hard since he's, you want to talk about somebody that went into retirement. I would say Brian McCormick. Now, he came into a full-on retirement, but he's back, and he's back in a big way, and I know this podium's going to be really good for Brian McCormick.
Looks like fans are gathering around. We're gathering our drivers. A little bit of celebration going to be going on here momentarily with our podium finishers as we throw it down to Tiffany Stone.
Thank you guys so much. That was a crazy race to watch. Now, we talk about the Pro side-by-side race, and that was definitely a great one for round 4. We're going to start things off with our third place finisher, Brian McCormick. Now, Brian, for round 3, you took 4th place. Now you're stepping it up. You're here on the podium, round 4. It's the first one of the season. Walk me through the trials and tribulations that you've had for the 4 rounds to make sure that you could get here for this weekend.
Just getting this car where it has been, came from just a normal car that Van Beekem had and a great car, but getting it to be competitive with these guys that are factory racers from all over the country. I mean, this is a stacked class, and I'm just blessed to be up here on the box. It's a lot of work, and we got 4 cars that we got to campaign, and the kids and Dad wanted to have some fun, but it's a lot, and I'm just stoked to be here.
Like I was saying in the other races, we're just big kids as well. We like to have fun on the weekends. So who would you like to thank?
The good Lord above for keeping us all safe in this third place. Cam and Bubba, endless hours and days just putting into this 4-car program. TJ Racing, TJ for all the help he does and his family, and that's about it.
Nice job. Hop up on the number 3 for me. Heading over here to our second place finisher, Kyle Arcanaugh. Now, Kyle, it was great to see you out here. You've got a big cheering crowd out here. I know you've been pushing and working hard all season long. Once again, also your first podium for the 25-26 season here at Core. You've got probably a lot of feelings going on, but you're seeing that you're coming into your own. Tell me how you're feeling.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, the only thing I can feel is that I'm blessed. Before the race, I asked, recently I lost my sister, and sorry, I might tear up a little bit, but I asked her, I said, please watch over me during this race, and I asked God. I said, I've been having a lot of troubles, the last couple races I've been here, and last season we had troubles with my car, and finally I just felt like I was able to drive my car all race as best as I could honestly drive it, and I could have been better in some areas, but of course, but I just was so thankful that God was watching over me and my sister, and that everything went as good as it could. I started all the way in the back. There was a lot of carnage, and somehow I made it all the way up here to second.
Well, you're definitely right, and our condolences on all of that, especially everybody from Core, but it felt like maybe she gave you a little extra power today to push you from the back to here. Who would you like to thank?
Yeah, for sure. Other than God, I'd like to thank, honestly, the guys at Arco Landscaping right now, because they've been busting their ass. Sorry, my language. All the last couple nights, we got a snowstorm in Indianapolis. That's where I'm from, Indiana, and my guys filled in for me, and they've been working their tails off, trying to get everybody taken care of, all of our customers. And I just can't thank them enough for filling in for me while I was gone. The whole R&R Steel team, they do so much for me. I can't thank them enough, and they prep my car. I work on it, but Matt, Tino, the other Matt, Kevin, Kyle, all the guys in the pits. I mean, it's just a group effort to get me and all the other cars out here, and we couldn't do it without them.
Nice job. Once again, hop up on number 2.
I need to also thank my girlfriend for letting me come out of here.
You better do that one. Hop up on number 2. And taking that top spot over here, we've got Cohen Crawford. Now, Cohen taking number 1 in round 3, taking number 1 in round 4. You come from the sprint car world. Tell some of us out here, really, what's the main differences? Obviously, driving sprint car to here, does anything translate over? Because it seems like you drive a very, very clean race.
Man, it's so you learn a lot from sprint cars. It's a lot translates over. You're just going right and left here compared to just left in the roundy round stuff. But it really taught me, open up entries, be nice and smooth, easy on the throttle controls, and it really showed today on a good challenging track. That was had a lot of traction in some areas and slick in others, but. It was a lot of fun. This is definitely a surprise. I came out here just to have some fun and hopefully to run mid-pack with these guys, but ended up not too bad, so I'll take it. I'd like to thank everyone. My dad, he's the YXZ guru. We made some good confident changes last night, and I think it showed today. All the support crew, David, helping me all weekend. Everyone else, everyone who's coming out to support me, thank you very much.
Well, I know that you mentioned that this was just a one-off for you because you got sprint cars, but I know these guys over here in the pro side-by-side class, they definitely would love to have you over here, so keep that in mind. Take a spot on number 1. Big round of applause for our pro side-by-side guys. Top 3 finishers. Back to you.
Yeah, great race there. I mean, great seeing Cohen Crawford out here. We love to have him full-time here in the Championship Off-Road Racing Series. Right now, though, we got some racing left to come. We've got SR1s and Pro Lite yet on tap before we wind down this weekend here at Firebird Motorsports Park. We're going to take a brief intermission for those of you sitting here in Chandler, and also for those of you sitting at home. We will be back at 3:20 Mountain Time. That is 3:20 Mountain Time, about 20 minutes from now. We will be back racing, and SR1s and Pro Lites yet to come, so we'll be back after this break. Welcome back to Chandler, Arizona. We are here at Firebird Motorsports Park for round number 4 of the championship off-road racing season. Jim Beaver along with Mark Wright. We're here in the booth coming back from intermission and a pro side-by-side race that did not disappoint. But lucky for you fans here and tuning in at home, we still have 2 races left. We've got our SR1 and Pro Lite divisions. So coming with some of the fastest divisions in the championship off-road racing season and leaving them for last, Mark.
Yeah, I still love this SR1 class. I so love it. It has been around for a long time. And, you know, our numbers finally looking good. 11 cars here slated for the weekend. I hope they all 11 return here for today. And otherwise, it's a great weekend. So far, you were absolutely right. That pro side-by-side race was absolutely off the chain.
It definitely was. It doesn't disappoint ever. I mean, this is the 4th one we've had this season, and, there's all kinds of different storylines. I don't want to say drama because it's been relatively drama-free, but we've had a lot of passing, a lot of crashing, and a lot of fun in that pro side-by-side division. So definitely looking forward to that as we resume our schedule after this weekend. We're going to take a break about a month and a half over the holidays, and we will be back with Glenn Helen over Valentine's Day weekend. So really looking forward to that. As we get a look at our R&R Steel point standings for SR1, take us through these points, Mark.
Now, Paul O'Brien out front with that number 11 car. He's got 129 points and just 16 behind him. Brandon Kilgore and Larry Hayes, an absolute outstanding run yesterday. With second place right behind Paul O'Brien. That puts him firmly in third in the points place with only 22 points behind. The old man, Scott Webster, 24. Corey Weller, she's here, but she's not racing this weekend. Jason Weller's standing in for her. Stephen Arlia looked great yesterday. Sammy Nino, Greg Baum, Bob Garber, and Christopher Redden will round off the top 10 there in our SR1 point standings.
Yeah, SR1, it's been great to see the resurgence of this class. I know Weller Racing, a big part of that. They're one of the big partners here in the Championship Off-Road Racing Series. So big thanks to Weller Racing for all they do for the SR1 division, keeping that alive and afloat. And, like we said, the resurgence, seeing 11 entries here. I remember some years ago, they were down to a very small handful of entries in Championship Off-Road Racing. Here we are with 10 plus. And, I think by year's end, I'm going to make a little prediction. We're going to see 15 of those on the grid.
Man, I can remember back to the glory days where there'd be 30 plus of them out there. In fact, one of my greatest B-reels I have is not even B-reel. It's not even a B-reel. It's a reel that I give out for my resume, if you will. And my favorite one. It was the SR1 and talking about the SR1s. And there had to have been 30 cars in that race.
Yeah, it is a wild one. It's lent itself to the start of a lot of illustrious careers. Talking about Weller Racing, Corey Weller, obviously she got her start. I don't want to say her start because I think she used to race ATVs and stuff like that. Quads. But she used to race SR1s and then moved her way to Pro 4, where taking some podiums in Pro 4, which is very cool to see. So SR1's definitely a proving ground for a lot of legends of the sport. And talking about SR1s, you look at the competition level that we've got out here in the Championship Off-Road Racing Series, and doesn't definitely disappoint. It's a lot of great talent in that class. Yeah,
Corey was telling me in the earliest days of SR1, they had actually put the rear sprocket in the carrier for the transfer the power from the engine to the rear sprocket. The rear sprocket axle, I guess. I don't even know what you would call it. So you have the sprocket, the axle. I guess the axle was originally put in with pillow bearings. And if you know what pillow bearings are, they're only about as strong enough for like a water cooler or, the swamp cooler, if you will. That's how the squirrel fan works on those pillow bearings. And I thought to myself, well, that's pretty primitive. So these cars have come a long way, and you're going to see it here. These cars have a clutch. They shift. They're as wide as they are long, so they are hard to keep straight when you accelerate. Most of these cars have upwards of 150 to 200 horsepower in these cars out of these Yamaha R1 engines, and these things are simply fun to watch. With 11 cars on the track, there's going to be a big sound coming out here for this class.
There definitely is, as we're looking for them to make their way to that tarmac section, a launching pad where we're going to get them staged up, and then we will send them out here into the arena. So still waiting on those SR1s to make their way over there so we can get things rolling here for these final 2 races this afternoon.
Yeah, and it's still, I'm glad that everybody stuck around. I'm glad that they stuck around to watch that awesome pro side-by-side race, but this race is equally as entertaining. So if you're out there and you want to get one more race under your belt, and then right after that, if you came to see trucks, the trucks will be featured right after SR1.
Yeah, we got 5 Pro Lites. Looks like we've got our SR1s there getting gridded up. We're going to get them started right away, I believe. Beautiful Sunday afternoon here in the Valley of the Sun. I think it approached 80 degrees today. I think we cleared the hump, and we're on the downhill slide. I got to love Arizona. I think it was a brisk 44 degrees this morning here in the booth, and, all of a sudden it becomes T-shirt and shorts weather this afternoon. Good times. Got to love that for a December here. I was in Indianapolis a couple days ago, and they got 7 to 8 inches of snow, and it was minus 2 degrees. So, yeah.
I want the Brian McCormick outfits, his fits. If you look down here at Brian McCormick, he's got a what do they call it, tank top on. He's got shorts. Hey, Brian, do you have the flip-flops on? No flip-flops, but normally he walks around in flip-flops out here. So he's like a surfer, like a surfer dude. And I love it. I love Brian McCormick. Awesome people out there.
All right, so we're getting the aerial view here of our SR1s. Wait for that Jones Ford Pace truck to pull them out. I'm going to be slated for 10 laps. I'm going to go 10 laps with a mandatory competition caution. Got the beautiful I-10 running behind us.
Yeah, that's incredible. And this tarmac that you see out here were provided by us by Nitro Circus when they came out here. This was a section that they actually installed for them. They anticipated having several more events out here at this track. But as we know, the Nitro Cross, kind of switched up a little bit, and now we're stuck with this tarmac out here. But it's actually pretty cool. And as you see, it's a perfect place to get the grid lined up for this track.
Yeah, absolutely. It's fun watching Nitro Cross out here. I've been involved with that series over the years and done some commentary for them, and it's fun to watch those rally cars fly and sky, and the sound, not necessarily of the electrics, but the gas power, the ICE engines are wild on those things.
Yeah, it's bizarre to figure out that those only got about 8 to 10 inches travel, and they're launching them the way that they do. They actually had, as you know, the big double jump that they had right out here. We had it out here for our first few events. And I was telling somebody, come on, somebody's got to do it. Like, it's not that hard. You know what I mean? Just commit and stay in it. Nobody did it, though.
Starting to hear a few of those engines fire up, I believe. So I think we're getting very, very close to going racing with our SR1 division. Like I said, SR1's going to wrap up, and then we will have the Pro Lights on track to wrap things up here on the second weekend of racing in the Championship Off-Road Racing Series. Like I said before, we're going to move on to Glen Helen in mid-February. So we'll have a couple of rounds at Glen Helen. Then we're going to move to Victorville after that, and then we're going to wrap things up back here late in the spring here at Firebird Motorsports Park to wrap up our 2025 and 2026 season. So there's a lot of racing to go before we come back here to Chandler, Arizona.
That looks like a video game. Look at that. It looks like you're getting ready to get in your car and race against those guys.
I've raced an SR1. Those are like driving in a video game.
Yeah, indeed. You can see right there what I was talking about. They're just as wide as they are long. And that's why I even said it. And, I said it last night. I was hanging out with the Wellers, and I said, you know what? I figured something out. It's probably time for a chassis update, because you watch these cars. They're fast. They shift. They do everything. But they still land like you're driving a Rhino, because that's what they're based on, the old 660 or even 550 Rhinos, and not so much anything else other than the geometry of the suspension. So there's still those UTV dump truck style suspension. So
looks like we got a picture there of some of our course crew doing some last-minute updates and changes to this track, because we got a couple of rounds of racing. We're going to burn through here with our SR1 and our Pro Lights to wrap up the day.
Yeah, you can see Kelvin in there. He takes his track prep so seriously, and you would think if you ask Kelvin, you say, "Hey, Kelvin, why do you do it?" You'd say he goes, you'd say, "Well, because I'm picky, because I do it this way, right?" But he doesn't. You know why he does it? He says he wants the best track for the racers. He really loves the racers, and he does it out of the respect and passion for the racers.
All right, looks like we're rolling on in here to the track. Jones Ford Pace Truck pulling them in. 11 SR1s slated for the green flag. as we get a look at our Liqui Moly starting grid for SR1. Take us through these rows.
Row 1 is going to be yesterday's winner in P1, Paul O'Brien. And Larry Hayes with a great performance yesterday will be right next to him. Row 2, Scott Webster, the old man, number 42, with Brandon Kilgore to the outside of him. Christopher Redden will be on the outside of row 3. In the inside, Stephen Arlia at number 90. Jason Weller in row 4, and Bob Garber will round off your top 4 rows. Greg Baum will come sliding in row 5 with Robert Gutierrez, and the man, Sammy Nino, will be here as well in the row 6.
11 SR1s packed onto this track.
Well, already you can hear them just coming into the track like that, coming into the arena, and as they just kind of get a little antsy and throttle up, you can hear the difference in all the engines that we've had out here. And if you say to yourself, you're sitting down there and goes, man, these sound just like those street bikes that come through. Yes, they do. That's because that's exactly what the engines are. Most of them out here that I know are Yamaha R1 engines. Some are cross planes, some are flat plane. And that's just going to hear the difference. You can hear the car that sounds a little more like a 4-stroke thumper motorcycle, or you hear the one that sounds like that inline 4. And the one that's a little louder like that inline 4, that is the cross plane. And the one that sounds like a thumper, that is the flat plane. So Corey actually quizzed me last night. For some reason, she goes, do you know why some of the cars sound like that? I said, I sure do. Some are cross planes, some are flat planes.
Funny, the one time I raced one of these SR1s, it was in the desert, and I'd never driven it. Somebody got sick. They asked me, can you fill in? Can you race this? And it was back when they were actually racing them in the desert. Yeah. I immediately called Corey Weller at the time, and I go, hey, Corey, I got asked to drive an SR1. She laughed. I go, how do I drive it? And she laughed. She goes, I have a tachometer in it. And I go, yes. She goes, don't do anything until it reaches 10,000 RPM.
Oh, wow.
And that was the best advice I ever got. Yeah. I was shot out of a cannon in that thing until it actually broke.
That is great advice. I used to race Class 7 with a 2.3 engine in it, and I used to wrap that thing up to $7-8 grand and just leave it there. Well, here we go. Looks like we're going to get green this time around. If you've never seen an SR1 race, you're in for a great time here. It's the SR1 waiting for green.
All right, the one to watch is Paul O'Brien, current points leader, leading wire to wire last time. O'Brien gets that clean air. He is dangerous up front, so you're going to see this entire field chasing O'Brien, trying to get around him. They don't want him to gap the field.
So Brandon Kilgore with an aggressive move in between Scott Webster and Larry Hayes. Scott Webster trying to hold off Brandon Kilgore, and I know that Webster can feel the pressure from Brandon Kilgore.
All right, look at that. Kilgore bumping there with the Webster. Well, we got a little, looks like Arlia there getting a little squirrely.
Yep. Getting squirrely and then getting into Jason Weller in there. Jason Weller driving Corey's car. And from what I heard, that this started off with being Jason's car, but then Corey campaigned it, and now Jason's back in it. So great to see Jason Weller out here once again. But back out front, Paul O'Brien, this is not where you want him to be. And Brandon Kilgore in second place. Let's see if Brandon Kilgore can chase Paul O'Brien down and give him a run.
Yeah, and Brandon Kilgore's got the skills and got the car to chase O'Brien down. He's got a little bit of clean air now, so I think Kilgore one to watch. He's going to be chasing down Paul O'Brien. See if he can tuck his nose in there. We do know there will be a caution flag at some point during this race. Look at that. Brandon Kilgore, full whip style, FMX going down in an SR1.
Yeah. Man, I still love this class. Again, this is the single most unique class in short course off-road racing as far as I'm concerned. I absolutely love this class, and I am so happy for, as we called it, the resurgence. And what I really like about it, I'd like to see Brian McCormick back out here. He had a Honda-powered SR1, and he was the only one that decided to run a different manufacturer, and I was always excited for that.
O'Brien there, full second faster than Kilgore on that last lap.
Wow. And, another thing that I love during this resurgence is watching people that you think we're probably done racing. We're never going to race again. But you know what? Scott Webster, he's out here. I don't think he ever thought he was going to be racing that SR1 again. And look at this. He's running in your top 3.
Well, they're there chasing the 90 of Arlia. Looks like he's going to get around. No bump, no contact. Arlia down to the bottom. Weller up top. Oh, up on the bike. He saves it. Looks like he got onto that inside clip and just that inside cushion kind of put him up and over. Jason
Weller has such an ability to read what's going to happen. We actually addressed that last night when we were talking. He said, yeah, Mark, I saw what was actually happening in that straightaway, down the back straightaway on the big pileup. And he said, I moved out of the way to avoid it. And look, he just did it again. Stephen Arlia up on his side, on his bike. And Jason keenly went into the inside and avoided anything from Stephen Arlia.
Yeah, Stephen Arlia now trying to battle back after that little bobble lost him a couple of spots. Interesting note you were talking about yesterday. That car looks a little different than these others. He built it himself.
Yeah, so I was corrected on that. Here is that bike now. You'll see Stephen Arlia. He's not even touched. And Jason Weller, again, with what I was just saying, just has that sixth sense, if you will, to know what the car next to him is going to be doing.
Most drivers would have tried to drive through that. Jason hits the brakes, checks up, dives down low, avoids being hit.
Yeah, we give a lot of attention to Corey Weller. I mean, she's earned it. She's done a lot of championships. But you cannot write off how incredible of a driver Jason Weller is. But back to the Stephen Arlia car, so I got corrected. Apparently, it was somebody's car. I forget whose car it was, but it basically was a built car. But Stephen Arlia, just like most fabricators or builders would do, chopped a lot of things off of it and made it his own. And that's why you see that cage just a little different with the radiuses instead of the straight lines. Some builders believe that if you make cars with radiuses, they're just stronger. And that's okay. You know, there's so many different ways to build off-road race cars, and everybody thinks theirs is right. But look at this. There's so many different manufacturers of these chassis right now. They're all greatly different.
The big thing is Webster there getting chased down by Hayes and Weller. Meanwhile, Paul O'Brien out front. Nobody's seen him in quite a while. Same with Kilgore. So right now, running order: O'Brien, Kilgore, Webster, Hayes, Weller. The battle right now for that third and final podium spot.
Yeah, you are right. Looking over here at Race Command, it's Paul O'Brien, Larry Hayes, and Scott Webster. Brandon Kilgore, though, according to our tracker, he's got him in fourth, but I don't physically see Brandon Kilgore.
Well, let timing and scoring sort that one out. As Paul O'Brien completely checked out on the field right now. Should have a mandatory competition caution the next time by. Drivers absolutely flying out here today.
So looking at it, and what you guys can see on the screen, it would appear that Scott Webster got up into second place. Larry Hayes moves down to third, and Larry Hayes has his hands full with Jason Weller.
Yep, Weller all the way there to the bottom trying to get around Hayes. Putting a lot of pressure on, trying to get around him before the competition caution.
Well, I like this race. I love the fact that it's clean, but it's exciting. Sometimes when these races are clean, it's not a very exciting race, but this race has plenty of energy as they take the competition yellow.
All right, so going to get everybody regrouped here, get everything sorted out. And speaking of, we've had our great partner in Liqui-Moly involved in all of the divisions out here this weekend in the Championship Off-Road Racing Series, and we were able to catch up with them on Friday.
How we doing, guys? We are back out at rounds 3 and 4, Chandler, Arizona at the Core Series. Now, talk to you guys a little bit about some of the products that we have. We obviously have our whole team on site to educate you about the Liqui-Moly line, and also something that's very cool is Traders is on site as well and has this product available for you guys as racers. So if you want, stop over, see our guys to educate you on the products. We've got everything from side-by-side to some of the automotive stuff. And also, again, get over to Traders because there's a couple race programs that we have with them, so you can pick it up right here on the spot.
Big thanks to Liqui Moly for all their involvement here in the championship off-road racing season, as we are a little past the midway point here in our SR1 division. Got the Jones Ford Pace truck out there, going to bring them through to the green flag. Paul O'Brien out front, and it does look like Brandon Kilgore currently in the second spot. Looks like Webster going to be there in the third spot, and Hayes and Weller going to round out to your top 5.
This class so far looking clean, doing a great job keeping it clean and just racing it from start to finish. A lot of the cars still out there, and that is, for my opinion, what makes an incredible race out here. Let's race. Let's keep it clean. Let's genuinely see who the fastest driver is out here.
All right, so our pace truck from Jones Ford is off, and it's going to be Paul O'Brien. Bring us back to the green. Brandon Kilgore going on that rear bumper. Does not want O'Brien to get any kind of a jump. Look at that.
Well, he starts it once the green flag goes, and Paul O'Brien gets on it. The rest of the field, there it is.
Look at Webster all the way to the bottom.
That's that experience we were talking about. Scott Webster, very experienced SR1 driver.
Look at Kilgore, all the way topside, all outside, inside, almost loops it down through the middle. And just like that, O'Brien steps out on the rest of the field.
Kilgore now getting some pressure from Scott Webster, and now Jason Weller stepped in there. He says, hey, I want some of this third place mix-up. Whoa. What an incredible jump out of the, is it 83 car?
Oh, we got a little contact there. That is Stephen Arlia.
And Gutierrez, Robert Gutierrez. And I was sold last night, that is a brand new car, new for this race. I was so glad to hear that it's a brand new car. And they built it for this series. That's incredible.
All right, back up front, Paul O'Brien commanding lead now with 8 laps in the books. Off on a Sunday drive, Brandon Kilgore doing all he can to try and reel him in. We got Weller and Webster there battling it out for that final podium spot.
Man, what do? You're an 11 car field. You watched Paul O'Brien check out yesterday, and now here it is, day 2, and you're watching the same thing happen. Paul O'Brien checking out once again.
O'Brien gets that clean air, and it's bad news for everybody else. And as we saw, there's a lot of bumping and banging going on mid-pack, and he's able to avoid that. I don't even know that O'Brien's checking his rearview mirror.
Yeah. Surprised they didn't even put one on that car. It's like, yeah.
So we should have 2 laps to go here. It'll be white flag out next time by.
Well, I love this, how it's shaping up. Jason Weller coming behind Scott Webster. Scott Webster right there on your screen coming in turn 2, so smooth. And that's the key to these SR1s. So you've driven one, Jim. You've got to keep these smooth in short course racing. You can't be sawing on the steering wheel. If you look out there, there's not a lot of sawing on these cars. Like I said, they're just as wide as they are short. So you don't want to be pulling on that steering wheel one direction, lock to lock, because you can have your hands full, especially if you're accelerating.
Our leader, Paul O'Brien, there in the number 11, working his way through the interior section of this track. Going to be looking for the white flag, meaning 1 to go, and the white flag is out. Paul O'Brien, Brandon Kilgore, 1 and 2. I don't know if Kilgore's going to have enough time to chase him down. Webster there going to start putting a little pressure on Kilgore.
Scott Webster and Jason Weller are friends, but when they're getting out here on this track, Scott Webster is like, I don't care, I want to beat Jason Weller. And I think, target or not on his back, Jason Weller is always the one that everybody wants to beat. As you know, these cars and everything with Weller Racing, that's like he's the originator of this class, him and Corey Weller. So I think it's always great to beat Jason Weller.
Yep. Weller there, keeping it nice and tight. Trying to make up a little bit of room. Only a couple turns remaining. I don't know if Weller's going to have enough to get there. Oh, Kilgore with a little spin there.
Scott Webster's going to capitalize on it.
Oh, we got him side by side. Look at Weller all the way to the bottom. Kilgore going to get pushed out.
Wow, look at this.
Kilgore with a bobble. We're going to have a battle to the line. Photo finish. I believe Weller got it over Kilgore? I don't know. Webster definitely second, and Weller did get it. Photo finish. O'Brien, Webster, Weller, 1, 2, 3. Kilgore with a little bobble there cost him 2 positions.
Wow. And that exactly I was just talking about it. You cannot saw on one of these cars, and they don't just get out of shape on you. They completely come around, just like what you just saw with Brandon Kilgore.
Wow, that is a tough one for Brandon Kilgore. He's gonna have a long drive back to Parker with that one. That one was a little rough there. You know, he was looking at Paul O'Brien trying to reel him in, just made one little mistake, and as close as SR1 Racing is, that's all it takes.
That's a tough one right there. You know, he's a great sportsman as well, but he can get, we'll use that word again, spicy. He can get a little spicy out there, and I think this is an opportunity for him to do it. But man, what a great performance. Scott Webster was there. I know Scott Webster's going to be extremely happy with that second place. And look at that, Jason Weller stayed consistent and squeezes in the last spot on that podium.
Well, with that, we're going to take a short break. We're going to come back. We're going to have our SR1 podium, and we're going to wrap things up with Pro Lite racing on track. We return here to Chandler, Arizona, Firebird Motorsports Park in the Championship Off-Road Racing Series.
The Championship Off-Road Racing Series is brought to you by Liqui Moly, more performance, more driving pleasure. Double E Racing, engineered for performance. And by Weller Racing, when performance matters and winning isn't optional.
My name is George Hamill with Starstream Pro. Technology has really given us the opportunity to showcase off-road racing. Now we can go live from any car, anytime on the planet.
The sport needs something like Starstream, and it's here.
To be able to be one of the first people to have it in their trucks is going to be pretty cool, and hopefully this is a great thing for the sport.
This small computer and a GoPro, a couple cables and a Starlink, you can watch all the in-car cameras live.
With Starstream combining to a Starlink network, it's so easy to plug this in. On our short course truck, we actually have it all self-contained. 2 battery packs, one powers the Starlink, one powers the Starstream. Super easy to take off and put on our desert car later when we leave the track.
It's never been done before at this level. The fact that we're going to be able to be on live TV and they can check in to multiple different drivers within seconds of each other, I think it's just going to be a great thing for the sport.
Let's go, boys.
How many Kings have we got racing today? All of them. All of us.
We got nothing to lose.
As you can see, we've had another beautiful day on the Isle of Man.
We'll do some racing this weekend. It's going to be a blast.
Welcome back to a championship off-road racing here at Firebird Motorsports Park in Chandler, Arizona. Jim Beaver and Mark Wright. SR1's just getting finished up, and that one went down to the wire. I mean, it was an absolute photo finish there, and it was all Paul O'Brien there at the top, but we did have a little shake-up there to make the photo finish. It was Webster and then Weller as your top 3 with our Rugged Radios results.
Yeah, Jason was right there. He was consistent the whole race. So right at the end there with Brandon Kilgore made a big error in turn 3. Jason was there to capitalize on it, slide right in, and ended up in 3rd place.
Yeah, great race, and you got to love a photo finish in any division. And to walk us through it, we're going to toss it down to Tiffany Stone.
Thank you so much, guys. Yes, here with our 3rd place finisher, number 18, Jason Weller. Jason, you showed why you always drive to the very, very end until you see that checker photo finish. You were able to capitalize on a mistake. Tell me what happened from your eyes.
Yeah, it was tight. Everybody in this class is fast. You know, I started 7th, and I figured I would work my way up front, and it was like a battle right from the start. You know, the guys are fast and take good lines, and started just kind of chipping away at it. And luckily, some guys would bike, and I get by them and stuff. And then I was like, all right, I'm gonna get 4th, on that last lap, and I saw Kilgore like going through the weeds over there, and I saw him circling back, and I was like,
Oh, it's Webster, Kilgore, and me. It's on. So obviously we're all close and real careful with each other. That's first and foremost important, but it was really fun just to battle all the way to the end. And I didn't even know. I'm like, did I get it? I don't know. So Corey was telling me I got it, so that's cool.
It was good to see that. Who would you like to thank for finishing out round 4?
Yeah, I just wadded up my X3 out there, so thanks to my crew for helping me and getting me through that and to the SR1 and out there in this. You know, it was time to toss up. I'm like, I'm sore, but I'm going to get it out there. But my crew, you know, I wouldn't be able to do it without you guys. And our guys at the shop, too, they work so hard and let us do this. And everybody, it's cool when we go back like Monday, you know, everybody's going to be like, how was it? And you did awesome. And they're all involved and are a huge part of it. So this goes out to the full Weller crew and all our fans. And Core, thank you guys.
Nice job. Hop up on number 3 for me. Heading over here, second place, number 42, Scott Webster. Now, Scott, in round 3, you took a podium. Round 4, you're taking another podium, finishing out this great weekend here in Arizona. Heading over to round 5, Glen Helen. How do you figure it's going to pan out for you? You've got a race to the championship.
I'm going to give it my all. That's really all I can say. I can't talk very much right now, but thank you. Thank everybody.
No problem. Anybody else you would like to thank, or you just want to hop up on 2? I'll let you hop up on 2. Heading over here to the top finisher, Paul O'Brien. 3 podiums, 4 podiums now to round out this whole season that we've got. Like I was saying, this is the race to the championship now, round 5 in just a little bit. Tell me about how 3 and 4 went for you, though.
You know, I really had a great weekend. My car ran great. I had a couple problems just at the end. We figured it out. You know, Weller had some parts for me, and we got it running great. And, you know, just got out to a quick start. I don't think anyone realizes how fast this class is. You got 3 or 4 past multiple champions. So even though I'm in front, I can't lay up because I know that Jason's coming, Scott's coming, Larry's coming, you know, Kilgore for sure. So, you know, I just race as hard as I can, as long as I can. Track started changing there toward the end, so I had to open up my lines a little more than I wanted to, but just kept it safe to the end.
Well, knowing that there's 11 cars that take the green flag, this class keeps growing and growing in what we've seen over round 1 and 2. Who else would you like to thank for this weekend?
You know, I really would like to thank Core and Weller Racing because to have 11 cars and to have a stacked field like this is, for me, I've never really had this, so this is some good racing, and it's going to be a long season. We're going to go to California, a couple tracks that I really like. So it's going to be long, and it's going to be fun, and there's going to be some drama, but we'll all get through it. And my wife, I told her, you got to watch 1, you got to watch 2, because I know these guys are going to dive right in there, which I would. So she did a phenomenal job. In-laws, again, they cook, they clean, they help out all they can, and we have a really good time. Everybody at home viewing this, it seems like Core is going to continue to grow, so I hope they can continue to build.
Exactly. Like you said, a lot of past champions in this SR1 class. It's great to see. Hop up on number 1. One more round of applause for your top 3 finishers.
Definitely a fun race there. Paul O'Brien, the man to beat, but Webster, Weller, no shortage of excitement all the way to the wire on that one. Looking forward to seeing how SR1 plays out over the course of the 2025 and 2026 season. But we have 1 remaining. It's almost time to wrap up round number 4, but we have 1 remaining, Mark.
Man, indeed, and it's a great one. It is the trucks. If you have been excited about watching the triumphant return over here in the Southwest and the short course trucks, well, we've got them on deck for you right now. 4 Pro Lites are going to take this track. Yesterday, one of them got into the fence, biked up in turn 1, and went right out, trying to drive out of the arena, and it wasn't very successful. But do not see that truck out here this week for Sunday.
But, speaking of an amazing Pro Lite division, we do have our R&R Steel current Pro Lite point standings. Johnny Holcher out front, the number 44. Tobias Chevalier only 8 points back. Nick Brandon, 19 points back. Tony Crease, 25 back. Michael Funk, he is committed to the full season. He is 85 points back. And then we've got Brian Cannon, 92 points back in the number 73 truck. So lots of racing yet to go. Obviously, 1 round left here, and then we've got some rounds at Glen Helen, Victorville, as well as back here at our home track at Firebird Motorsports Park. As it brings us to our Liqui Moly Pro Lite starting grid. Take us through these 5 trucks.
Well, here we are, the P1, starting closest to us in the 44, Johnny Holter. On the outside with him, Michael Funk, teammate in the number 77, and the cars have the same livery. Tobias Chevalier will be in the 107 in row 2. Tony Crease, number 33. And I do believe 63, Nick Brandon, he's the one that tried to drive out here, and I don't think he'll be returning to this race today.
Yeah, tough break there for Nick Brandon, but pushing hard early. But right there, the one to beat, it's going to be Johnny Holcher, number 44, sitting on the pole. But his teammate, Michael Funk, I know talking with Michael, he was yesterday doing his homework. He's following Johnny around the track, trying to see his lines and the way he was attacking the corners. And I think Michael Funk may have a little something for his teammate today.
Well, you look at them right now, they're out there getting warmed up. And as you say, the Formula drifting out there, they just did it. Synchronized there in turn 2, and I think that's the way to do it. Feel how the track is. Now, see, the differences here, if you've noticed, number one, obviously, other than the size of these, they got a lot more horsepower, and these will make, as you see right there, they will move a lot of dirt when you get into them. V8 engines that sit right next to the driver, you're in for fun if you've never seen the trucks.
Looks like we've got a Starstream Pro on the back of this truck here, so big thanks to Starstream for getting us all dialed in. Going to be good to see the action from out back.
And that truck right there, it's on the Nissan of Tony Crease, I believe.
We got Tobias Chevalier there with the Starstream. We're getting words, so we got one out the back and an onboard there in the 107.
Oh, I called that wrong. Sorry, the 107. It is Tobias Chevalier. So my bad.
All right, so we've got that Jones Ford Pace truck. Bring him around. Got one corner to go. It's going to pull off, and we're going to go green flag racing with Pro Lite. And the truck is off, which means Johnny Holcher, one of the champions from the Midwest, coming out here to the Championship Off-Road Racing Series, going to be looking for that green flag.
Well, here they go. They spool up. They get
Look
the
at
flag.
that. Funk with the hole shot over his teammate, all the way on the outside, taking the hard way around. He's going to have momentum, bumping and banging the teammates. And I love it. Funk not backing down to Boss Man.
No respect down that back straightaway. Makes me wonder if they have an intercom so they can talk to each other. Hey, back it off.
You got to love it. Hey, boss, I'm not checking up here.
Yeah. Love watching it out here. Yeah, if you know these two, and I don't know them personally, but, they seem like they're downright some real straight-up people, and I know they're going to talk about that. That's going to be under bench racing. Unless they damage the truck, then you're going to be like, hey, man.
Well, I know Johnny Holcher, they had to do quite a bit of repair job to that truck. I think he had a tip over earlier on this weekend. Remember, he missed the opening rounds, and Michael Funk actually filling in and gathering points for Johnny Holcher. He had a conflict with another championship he was running.
That was so close with the drone right there. Literally looked like it was just an inch away from the roof of Michael Funk's truck. You hear the roar of those V8 engines. As I said earlier, the engine is not underneath the hood like where it would be in a normal street truck. These engines are right next to the driver. The engine sits there sideways to balance the weight front to rear of the truck, and they try to push the engine over as far as they can without interrupting.
Whoa,
where
big
the
jump there over the triple, step up to triple for Tobias Chevalier, almost going over. A little bit of a pucker moment.
Yeah, he had that going on yesterday, so I'm surprised they didn't make the changes like that because, that was pretty frequent what you just saw happen over there on the step-up.
I think he said it was only his second weekend racing this truck.
Oh, wow.
Something along those lines. So we got Tony Crease there. He's running pretty strong, not letting Chevalier out of his sight.
And that truck there, the number 33 of Tony Crease, that reminds me of Eric Barron's truck. And I know Eric Barron was trying to get out of Pro Lite racing, so it makes me wonder if the Tony Crease truck is actually the old Barron truck.
On board there with Tobias Chevalier.
Hey, Mom, look at me. I'm racing Pro Lite.
Working his way around this track. She said you can see the air cleaner off to the side of him.
And that was what it's like. If you notice there, they became weightless there for a moment, and that was when they were jumping the truck. And it's really neat to be inside there where that truck jumps.
All the way to the bottom, that's Tony Crease going to try and make a pass there on Chevalier. All the way to the outside. Crease going to seal it. Look at that, lost a fender. I think Tobias Chevalier actually clipped the K-rail there.
Yeah, Chevalier has a tire going down, and that tire just took the fender off. And he's having a hard time controlling that truck right now. And you can see his tire is starting to shred. It's starting to go away. So now, unfortunately, all he can do, if he can't pull off and put another one on, he should just limp it on home just to get the points. Points. You can see that tire. That's an unfortunate break for Tony Chevalier.
Definitely this early, as you see here. Chevalier just pushing up. Tony Crease all the way to the bottom. Chevalier pushing way wide. Continues to push wide and kind of clips the beginning of that K-rail, and then the fender goes off. I think that just kiss of the K-rail enough to do the damage.
Makes me wonder if he was having tire problems even before hitting it, and wonder if that's exactly what pushed him out that far. So hard to see from that angle.
So that is Funk now leading a Holcher. So somehow, in the midst of the chaos with Chevalier, Funk got around Holcher.
Well, you were talking about it. You know, that this could be the situation. And turn 3. Funk was up on the bike on turn 3, but was able to save it and get it back down and get back into it and not lose a spot.
Well, Funk feeling the pressure of a guy like Johnny Holcher behind him, knowing, hey, I got the lead. I'm going to have to drive on the ragged edge to keep it.
Yeah, that's great. I like seeing that. Michael Funk Race Program, even though they're under the same tent, they come with a little bit different sponsors out there. Different tires, different sponsors, as you see. Same livery on the cars, but just very minor differences from each truck.
A big jump there by Johnny Holcher. Really getting nose heavy on that one. Michael Funk continued to hold off his teammate Johnny Holcher. Johnny tripling that step up.
Johnny having some fiberglass issues on that truck. His roof looking like it's getting ready to come up. The passenger door panel looks like it's going to come off. And that's what short course is all about. These guys, they come to the track, the big teams like Holcher and everybody, they'll come to the track with about 20 different body panels for that car.
All right, so the mandatory competition comes out. It is Funk in the lead. Holcher in the second spot. And speaking of our second place driver, Johnny Holcher, we caught up with him earlier this weekend.
Another familiar face that you guys have seen before in the Midwest, and he did miss round 1 and 2, but he is here for round 3 and 4. Johnny Holcher. Johnny, it's so good to see you here. I know Michael was in your truck for round 1 and 2, but you've come out 3 and 4, already done practice, but you said, hey, Tiffany, something already happened. Yeah. So tell me about how practice went.
Yeah, no, practice was good. I mean, truck was feeling good, and, you know, me and my spotter were like, hey, let's try to hit the triple, and we did, and I don't know if we just didn't make the correct adjustments off the bat, or but the truck bucked quite a bit and ended up endoing. So we made some work right off the bat, but I got a good group of guys with me, so we're going to get it figured out and get out there for qualifying.
Well, when we talk about what happened, what exactly happened to your truck?
Oh, man, a lot. Lots of stuff went wrong. The whole top of the cage kind of got smushed from the impact. The track bar got bent. And, you know, then just little odds and ends things, bumpers and, you know, so just little stuff. But we're making the right preparation to make sure that, you know, everything's fixed. You know, we don't want to miss anything and make anything catastrophic. So we're just taking our time and making sure that everything's tip-top shape to go out there and do our best.
Well, Johnny, it is good to see you out here, and I see that right over there as well. Michael is in your other truck, so it's really cool to see the Holcher group out here. Yeah. Best of luck. Hopefully you guys will be able to get this, and it is good to see Johnny Holcher out here. I have been interviewing this guy since he was about 10 years old, and now he's taller than me, so it's really good to see you guys out here. Back up to you guys in the booth.
Okay, and, catching up with Johnny Holcher there a couple days ago, talking about this race. As we're sitting here, we're right above the spotter stand. Spotter relayed a little information to you, Mark.
Yeah, indeed. Johnny Holcher's having problems with his throttle. Apparently, the throttle return spring is not operating, so he has to get in it and then to hook his foot around the pedal when he wants no more gas in it and pull it back. So his foot is doing both applying accelerating and de-applying the accelerating, if that's a word.
A little double duty for the right foot.
I love it. Well, that shows what off-roaders, I always tell people, us off-roaders, we're just a little different from your normal people. A return spring like that, I don't know of many, racers that would tolerate that, then pull off. But not off-road racers, stay out there. Hey, if it's safe, go ahead and do it. Keep your hand on the battery shut-off, though, so if it does get, I had to at least shut it off really quick.
So Michael Funk out front, Johnny Holcher in second, Tony Crease there in the third spot. Tobias Chevalier getting that look to be flat tire from all the shrapnel on the rear fender. So we'll see if he regains the group here at some point, but he had to pull off.
I'm wondering if they made him pull off because of the damage the rim will do to the track, or if he just made the decision to pull off because it looked like he was going to stay out there and do exactly what I said earlier, to finish the race here as many laps as he can get in for the points. And that's this race, rounds 3 and 4, points, points, points.
So that is a 77 of Funk. Going to be leading us back to green when our Jones Ford pace truck pulls off here in about 3 corners.
Well, we're very fortunate to get this class back into short course racing here in the Southwest. I truly, truly want to see the trucks fully make their return here to short course racing, and this is the way that we're going to do it right here. So if you've got, and Jim Beaver, as you know, you've been in racing for a long time. There are literally hundreds of these Pro Lights out there. So I would love to see this Pro Lite class make a huge comeback here at Core.
Yeah, there's a lot of Pro Lights sitting on the West Coast currently. Some of them, some of the older spec. Would we love to get those out of the garages and back out here on track. Hoping to see a few more of those when we go to Glen Helen here in a couple of months. As we're looking for the green flag, it's going to be Michael Funk bringing us to the green flag. Holcher in the second spot. Oh, and look at that. Funk hitting one of the ruts going up on the bike. He's going to drop from first to third. Johnny Holcher with that throttle problem, he's going to be out front.
Well, what a great opportunity for Tony Crease now. Tony Crease in second place, but Michael Funk making short work, getting right back around.
Yeah, Michael Funk going to try and chase down Johnny Holcher. Wants to be a player in the points. He knows he's going to have to get her back around him. And, Holcher a little bit wounded. Funk might have an opportunity.
Yeah, Funk's really the benefactor of all that we just said. Tony Crease right there was able to enjoy that second place for a brief instant down the back straightaway. But the truck of Michael Funk, healthy, it's looking good. He doesn't have to step the throttle. He just holds it down. That's crazy. You have to think about it, too. He has to lift that pedal at zero gravity when he's up in the air. That's crazy.
So Funk about 3 or 4 car lengths or truck lengths back of Holcher. Laps dwindling. Funk all the way to the bottom. That's where he's going to make up the time, is in the corner. So we get a little bit of the replay. This is the pass for the lead. Look at that. Funk up on the bike, just has to turn into it. Drifts up into the marbles. Holcher and Crease allowed to get around him. Funk already been able to get back by Crease, but not Holcher yet. So these corners, this is where Holcher's going to struggle, having to lift the throttle pedal with his foot.
He seems to be doing a great job with it, though. And 9 times out of 10, most racing sanctioning bodies require you have 2 return springs. So I'm really wondering what's going on there with that one. Did both fail? Did one fail? Did it break? Did the pedal break? I mean, either way, he's making it work, and I commend him for staying out there.
Well, and if you look, one of the things you can do if you're a driver and you do have that problem, instead of sticking your foot under it trying to lift the pedal, you actually give it more gas, get the rear end to step out a little bit more, and you can scrub speed by being further sideways. And if you look at Holcher in some of these corners, he's drifting it a little bit wider than he normally would. I wonder if he's using that.
Well, I like your style. Either way, that's the way I want to do it too, so I agree with you.
Yeah, you look at the approach angle that Holcher's using versus Funk, and he's driving it a lot deeper.
Yeah, Funk's doing a great job. He starts his rotation before he even gets in the corner, as where Holcher is getting in the corner and then gets it, but you're absolutely right. Michael Funk appears to be straightening out just a little sooner than Johnny Holcher.
All right, so white flag is out for Johnny Holcher. Down the back stretch, into turn number 2. Going to see him go over the big ski jump. Down into the big horseshoe corner. Funk, I don't think he's going to have enough time.
Holcher riding the bike all the way out of turn 3 with the last time around turn 3 for the weekend. Great job, and he stayed in it.
Whoa, look at that, lifting it inside front.
Well, like you just said, he stays in it, though, to make sure that rear end comes around. He's doing a fabulous job controlling that truck.
Holcher, nice little drift there. Going to come in front of the stands and emerge victorious here in Chandler. Round number 4, the Championship Off-Road Racing Series.
Wow, wow, wow. What a great race. Seeing the trucks back out here. And we're going to get the story directly right from the horse's mouth and see what's going on with that pedal. So Tiffany Stone definitely asked that young man what was going on with that pedal.
All right, Tony Kreese going to take that third and final podium spot. Tobias Chevalier going to end up in 4th. We're going to take a short commercial break. We return. We're going to have our podium finishers here in Chandler at Firebird Motorsports Park and round number 4 of the Championship Off-Road Racing Series.
The Championship Off-Road Racing Series is brought to you by R&R Steel, Tucson's premier steel fabricators and erectors. Racer Plus, where the racing never stops. And by Starstream Pro, stream live video, telemetry, and data from anywhere on the planet.
You ain't seen nothing yet.
Yeah, I got that right turn. We're good. Meet up at the compound group up. At turn 4.
Yeah, for sure, dog.
Good little driver, straight on through. Let's go, boys.
Saws on. How many kings have we got racing today? All of them.
I got nothing to lose.
As you can see, we've had another beautiful day on the Isle of Man.
We'll do some racing this weekend. It's going to be a blast.
Welcome back here to the Championship Off-Road Racing Series from Chandler, Arizona. We are here for round number 4 at Firebird Motorsports Park. Jim Beaver, Mark Wright here, wrapping up Pro Lite, our final event of the weekend, but that doesn't mean things are over. We still got a podium celebration to get to. And that man right there, Johnny Holcher, definitely an eventful race day for him. Dropped back, regained the lead, had some mechanical issues he struggled through, but somehow still came home in first place, Mark.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to hear this story on the podium, hopefully, if he wants to share it with us, that that throttle didn't have a returns to it. And, you know, that could be a reason to stop the race. You know, he needs to get out of the race, but he stayed out there, and I'm very proud of him for staying out there and enduring.
Brings us to our Rugged Radio's Pro Lite results. It is Johnny Holcher with the win. Michael Funk, his teammate, coming home in second, a couple seconds back. Tony Kreese in third, and Tobias Chevalier. We saw him have that incident early, rip the fender off. It looks like cut a tire, so he is going to finish up in 4th position in Pro Lite. Thank you, Rugged Radios, for those results.
Man, it's awesome to see those trucks back there. You know, I mean, back in the old days when we had the series here and it disappeared, I was thinking that we were never going to see this site again. But I am so elated that Core and these guys have brought the trucks back to the Southwest.
Looks like we're gathering our podium there. Tony Crease, Michael Funk, and Johnny Holcher. And with that, we're going to toss it down to Tiffany Stone.
Thank you so much, guys. Yes, the last race of the day here for round 4, and I get to talk to this guy right here making the podium, round 4, Tony Crease. Now, Tony, this shows you why you never give up. You continue driving. I mean, you've got 2 great drivers. Johnny's a Pro Lite champion. You're bringing it here. Tell me how you're feeling for round 4. I mean, it's got to be a great feeling, especially because you've got that podium as well.
Yeah, it was a good weekend. We rolled the truck, put it all back together. A lot of work. I can't thank the team enough for helping out. Can't thank Lawless Mobile Mechanics and Prolific Brewing Company for helping out all weekend. Everybody did a great job. I wouldn't be here without all my support, so thank you.
Well, you've got a little bit before round 5. Can't wait to see you in Glen Helen. You can hop up on number 3. Heading over here to our second place finisher, Michael Funk. Now, Michael, you're really coming into your own out here. You've got a lot of laps on this track, especially over Johnny Holcher. But I just want to let you know, with your teammate, once again, you are putting down the same amount of lap time. So it's really good to see this, especially you coming together with the Pro Lights out here. Tell me how it was for round 3 and 4 for you.
Yeah, it was an absolute blast this weekend. Definitely learned a lot, and that's mainly what we're doing out here. I just want to learn a lot so I can be just as fast back home in Wisconsin. That's the main goal, and yeah, it's definitely working, learning a lot of stuff.
Well, I know right now it's snowing up there, so at least you're getting some extra seat time and extra laps out here. Who would you like to thank?
Yeah, I got to thank a lot of people. First and foremost, John Holcher and his whole team, HBI, for letting me drive in their truck. It's been an absolute blast, and my dad for coming out here and helping me, Eric, my Uncle Lee, can't thank those guys enough, and all my sponsors, Reimers Painting, Bellwell Sales, J&M Yard Care, SPF Landscape, Corey Oil, D-Tech Marine Products, and yeah, this was a fun weekend.
Good to have you out here. Hop up on 2. And going over to the man of the hour that has swept around 3 and 4. Johnny, it's good to see you out here. We did notice that you were taking some of the corners. It seemed like you were drifting a little bit more. Your spotter gave us some insight. Kind of explain a little bit more what was going on, because if you had to drive with that foot, accelerate, decelerate, all of that, that was very impressive.
Yeah, no, I mean, the first couple laps were great, and we made a couple adjustments with the truck. And, you know, the thing was working awesome, and I think I came into turn 2 and the throttle just stayed to the floor, and I went up on the bicycle, and, you know, I had to pull back on it, so the spring broke. So every time I'd come in the corner, I'd have to pull up on the throttle pedal, and, you know, you move around a lot in there, more than one would think. So, you know, I'd try to pull back on it, and I'd land, and then it'd go back to the floor, and, you know, so the truck was kind of set on wide open, I'd like to say. So it had a mind of its own, but I really couldn't do this without my whole crew. They worked their butts off this weekend, and I really put them through it. My family, my mom and dad, my grandma and grandpa, Uncle Jeff, my girlfriend, Yokohama Tire, HBI, Blood Lubricants, Impact, and all the troops deployed right now that are, you know, won't be home for their families for the holidays. You know, just thank you, and this is why we get to do this, because we're free.
Nice job, Johnny Holcher. Hop up on number 1. A big round of applause for your top 3 finishers here in Pro Lite.
Well, big congratulations to Johnny Holcher. Yeah, that is a beast of a truck to be to have to use your foot the way he was to be able to get it around this track here at Firebird Motorsports Park. But Mark Wright, I mean, we are wrapping up here. Another amazing weekend of racing here at Firebird Motorsports Park for rounds 3 and 4. What are your takeaways?
Man, the takeaways are what an exciting way to get these points under wraps here in rounds 3 and 4. Come out swinging, and this is the one that now sets the pace for the next rounds 5 and 6 out at Glen Helen. And I'm sure that right now there were a lot of changes here in our points chase, and I know Glen Helen is going to be just as tough and probably twice the competitors.
Yeah. Well, Glen Helen is definitely going to be fun. Obviously, Valentine's Day weekend, we make our Southern California road swing. So those of you tuning in, make sure and catch us Valentine's weekend out there, Glen Helen. If you're in Southern California or Phoenix, you want to make the trip, we'd love to have you out trackside. On behalf of Mark Wright and Tiffany Stone, I am Jim Beaver, and we will see you when we resume in February here with the Championship Off-Road Racing Series. Yeah, I've got my wild lines on my iPad in front of me. Are these for Mark and I both, or just me?